Chapter 801, Pink Devils. The start of the Great Law Emperor. The difference between a Great Law Emperor and a Law Emperor was just in that one word, but the gap between the two was actually heaven and earth. On the 11th day of his seclusion, Xia Fei had not only learned the Skywing's essence of combat, how to unleash his inner demon, he had also increased his cultivation, attaining Great Law Emperor. Well done! Xia Tian was thrilled. A breakthrough to become a Great Law Emperor in just 11 days. You've set another new record in our Skywing clan. This speed isn't just fast, it's extremely fast. The law of speed is a derivative of the law of space, and the higher your cultivation in the law of space, the greater it will support your law of speed. You're going to experience something entirely different from before when you begin cultivating the law of speed as a Great Law Emperor. Xia Tian brandished his fists, seemingly very excited. Though he was still wearing his spectacles, it was apparent that he could barely contain the passion that he was feeling surging inside him. This was when the three outside, Xia Lanshan, Xia Ziobo, and Xia Wei, entered the room, surrounding Xia Fei. Xia Ziobo was in absolute admiration of Xia Fei. The two men were barely 2 years apart each other, but Xia Fei was who knew how many times stronger than Xia Ziobo, in terms of cultivation, combat experience, and their inner demon. Xia Fei was far more outstanding than him in every aspect. Xia Wei excitedly commended, Xia Fei, since you made it past the Great Law Emperor threshold, you're now a rank 13 expert among the Skywings, a true core strength to our clan. Xia Fei was very humble. Wiping his sweat off, he replied, I may have improved my law of space, but my law of speed is still at level 1, much worse than the others by a lot. Everyone appeared somewhat embarrassed hearing this. After all, Xia Fei was a max level speed ability user before he began cultivating the law of speed, which meant that he was incomparable to the others. Patriarch Xia Baiyun was amazing enough and was called a generational genius speedster, yet even he did not reach level 8 before he began cultivating law, meaning that he was a level lower to Xia Fei. Though Xia Fei had only reached the first level of his law of speed, his speed had already surpassed 240,000 meters per second and was comparable to the others, whose cultivation was at level 3 or even level 4. Xia Tian's eyes sparkled after being pleasantly surprised. He declared in a loud voice, Good. Since you've mentioned your law of speed, why don't we get started on it immediately? I'll personally instruct you on your cultivation with the law of speed. I wish to see for myself just how long you'll take to make breakthroughs with the law of speed, seeing that it only took you 11 days to get past the Great Law Emperor threshold. Everyone was startled. They had all been affected by this crazy cultivation atmosphere. Xia Lanshan and Xia Ziobo both stood there listlessly, wondering if they should just seclude themselves in a training room right now. Xia Fei's presence was so great a driving force, considering that everyone could not hold a candle to him. There was, of course, no comparison. Xia Fei had the potential to be a godwing, and his inner demon was more powerful, too, able to induce this sense of danger among them all, which was an impetus for them to practice hard. Skywings had always been carefree and lax with their expectations, but Xia Fei's series of performance since his arrival had gradually begun to change the clan's attitude. They still had their freedom, but with more competition in terms of cultivation, though no one dared to hope that they could have even greater than Xia Fei, none of them wished to be left in the dust by him. Okay. Let's immediately begin cultivating the law of speed. I'll work hard to achieve level 2 as soon as possible. Xia Fei said with verve. Xia Wei said with mild hesitation, according to the instruction from the Patriarch, you ought to be cycling through your training, so you should be seeking Xialashi for instructions on how to become a full-fledged energy master and artificer. Hearing Xialashi's name, everyone appeared quite pained. Even the newly promoted Law Emperor Xia Ziobo was no exception. For the sake of his cultivation, the young man was forced to borrow heavily, owing Xialashi an astronomical debt that he might never be able to pay at all even for the rest of his life. Every elite who came out from Windrider Pavilion would be thoroughly fleeced by Xialashi. Of course, Xia Fei was the exception. Not only did he escape owing debt during his time there, he even nearly caused Xialashi to go bankrupt, which was why the two presently had such a poor relationship. Upon thinking that Xialashi still had to teach him the two major skills of energy control and artificing, even Xia Fei could not tell just what kind of treatment he should expect. Xia Tian waved his hand grandly as he said, we need to strike while the iron's hot. Just let Xialashi and Xia Chongchun wait a few more days. He can invite them over after Xia Fei has reached level 2 with his law of speed. Maybe it was because they both had powerful inner demons, but the look Xia Tian gave Xia Fei was one filled with admiration. Everything must be done in moderation, even cultivation. Xia Tian forced Xia Fei to rest for a day, to stabilize his hard-earned success before beginning his next assault for level 2 Law of Speed. Xia Fei spent half a day staying in the training room, consolidating his level, before he headed over to where Huo Yatong resided to check on the status of the Celestial Zero Hammer. The Celestial Zero Hammer was very important to Xia Fei as it meant that he would acquire a divine weapon, and though the clan already had plans for Xia Fei to learn artificing from Xialashi, that was a long-term plan. Right now, he still needed Huo Yatong's help. Entering that previously prepared sealed space, Xia Fei saw that the preliminary framework of the Celestial Zero Hammer had already been completed. The Celestial Zero Hammer this time was slightly smaller than the one Xia Fei saw last time, but the materials used were of better grade. Xia Fei had really paid through the teeth for this, so the effect should not be too bad. Huo Yatong was behaving a lot more distant than before. After Xia Fei had gotten leverage on him, Huo Yatong had been restless. Xia Fei used this opportunity to show kindness, acting respectful and even giving him a gift. Only when Huo Yatong saw that Xia Fei did not harbor any animosity toward him did he warm up a little. This Celestial Zero Hammer is something I made in accordance with the ancient method. Though it's a bit more complex, it's rather effective. You should be able to use it in half a month's time, Huo Yatong pointed to the huge structure in the open space and said. Xia Fei replied, "You've put plenty of effort into this, master." Xia Fei is very grateful. Huo Yatong pouted. "If you didn't blackmail me, would I need to work so hard? I barely got any sleep every day, all thanks to you. I can see the people of the 1000 clan banging at my door even in my dreams." This was all slander, but Huo Yatong remained expressionless as he asked, "Do you really plan to activate this system yourself? If you must know, it'll be very hard for you to operate such a high-grade Celestial Zero Hammer without a Great Law Emperor cultivation, and the end effect will suffer, too. You'll end up wasting plenty of raw materials for nothing if you fail." Xia Fei smiled. "Oh, what a coincidence. I've recently reached Great Law Emperor, so I should not have any problems with operating the Celestial Zero Hammer then." Shocked, Huo Yatong blurted out, "What? You're a Great Law Emperor already?" Xia Fei nodded, acting very natural. The construction of the Celestial Zero Hammer progressed as per normal. In half a month's time, Xia Fei should be able to obtain his second divine weapon. Xia Fei was greatly pleased by this. It was just that there were too many variables. Not mentioning the long and crooked solid gold flying cicada pupa, just the disruptive power from the law of primal chaos would be enough to shock this construction at every step. Xia Fei had inadvertently forged himself the blood crystal the last time, so there was no telling just what would end up happening to this bloodthirsty demonic dagger this time. Furthermore, Xia Fei had yet to consider what other weapons he would want to use as the subject. The Dragon Scale Hecto Slasher, October Flying Snow, and Ode of 100 Spirits would all be decent choices. Should I use it on the blood crystal again? Xia Fei pondered to himself, but he soon shook his head. No, that won't be good. It'd be too great a loss if I were to lose the blood crystal. After all, the reason why I'm going through the levels so quickly is half thanks to it. Nothing must ever happen to that dagger, as it's too important to me. Just as he was deep in thought, Xia Fei's registered compass rang. He saw that it was Kenan, the third executive of the Grand Cloud Association, who was calling him. Kenan promptly complained the moment Xia Fei answered, "Young Master Fei, this has truly been a hard time. You wanted us to look into the person who put the bronze mongoose mask up for sale in Gale Rain Society's auction, and we've finally got the answer. Our boss spent quite a lot of effort before we got some first-hand information from Gale Rain Society." Xia Fei was surprised. He had always suspected the person who came in with the bronze mongoose mask was in cahoots with the one from the old god cult, who took the law of time. Now that there was news on that front, it meant that Xia Fei had a chance to locate the law of time. "What did you find?" Xia Fei asked with a raised eyebrow. Kenan's expression became very exaggerated. As he mimed looking left and right to make sure no one was around, he quietly said, "Guess what? It's a frontier mercenary group who brought that bronze mongoose mask, the Pink Devils." Xia Fei anxiously asked, "A mercenary group? How do you people from the underworld have ties with mercenaries?" Kenan answered, "You may be unaware of this, but mercenaries are the main driving force in the exiled grounds, willing to do anything as long as the price is right. Many times, we in the profession will encounter difficult problems that require their assistance, so we've of course established some friendships with them. If they wish to join in our trade fairs, we will of course not stop them. Xia Fei nodded. Let me ask you, what relationship does the Pink Devils and Malevolent Squall Bandits share? Keenan appeared to be very astonished. The Malevolent Squall Bandits are a bunch of grave robbers and are very notorious. If they do have any relationship with each other, it'll be as escorts, bodyguards, or something of the ilk. I'm not exactly clear on the details. Xia Fei thought about it for a second. Send me all the information you have on you. Also, you'd better keep your mouth shut about this. Keenan froze for a moment before nodding in agreement with a smile. After looking over Keenan's information, the old demon lord commented, the situation is so complex. The Pink Devils are an elite mercenary group from the Exiled Grounds, and nothing that involves the Exiled Grounds is anything simple. After all, that's the third major force in the Lore Realm and also the most complicated force. Pink Devil's mercenary group can be anyone's accomplice. If they had really gotten their hands on the Law of Time, they should have already sold it to someone by this point. Xia Fei nodded. As the term mercenary suggested, that group likely accepted a commission, working for whoever was willing to pay them, without any questions whatsoever. Hiring mercenaries to snatch the Law of Time was clearly for the sake of severing all clues. It was highly likely that they already gotten their hands on the Law of Time and then disappeared. Xia Fei would have a slim to none chance of uncovering any potential clues as to the law's whereabouts at this point. Xia Fei's gaze turned cold as he solemnly stated, I won't give up on following this lead on the Law of Time. Let's go, we're off to meet this Pink Devil's mercenary group. The Exiled Grounds was not just the territory of the mercenaries but also where the impersonator's Hyacinth operated. Xia Fei arranged for Hyacinth to spearhead the investigation in advance before requesting a leave of absence from Xia Tian. He was about to go visit the Exiled Grounds once more. Chapter 802, The Return of the Moonward Clan. The Exiled Grounds was desolate, and plenty of mercenary groups operated here. The last time the Skywings went to war with the Moonward Clan, the latter hired a mercenary group from the Exiled Grounds and tried to get the drop on the Wind Garden. Unfortunately, they had not accounted for the old caretaker of the Wind Garden, Xia Wei, actually being the super law overlord Gilai. Thus, they had suffered a huge loss on that front. The Pink Devils were considered a fairly renowned mercenary group in the Exiled Grounds, and under normal circumstances, they would live in a city. However, the Pink Devils had their own city, and though the cities found in the Exiled Grounds were nothing compared to those in the Lore Realm, this was at least a place to stay for the warriors in the group. Xia Fei was lying flat on a hill, looking at a chaotic city from afar. The mercenaries led lives as if there was no tomorrow, acting completely unrestrained and barbaric. The city that they constructed looked more like messy concrete piled on top of one another, without any regulations whatsoever. Whoosh! A figure flashed as it appeared next to Xia Fei. This new arrival was none other than Hyacinth. Today, he had impersonated a mercenary. With a crooked cap on his head and a mouth full of yellowing teeth, which smelled horrible, he looked very much the part. Ever since he learned of Xia Fei's identity, Hyacinth had become utterly loyal to the latter. To the small organizations scattered all across the Exiled Grounds, being able to form a relationship with the Skywing clan was definitely a good thing. After all, the name of the Skywings might very well be of help to Hyacinth sometime in the future. Xia Fei had obtained plenty of spoils a while ago, and some of what he had no use for was sent over to Hyacinth, which could be considered as his way of reciprocation. These impersonators were well informed and had trekked across the stars. Establishing good rapport with them was beneficial to Xia Fei as well. At the very least, they could act as his eyes and ears in the Exiled Grounds. Including Chen Dong in the demon race, Xia Fei had only been in the Lore Realm for a while, yet he had already managed to establish a network of relationships, which spanned across all the three major forces in the Lore Realm. Planning ahead and taking precautions before danger struck had always been Xia Fei's modus operandi. While both Chen Dong and Hyacinth were all hidden in their respective places, they could end up becoming useful sources of information or could lend some hand in times of crisis, and Xia Fei would benefit greatly from either. Of course, there was also Clean Knife, who was part of the underworld. Xia Fei was still undecided with the man and needed to observe him for some time first. Xiaohu, who was currently staying in the Snowdrift clan, and Moonsong, who was with the Skybirds, also played important roles in Xia Fei's interpersonal network. Brother Xia Fei, Hyacinth said while kneeling beside him. Xia Fei's real identity had already been spread across the realm, so there was no way to keep it hidden for longer even if he wanted to. Xia Fei nodded and asked in a soft voice, "How's your investigation going?" Hyacinth pointed to the flag raised in the city and said, the Pink Devils mercenary group has the four-leaf peach blossom as their motif. That peach blossom is highly poisonous, so it's also known as the Pink Devil, becoming the mercenary group's name. Honestly, if you didn't ask me about them, I wouldn't pay any attention to that mercenary group. That's because, while they are fairly powerful, they keep a very low profile, only mingling in their own circle. Few will come into contact with them. I already asked people in my organization to look into things. It's a fact that the Pink Devils have recently accepted a big contract and even been handsomely rewarded. With that said, Hyacinth pulled out an item checklist from his bosom and handed it over to Xia Fei. Look here. This is a list I got from Pangu firm. It states all the things that the Pink Devils have recently acquired the last time. Xia Fei carefully checked the list. On it were large tripods made from flying copper and statues of gods carved from white jade. Evidently, they were all items they had gotten hold of from the old god cult. No wonder I didn't find any clues in the god race's territory. Turns out that the place where they fence their ill-gotten gains is here in the exiled grounds, Xia Fei thought to himself. It was just that the list did not mention the law of time, which was what he had been after. Meaning, it was very likely that the Pink Devils had already handed this supreme law to their employer. I also made another discovery during my investigation. Hyacinth continued speaking. There are rumors that the last leader of the Pink Devils, White Skull Yuan Li, has already passed away, and the new leader is someone with Law Overlord cultivation. Still, no one knows where this person came from or who they are. There are far and few Law Overlords out here in the exiled grounds, so I'm afraid that a mysterious Law Overlord suddenly taking over a mercenary group means that this isn't some simple matter at all. Xia Fei was shocked. This information that Hyacinth had just told him was far too valuable. A mercenary group that had a Law Overlord in charge compared to one that did not have meant entirely different things. With Xia Fei's cultivation, Law Overlords and below were no match for him and he could easily sweep out the Pink Devils in one fell swoop if he wanted to. However, if there was a Law Overlord in their midst, Xia Fei would have to be more cautious. Interesting. Very interesting. A mercenary group that had had a sudden change of leadership brought the bronze mongoose mask and joined the Gale Rain Society's trade fair. It then proceeded to lay waste on the old god cult, using that very opportunity to snatch the law of time. There's surely a scheme afoot in all this. Xia Fei told himself this. Send the map to my compass and you may leave, Xia Fei said to Hyacinth solemnly. Hyacinth was startled for a moment before he asked, is there anything we can help you with? Xia Fei shook his head. There's no need for you impersonators to intervene with warrior matters. Thank you for helping me investigate more on the matter, saving me from taking detours. Hyacinth nodded and then disappeared without making a sound from Xia Fei's side. Xia Fei had found the culprit behind the massacre of the old god cult, so the next step would be to capture the ringleader of the Pink Devils and ask him just who their employers were. Out of caution, Xia Fei did not immediately spring into action but, instead, circled the area and started observing. There are somewhere over 2,000 people here, no more than 5 law emperors. It seems like the Law Overlord that's their leader doesn't stay anywhere in this lair, Xia Fei said. Oro offered. Since the Law Overlord isn't stationed here, none of these people here will be your match. Just barge in, capture those Law Emperors, and interrogate them after. Xia Fei rejected his suggestion. It's not that simple. They used the name of the Pink Devils to put the bronze mongoose mask up for sale and, at the same time, sent troops to turn the old god cult into a bloodbath. Unless these people are fools, there's no way that they'll be so stupid. Besides, you've seen their formation. Even having a Law Overlord may not be enough to finish off the old god cult so cleanly. Oro was stunned, for what Xia Fei had mentioned truly deserved deeper contemplation. There were several tens of thousand disciples in the old god cult, and just this 2,000-strong mercenary group would have to suffer some losses even if they won. Could there still be more than meets the eye? Oro asked, puzzled. I'm not too certain. This situation's too messy. Xia Fei knitted his eyebrows. Let's observe them a little while longer. The situation's getting more and more interesting. Xia Fei smiled, the corner of his mouth curling. The old demon lord did not understand. I haven't noticed anything interesting at all. The exiled grounds is so barren that I'm feeling uneasy staying here. Xia Fei pointed to some tall grass a good distance away. Look there. People are hiding there. Too, in fact. They're also watching the Pink Devils like us. Oro was slightly startled. He had been staying inside the spatial ring, relying on the visual system that Xia Fei had built for him to take in their surroundings, but no matter how powerful the system was, it was nothing compared to Xia Fei's sharp eyes. That was why Oro had not even realized that there were people across them. Who are they? Oro asked. The two are Law Emperors, people who hold deep animosity with pink devils, Xia Fei whispered. Soon, these two individuals in black observed the pink devil's city, appeared to be dissatisfied with the state that the place was in, pursed their lips, and began heading toward a distant sand dune. Xia Fei used his breath control and followed these two. After crossing approximately dozens of miles, they entered a desert. That was when these two Law Emperors felt that they were safe and began chatting. Why are the pink devils still alive? Could those people from the old god cult still not realize that they're the ones who caused a massacre at their shrine? They're acting too slowly. The other shook his head, somewhat disappointed. Don't worry. Perhaps the old god cult isn't as well informed. Let's just go back and report our findings. With that said, the two pulled out their spatial compass and were about to depart. Whoosh! Xia Fei flashed. With a speed of 240,000 meters per second, he passed through right between these two and grabbed hold of their spatial compass. Where do you think you're going? Why are you so eager to see the pink devils wiped out? Xia Fei asked with a grim expression on his face. These two men were in shock. Xia Fei's ghost-like physical agility was practically inconceivable. Not only did he pass by the two of them without either realizing it, Xia Fei even managed to take their spatial compass right out of their hands, meaning that he could very easily behead them the next. Without any others helping them, both took 2 quick steps back, looking at Xia Fei warily. Through his mask, Xia Fei could see 4 erratic eyes and black irises. They looked human. Speak or die. Xia Fei pulled out his blood crystal and threatened. Unexpectedly, the moment blood crystal appeared, one of the two men burst into laughter, almost as if he was no longer afraid of Xia Fei. The shorter Law Emperor clenched his 2 fists and smacked them soundly together, staring at Xia Fei with a glum expression on his face as a murderous aura surged out. Don't worry. I know that dagger and its owner. He's Xia Fei, the weakest Law Emperor among the Skywings. He's only a level 1 Law Emperor. The short Law Emperor pointed right at Xia Fei's nose and declared. The weakest Law Emperor among the Skywings. Xia Fei could feel anger build up in him. He disliked being called that, and while that might have been true once, it had been a very long time ago. Xia Fei was now a great Law Emperor. He was an expert whose rank was 13th in his clan. What are you two going to do about it? Xia Fei asked, taking exception to that statement. Of course, we are going to. Before he could even finish that sentence, Xia Fei moved. This one move caused rocks to erupt from beneath their feet. Peacock Blue abruptly appeared. Furball flew with a roar. A flash of red blood crystal found its mark right in that man's throat. In his panic, the man tried to activate his law of space to defend himself, creating a thick layer of protection over his entire body, while the other took the opportunity to seal off Xia Fei's retreat. Their tacit understanding allowed them to work pretty well as a team. Falling leaf of autumn's demise. Kaboom! The force from Xia Fei's law of primal chaos surged out and instantly shattered the opponent's defenses. Shink! The enhanced blood crystal stabbed into his throat, and in just a second, that Law Emperor was drained of his vitality. At the same time, Peacock Blue and Furball had already contained the surviving Law Emperor. Furball's eyes gleamed with killing intent and snarled at the captured person with a vicious grin. Sorry, I'm uninterested in what either of you think, Xia Fei said coldly as he pulled out blood crystal. Turning around, Xia Fei suddenly unshackled his inner demon, and the violent aura was so oppressive that it stifled the breath of the surviving Law Emperor. With eyes filled with venomous resentment, Xia Fei growled, "Are you two from the Moonward clan? You're also the ones who bought the immemorial mystical armament, rending Yang Fire. Speak, just what are you Moonwards plotting?" Chapter 803, Skywing Clan got tricked. Are you two from the Moonward clan? You're also the ones who bought the immemorial mystical armament, rending Yang Fire. Speak, just what are you Moonwards plotting? Xia Fei growled. The defensive technique that the Law Emperor had used just now was very common in the Law realm, and many Law adepts used that, but the counterattack he had prepared with his 2 hands was the spatial compaction technique unique to the Moonward clan. As they were his enemies, Xia Fei had caught onto this sign and identified these 2 individuals as experts from aforementioned clan. Upon closer inspection, he even recognized the man behind him as the very same person who had bought the immemorial mystical armament, Rending Yang Fire, from Boundless Heaven Trading Association. After the auction ended, everyone needed to do the handover, and it was also at this time when Xia Fei inadvertently spotted him, the one who spent 3,200,000 grade 5 origin crystals just to buy Rending Yang Fire. Though the man was wearing a mask and in armor today, Xia Fei was still able to identify him with his perceptive eyes. The Moonward clan had already withdrawn from the White Horse constellation, yet they still participated in the auction to get their hands on both the Law of Time and the immemorial mystical armament. This fact caused Xia Fei's anger to boil inside him. Something must be afoot when a situation was this abnormal. He was convinced that there was a scheme in play. So you really are Xia Fei? The final Law Emperor had been trapped by both Peacock Blue and Furball. Once Xia Fei used the treasures he had on him, this person immediately verified his identity as Xia Fei. It was, instead, that man who was already dead that had the keener eyes. The blood crystal had already been improved, and its appearance was somewhat different from before, yet it was still identified at a single glance by him. It was most likely because of the sinister aura and strange color it had. These were traits hidden beneath the low-key appearance of the blood crystal, and anyone astute could recognize Xia Fei's weapon instantly through that. Furiosity surged when enemies met. Xia Fei lifted the blood crystal and hovered it on the surviving Law Emperor's throat. He threatened menacingly, "The Moonward clan has already been forced out of the Law realm. Why are you appearing here now? Which eye of yours is telling you that we're in the Law realm?" that Moonward Law Emperor retorted. Xia Fei froze. He was presently in the exiled grounds, and it was true that it did not count as part of the Law realm. Could the Moonwards have not left? Instead, they opted to loom around the borders, brewing a conspiracy as they lay in wait. His nasty and resentful gaze caused Xia Fei to be on guard. After learning of his identity, the man bared his teeth in defiance. It was almost as if he was trying to provoke the simmering anger in Xia Fei. Crack! With a simple swipe of the blood crystal, Xia Fei pried off the man's mask and saw a youthful face. Xia Fei had not seen this person during the war between Skywings and Moonwards, so he must be a newly promoted Law Emperor from the latter side. This was why he had been ordered to participate in the auction at Boundless Heaven Trading Association. After all, not many would recognize a fresh face like his. Shink! The blood crystal drew a thin cut across this man's face, slowly devouring the energy from his body. After a few more slashes, that face turned old and his life force rapidly left him. What's going on with the Pink Devil's mercenary group? Why have you all spent such an astronomical sum to acquire Rending Yang Fire? Xia Fei pressed with a stern look on his face. Ha 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 ha. This person burst into laughter, without a hint of fear in him. He spat venomously, "You Skywings are doomed this time. A blood debt must be paid in blood. You can forget about learning any information from me even if you kill me." Xia Fei frowned. The old demon lord said to Xia Fei's ears, "He's trying to goad you. Don't kill him, bring him back and hand him off to your fellow clansmen. After all, this isn't your problem alone but something that impacts the whole Skywing clan, too." Xia Fei nodded. As one of the oldest clans in the Law realm, the Skywings must surely have a way to make this man talk. He had no choice in this. Xia Fei took out his spatial compass and was about to turn it on when a great explosion came from afar, almost as if a grand battle was unfolding near him. Zip! A black figure flashed right past him. This person suddenly turned around the moment he arrived at Xia Fei's side, and there their eyes met. Xiaoling! Xia Fei was stunned when he recognized this person as a fellow clansman, exclaiming loudly, "Why are you here, too?" Xiaoling, one of the Skywing clan's 40 Law Emperors, was at level 3. He was a well-known prospector in their clan and even the entire White Horse constellation. He was passionate about finding rare mineral veins and scouring the universe for secrets. Free and whimsical was the nature of the Skywings, and in fact, there were many prospectors like Xiaoling in the clan. Xia Fei and Xiaoling had gotten acquainted with each other when they were at war with the Moonward clan last time. The latter had even given the former a piece of precious gold scale ore as a gift, so the two had shared a decent friendship with each other ever since. Xiaoling was even more surprised than Xia Fei, asking in bewilderment, "I was about to ask you the same thing. Who's this person?" "He's someone from the Moonward clan whom I caught secretly watching the base of the Pink Devils," Xia Fei explained in a hurry. He saw the complexion of Xiaoling turning extremely pale, and then his gaze turned to that of shock. "I was also on the hunt for a Moonward Law Emperor and got lured here, but before I could even make sense of the situation, I got surrounded by a pack of baldies. Xiaoling blurted out in surprise. Xia Fei was a little confused. He had turned up to the exiled grounds while tracking the whereabouts of the Law of Time, only to bump into these two warriors from the Moonward clan. How then did Xiaoling end up in the same situation as he did? Could this all be part of a ploy? Kaboom! Before Xia Fei could unravel this mess, he heard another explosion ringing to the high heavens. Someone had unleashed a fierce assault on him and Xiaoling. When the law force of both the law of space and the law of primal chaos clashed, the hill they were on was instantly leveled. Xia Fei and Xiaoling managed to escape from the resulting explosion thanks to their super speed. Xia Fei had even remembered to grab that Moonward Law Emperor along with him. The situation was too strange, and he needed to make this man spill the beans to make sense of everything. In the blink of an eye, both Xia Fei and Xiaoling had traveled over 100 miles away before they convened again, with the latter staring at who Xia Fei was holding. Why did you end up killing him? Xia Fei looked down and saw white froth foaming out from the mouth of the Moonward Law Emperor, no longer breathing. Whoosh! The blood crystal pried open his armor, and Xia Fei squatted to inspect the dead body. After some time, he rumbled in a deep voice, "Suicide? He killed himself. What? How could that be?" Xiaoling sputtered in his panic. Roar! All of a sudden, a bestial bellow sounded from beside them, and they saw two bald men appearing with an instantaneous movement technique through the law of space. They had caught up to Xia Fei and Xiaoling, each with the image of a goddess tattooed on their scalps, and glared fiercely at them. "These are men from the old god cult," Xia Fei said to Xiaoling. Xiaoling replied, "I know that. What I don't understand is why they're suddenly attacking me." There were 7 of these bald men who had arrived at this point. Xia Fei and Xiaoling were both surrounded. A man with a ferocious mug took a step forward and pointed at both Xia Fei and Xiaoling with one hand as he exhorted, "Law of Speed. You are from the Skywing clan." Xiaoling stared back with a steely gaze as he proudly proclaimed, "I am Law Emperor Xiaoling of the Skywing clan. Why do the men of the old god cult daring attack me? Ha 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 ha." A series of mocking laughter rang from that bald man as he cried, "Someone told us that it's the Skywings who desecrated our old god cult shrine and painted it in blood. I didn't believe that claim back then, but now it looks like it's really the case. The Skywing clan is truly the culprit. What nonsense!" As a Skywing, Xiaoling also had his inner demon. He immediately dismissed this statement the moment he heard it. The Skywing clan isn't just talk. If we plan to exterminate the old god cult, then we won't hesitate to leave any survivors. You'd all have long been dead if we were the perpetrators. Xiaoling barked back with narrowed eyes. Xia Fei felt that something was amiss, which was why he hurriedly got up and asked with a furrowed brows, "Was it the Moonward clan who told you that the Skywings did it? That we're the killers?" The bald man was slightly taken aback but soon hissed through gritted teeth, "It's none of your business who gave us this information. In any case, we came here today to avenge our fallen brothers, only to discover that you Skywings have been colluding with the men from Pink Devil's mercenary group. The truth couldn't be any clearer. Even if you didn't do it with your own 2 hands, you all must have hired the Pink Devils to do the dirty work for you. This is a blood vengeance. We of the old god cult shall fight to the death with the Skywings." Green veins throbbed on that bald man's forehead as he bellowed, "Don't think that the old god cult is afraid just because you're the demon-sealing fiendish blade. Today, you'll know the might of the old god cult." Xia Fei's expression turned dark. He turned around to ask Xiaoling, "Did you come into contact with the Pink Devils just now?" Xiaoling nodded as he casually answered, "I discovered a Moonward Law Emperor and felt he's being suspicious, so I chased after him to here. In the end, he disguised himself and mixed into the Pink Devil's base, so I followed him as well. I immediately lost sight of him upon entry, only to be surrounded by this bunch of baldies. It's really so frustrating." Xia Fei was shocked. It was obvious now that Xiaoling had fallen for a scheme set up by the Moonward clan. He had been tricked. Furthermore, he had also haphazardly stumbled into this scheme by accident. Presently, the old god cult had determined that the Skywing clan was in cahoots with the Pink Devils and both parties were the ones responsible for the massacre of the old god cult. There was no way for them to prove their innocence now. "We of the old god cult have never held any grudge or grievances against the Skywings, yet you've brought ruin to us, all for the sake of stealing immemorial mystical armament Wolf Butcher Blaze from us. You're really too much." "The Skywing clan is now the mortal enemy of the old god cult," yelled the bald man. "Wolf Butcher Blaze? The wolf butcher blaze of the 5 flames of Lux Gloria. Xia Fei was extremely astonished. What are you acting so shocked for? As the perpetrators, the Skywing's intentions are very clear. This matter was beginning to become even more complex. It turned out that the Moonward clan had directed the Pink Devils to massacre the old god cult, not for the law of time, but the immemorial mystical armament, Wolf Butcher Blaze. The Rending Yang Fire, Fire of Sorrow, Fire of Lynx Sound, Wolf Butcher Blaze, and Empty Valley Conflagration were known as the 5 flames of Lux Gloria, the fire-type immemorial mystical armaments. The Moonward clan had gotten their hands on the Rending Yang Fire through the auction and had now snatched Wolf Butcher Blaze from the old god cult. They had obtained 2 of these powerful weapons and even managed to shift the blame to the Skywings. If this was not a scheme, then what else would it be? The space around them suddenly became messy, as figures began to appear one by one. Each and every one of them was bald, bearing the image of their goddess on their scalp. It did not take long for 30 over people to gather. The weakest among them had at least reached Law Emperor cultivation. To have mobilized so many experts without so much as batting an eyelid. It appeared that the strength of the old god cult was far greater than what others had presumed. Worse was the fact that these cultists, who were notorious in the Law realm, had already targeted Xia Fei and everyone in the Skywing clan for that attack. The Pink Devils have already been wiped out. While that's happening, a Skywing Law Emperor rushed over from out of nowhere. It's too bad that his speed is far too fast, so none of us could catch up to him. The old god cult's Law Emperors who had just arrived reported to that barrel-chested bald man who had been speaking this whole time. With that said, the gaze from all 37 Law Emperors and stronger experts of the old god cult turned malevolent as they stared fixedly at Xia Fei and Xiaoling. The fight was about to break out at any moment. There's another fellow clansman nearby. Xia Fei laughed bitterly when he overheard the report. It sounded as if it was not just Xiaoling who had been tricked. Without a doubt, this was a conspiracy that had been planned for a long time. With a swipe of his finger over his spatial ring, the demonic wing token appeared once more. Chapter 804, 2 Great Rivals. Demonic Wing Token. The experts from the old god cult were all startled by its appearance and involuntarily took a step back. Though Xia Fei had not done this conspicuously, the action itself was still a great deterrent. Everyone knew what sort of outcome would follow the moment the token was smashed. Xiaoling knitted his eyebrows slightly as he said in a low voice, "Is there a need? These people can hardly hold us." Xia Fei shook his head and said in a low voice, "It's not that simple. This is all part of an intricately crafted conspiracy. For 3 Skywings to be implicated in the blink of an eye, I dare to believe that this is only the start to the Moonward clan's insane attempt at revenge." Xiaoling did not say another word. Having been lured into this situation was already frustrating enough, but if it had been truly such a large web to ensnare the clan and he was just a small part of it, then using the demonic wing token would be a must in order to warn the clan. Having been chased out of the Law realm by the Skywing clan, an undying enmity was formed between the Moonwards and the Skywings. Since they sought revenge, it was important for the Skywing clan to be fully prepared. Today was a very good example. There were just Xia Fei and Xiaoling, yet they ended up being surrounded by 37 Law Emperor experts from the old god cult, and this had actually been Xia Fei inadvertently stumbling upon this setup. Otherwise, Xiaoling would have had to take on them solo. The situation did not look optimistic at all. "You plan to use your demonic wing token?" that barrel-chested baldy from the old god cult growled accusingly. Demonic aura. A great and unparalleled demonic aura suddenly erupted. Xia Fei grimly sneered. "Since the old god cult wishes to become enemies with the Skywing clan, I can't think of any reasons to let you fools off. If you must know, you're being used by the Moonward clan, and they're the ones truly behind the massacre of the old god clan." Xia Fei's words fell on deaf ears. After all, he had no proof at hand, so there was no way he could verify the validity of his words. Gritting his teeth, the barrel-chested baldy raised his voice. "Brothers! How many pairs of eyes are seeing this right now? If we back down and be cowards now, then we'll be letting down our dead brothers and sisters. We'll be disappointing our old cult leader." The crowd of old god cultists clamored in approval as they came bearing down on the 2 Skywings, but Xia Fei and Xiaoling did not give their enemy's numerical superiority any regard. Actually, Xia Fei was unwilling to use the demonic wing token unless their numbers reached into the tens of thousands. After all, this was a token that would mobilize the entire clan, and what the result of this would be a bloodfest. However, these cultists had not given Xia Fei a chance to explain and were being totally aggressive, instead. Cultists would often be stubborn, and to these men, the act of desecrating their shrine with blood meant animosity that could not be offset. Seeing the huge fight they had ahead of them, Xia Fei did not hesitate to evoke the demonic wing token. That completely dark token flashed brightly. Xiaoling was stunned and pulled out his own token from his spatial ring before saying, "Before we even used it, someone else has done so. Looks like the clan is in trouble." Xia Fei was momentarily startled. He had already expected this conspiracy to have been very intricately plotted and large-scale, targeting the entire Skywing clan. It was just that he had not expected the chips to fall so soon. It was apparent that, besides the current predicament he was in, there were also other forces assaulting the clan, and someone else had hurriedly evoked the demonic wing token before he could do it himself. Xia Fei's eyes went cold as he solemnly said, "Since our clan has already been plunged into a state of war, there's nothing left to be said. Let's get this over with and return to the Wind Garden." Yet, Xiaoling nodded. With the demonic wing token activated, every member of the Skywing clan must return immediately. Xia Fei had no wish to be held up by these bald men. Best to first head back, check in with the clan, and find out what exactly happened before discussing anything further. "Stay close to me!" Xia Fei shouted as he went sprinting out toward the left flank. Furball was the first to clear the path ahead, being the vanguard, while Peacock Blue held back their two sides. Xia Fei held the blood crystal in front as Xiaoling took up the rear. They were now attempting to break out of this encirclement. "Don't let them get away. Kill them!" This group of old god cultists surged forward, everyone unleashing their ultimate techniques, bombarding the two madly. Xia Fei and Xiaoling were not battle maniacs. Leveraging on their superior speed, they forcibly made their way out. A law emperor of the old god cult was blocking Xia Fei's route ahead. Seeing this, Furball just roared and abruptly accelerated. Bang! Like a bullet, Furball tore into that man's chest and penetrated right through. Xia Fei had caught up at this point. With a single stab to the throat using his dagger, the cultist was instantly drained of his vitality. Xiaoling was shocked by this. It had been months since he last saw Xia Fei. While the latter remained vicious with every move he made, the same could not be said about his cultivation, for he now seemed a lot stronger than before. His law of speed was also even more overwhelming. He was moving at such speed that he could simply come and go as he pleased. Xia Fei and Xiaoling, who both had a speed of over 250,000 meters per second, were able to dash out from the encirclement in the blink of an eye. Those old god cultists were unwilling to just give up like that, though. Thus, those who knew the law of space used instantaneous movement techniques to block the way forward, in hopes of impeding the two skywings. Whoosh! A blurred figure flashed, and two law emperors from the old god cult appeared from out of nowhere, effectively sealing off Xia Fei and Xiaoling's escape route. The corners of Xia Fei's lips formed a bemused sneer. Given his cultivation now, any enemy who was below Law Overlord would not be his match. These cultists who were attempting to stop him would simply be eliminated. Silently channeling the disruptive law force from his law of primal chaos, Xia Fei was about to strike his foes with the falling leaves of twin decimation when he noticed a mass of darkness making a beeline for him. This person moved very swiftly, even faster than both Xia Fei and Xiaoling. Kaboom! Xia Fei could not make out how this person had attacked. All he saw was the two old god cultists being sent flying as if they had been blasted away by a cannon. This newcomer actually used brute force to achieve this feat. It was akin to a wild bull borrowing the inertia of its charging speed to ram the two law emperors. "Why are the both of you here?" asked this person loudly in surprise. Xia Fei and Xiaoling broke into laughter. It turned out that this was none other than the number one brute force user in their clan, level 8 Great Law Emperor Xia Meng. His personality was like a savage beast, brash and violent. Xia Fei frowned as he asked sincerely, "Were you tricked?" "Yet. How did you know?" Xia Meng's expression turned into shock as he elaborated. "I was at the market and heard someone mentioning that there's the divine beast purple wind skeleton fish out here. I followed him out of curiosity, only to learn that I was being fooled by him. He brought me to this foreign field, and then a bunch of baldies surrounded and attacked me, claiming that I desecrated their shrine. It's such a great injustice being wronged like that. While it's true that yours truly has always hated those damn cults and religions, I would never resort to killing them." Xia Fei did not reply to him right away. It seemed like the Skywing Law Emperor that the people from the old god cult had failed to catch up to was none other than Xia Meng. "The demonic wing token has been activated. Let's head back home before we continue this conversation." Xia Fei said. Wind Garden. The atmosphere in the place was a little tense. This was the first time in the history of the Skywing clan that the demonic wing token had been evoked twice and in half a year's time in between at that. Zing zing zing. Xia Fei, Xia Meng, and Xiaoling passed through the gates one after another. They spotted Xia Wei already in full battle gear, awaiting order, looking very much like the Grim Reaper. He stood in the courtyard of the Wind Garden, one hand holding a pot of good tea as he waited for the pack wolves of the Skywing clan to return. Wei, who's the one who activated the demonic wing token? Just what exactly happened to the clan? The impatient Xia Meng approached the butler and immediately began bombarding the latter with his questions. Xia Wei remained composed and collected as he answered, it's the patriarch himself who activated the token. He's been cornered by 2 law overlords, and though he did manage to break out of the encirclement, he suffered light injuries from the encounter. Xia Fei was taken aback by this news as he wondered out loud, to think that the old god cult would actually be so strong as to have 2 law overlords on their side. Xia Wei shook his head. The old god cult has always been strong. They recruited plenty of Sha elites. To be precise, they have 2 law overlords, 1 super law overlord, and 37 law emperors. And this is after their cult leader was assassinated, losing 1 law overlord as a result. Originally, the old god cult should have 4 law overlords. It is a very weird religion, letting the weakest law overlord be their leader. Everyone, especially Xia Fei, was stunned. He had been to the old god cult's shrine before, yet he had not noticed that the cult had so many experts. However, after hearing Xia Wei's words, it appeared that the old god cult was truly an outstanding entity. We killed 3 law emperors of the old god cult while making our way back, and so they only have 34 law emperors now, Xia Fei reported. Xia Wei's eyes exploded with intensity as he asked, you people have been surrounded by the old god cult, too? Xiaoling nodded. Yes. We fell for the schemes of the Moonward clan. If it hadn't been for the patriarch activating the demonic wing token first, we would have done the same ourselves. Are you guys certain that it's the Moonwards pulling the string from behind the scenes? Xia Wei asked with furrowed brows. Xia Meng did not make sense of the reason behind everything that was transpiring, while Xiaoling only understood it after listening to Xia Fei's explanation, so the two turned to look at him. No doubt about it. I am certain. Xia Fei nodded firmly. Xia Wei sighed as he spoke to the 3. Get yourself seated in the backyard. The patriarch is communicating with those above, our grand ancestor will surely have his conclusions. More gathered, and in the short span of 20 minutes, a good half of the 40 Skywing Law Emperors had arrived. They were all standing around in the backyard, awaiting Patriarch Xia Baiyun's return with instructions. Even the medical team was on standby. The wolves of Skywings had gathered. What happened next would definitely be explosive. Xia Fei had seen this scene once before. The collective killing intent that permeated the entire garden was practically gushing out to the skies above. Xia Fei sat under a tree and lit a cigarette. He ran through the entire matter in his mind once more, and a context, which was faint and vague at first, slowly began to become clear. There was no doubt in his mind that all this began with the Moonward clan. They hired the mercenary group, Pink Devils, from the exiled grounds to massacre the old god cult. These cultists would, of course, not be reconciled with this affront, and so they sought the Pink Devils. That would be when the Moonwards came like golden cicadas shedding their shells, luring the warriors of Skywings to that field and leaking rumors, which asserted that they were the puppet masters moving the Pink Devils. Next should be tricking both Xia Meng and Xiaoling into joining the fray, making them run into the old god cult in the exiled grounds. Even Patriarch Xia Baiyun had tricked, too, and was ambushed by the 2 law overlords from the old god cult. Hyacinth once said that the newest mercenary leader of the Pink Devils had a law overlord cultivation. Xia Baiyun was also a law overlord. As long as they drew Xia Baiyun to the right location at the right time, it was easy to make it appear as if Xia Baiyun was the one giving the Pink Devils orders. This was truly a ploy within a ploy, a conspiracy of schemes overlaid on top of other schemes. They had managed to ensnare the Skywing clan and the old god cult together despite their original unfamiliarity with each other, becoming mortal enemies of each other. This time, the Skywing clan will have to deal with the major forces of the Moonward clan and the old god cult, the old demon lord stated grimly after hearing Xia Fei's analysis of the situation. There'll be at least 5 law overlords if the 2 forces are combined. That's a big difference in strength between both sides. Chapter 805, The Greatly Suppressed Skywings. There'll be at least 5 law overlords if the two forces are combined. That's a big difference in strength between both sides, the old demon lord said somewhat worriedly. Xia Fei nodded. That is indeed a problem. When dealing with weeds, it's necessary to pull them out, roots and all. It seems like this saying holds plenty of merit. Oro barked, what's more to think? This is all due to your grand ancestor. No other clan out there can afford fighting things out. After all, the Moonward clan is a significant player among the god race and has its own connections above, too. It won't be easy getting rid of them, roots and all. Xia Fei understood what Oro meant. There was a saying that beating a dog depended on its master. At the intervention of the god race, the Skywings had managed to force the Moonward clan out of the Law realm, appearing to be cruel and unrelenting. However, when it came to pulling them out, roots and all, even the entire Law realm could not agree to such an arrangement. As he mulled over this, he saw Patriarch Xiaobayun push open the door of the study and stepped out in the open. The wolves of Skywing all got up and were rubbing their fists expectantly, ready to give a good fight. Xiaobayun did not say a word to this and merely indicated for Xia Fei to join him in the study. This was when the chubby Law Emperor Xia Ziwan and Xia Lanshan came stomping into the backyard all fiery and pissed off. The moment they crossed the threshold to the backyard, Xia Ziwan began bellowing in rage, to think someone would dare to steal from Xia City. It just so happened that they bumped into us too. Even the descendants in our household took part in fighting them back. Everyone was stunned. Xia City was the main settlement of the Skywing clan, and there were several tens of thousands young and old living there. Going by the rules of the Law realm, war was something between the experts, and the commoners in a clan should not be dragged into the fight. However, this time, the Moonward clan had actually not adhered to this rule and secretly assaulted Xia City, attacking the commoners. What treachery! Who did this? To have gutsily laid their hands on Xia City, what a blatant disregard for the rules. If we don't retaliate this time around, there's no way the Skywing clan can continue mingling in the Law realm anymore. Just a single statement elicited plenty of response from everyone around. The wolves of Skywing had been instigated. Violent killing intent surged rapidly in the Wind Garden, and the figurative flames in their eyes burned unceasingly. Xiaobayun was first shocked to learn this, but he soon asked, who's stationed in Xia City right now? Xia Ziwan answered, Xia Niu and Xia Ziobo are there. The two of us first came back to report to you. Xiaobayun nodded. We must hold on and mustn't lose our heads. Xia Tian, take some back with you to defend Xia City. Even if it's a blade of grass in our home, we won't let a single outsider set foot on it. The bespectacled Law Overlord Xia Tian accepted his orders and brought Xia Ziwan, Xia Meng, Xia Lanshan and 20 other Law Emperors through the spatial gate, stationing themselves in Xia City. Xiaobayun watched them leave and then turned around to address Xia Fei, follow me. I have something I need to ask you. Xiaobayun and Xia Fei were the only two in the study. As the person involved, Xia Fei and Xiaobayun shared what they had experienced, but Xia Fei did not mention a word about his search for the Law of Time. He merely mentioned how he had encountered someone purchasing the rending yang flame at an astronomical sum during an auction and how he had gotten curious, his investigations leading him to the exiled grounds. Meanwhile, Xiaobayun's encounter matched with what Xia Fei originally imagined. He had been led to a dilapidated old house today, and the moment he entered, 2 law overlords from the old god cult had him sandwiched, declaring that they wanted Xiaobayun to pay with his life. Though Xiaobayun was alone, he was still an accomplished warrior by his own right. He managed to injure one of the 2 law overlords over the exchange of a few blows. He ended up breaking his little finger because he overexerted himself, and that was when these old god cultists realized that they were facing against the Skywing clan. However, not only were they not cowed into backing down, they called a 3rd superior law overlord over to join them, instead. Thanks to his speed and after much effort, Xiaobayun had managed to escape. The fact that the opponent could call for a 3rd law overlord to surround him and that this was a premeditated ambush made him worry that there was a huge conspiracy afoot, so he hurriedly activated the demonic wing token, letting it become known to all Skywings that they were now in a state of war. Are you certain that it's the Moonward clan? Asked Xiaobayun gravely. Xia Fei nodded firmly. He began telling his analysis of the situation to Xiaobayun, of course only stating what needed to be stated and omitting the parts he should not mention appropriately. Xiaobayun let out a long sigh after hearing everything. He slammed a fist heavily on the table as he hissed harshly, I knew that it must be us or them with the Moonwards, but to think that they'd actually make a move on Xia City. That's just too much. Thinking for a bit, Xia Baiyun then said, I know that, though you're ranked 13th in our clan in terms of cultivation, you're likely not on par with Xia Tian in terms of combat prowess. Xia Fei did not comment on this. He had plenty of precious treasures to his name, having the holy beast Shatterstar, the immemorial mystical armament Peacock Blue, and the powerful assistance of the law of primal chaos. As such, Xia Fei would hardly feel threatened, unless his opponent was a law overlord in most situations. After a pause, Xia Baiyun added, that is why I have a very important task that I need you to accomplish. I am ready to receive the Patriarch's order, Xia Fei said solemnly as he gave a fisted salute. Our enemies are hidden in the dark, while we're out in the open. We have no clue about their true strength, either. We must protect carefully every inch of land we have, so I want you and Wei to station yourselves here in the Wind Garden, Xia Baiyun said. Xia Fei was startled. He had not expected the Patriarch to actually want him to guard their home. Was he not going to let him join the assault? Just as he was puzzled over this decision, Xia Baiyun patted Xia Fei lightly on his back. This is a very tough assignment. I need you to pretend to be cultivating here and let it seem like we are confident that Superior Law Overlord Xia Wei is more than capable to defend our home thanks to his high cultivation. Like this, the Wind Garden will become an obvious flaw, so there's a strong likelihood that the enemy will attack it in their attempt to break the cauldrons and sink the boat. Xia Fei understood now. Xia Baiyun wanted to use him as bait. After all, the Moonward clan's hatred toward Xia Fei ran deep. If they were given the chance, they would definitely not let him off the hook. Besides, the knowledge that Xia Fei had been promoted to a great law emperor while Furball, Peacock Blue and Blood Crystal had all improved, too, was not known to many. Take just now for an instance, the two Moonward law emperors had treated Xia Fei as the weakest law emperor in the Skywing clan, claiming that they would make short work out of him. This was hilarious, but that did prove Xia Fei's strength was very deceptive. No outsiders could ever imagine that, in the short span of a few months, Xia Fei had already skyrocketed into becoming the fourth great expert of the Skywing. Even the bespectacled law overlord Xia Tian may be unable to defeat him easily. The moment the Moonward clan launched an attack on the Wind Garden, they would come a realization that it was not just the superior law overlord Gilai guarding the place but also someone who had yet to reach law overlord but possessed the martial prowess of a law overlord, Xia Fei. This was as good as having two law overlords. All right, I understand. Xia Fei remarked with a raised eyebrow. Dragon Ascension Martial Hall. Super Law Overlord Feng could feel another headache coming on again. Aside from his trusted aide Busey, the other Law Overlords Salem, Karani and Dotzel were of other species, and they were all nonchalant about what was transpiring. It was no different from how they had been several months ago during the first war between the Moonward clan and the Skywing clan, except that the situation this time was something Feng could have never dreamed about and that it was the famed Skywings, the demon-sealing cursed blade of the Law Realm, being suppressed. It's the third day, and the Skywing clan has been ambushed for the 31st time, across the board. Though Xia City, which has Xia Baiyun and Xia Tian personally guarding it, hasn't suffered any losses, the 39 Law Emperors and 2 Law Overlords has been going at it without sleep for 72 hours at this point. That's hardly the solution. It won't bode well for them if this persists, for no matter how powerful they are as warriors, there's always a limit to their energy, Dotzel voiced, the only non-human Law Overlord that had any compassion toward humankind. From her tone, it was apparent that she was not siding with anyone and had merely calmly stated the facts regarding this new round of fighting between the Moonwards and Skywings. Dotzel added after a pause, the situation this time isn't like before. The ones mobilized are all Law Emperor and above, and there are at least 70 of them. In fact, they even have 5 Law Overlords participating, 2 of them are even Super Law Overlords. Be it in terms of quantity and quality, the Skywings are at an absolute disadvantage. Plus, the strategy that those people are employing is very diabolical. It's the typical ambush and harassment tactic. The goal is to keep the Skywing clan on their toes and their warriors tense. By only harassing and not engaging in extended battle, the Skywings will surely tire over time. The enemies can then use that opportunity to sound the horn for an all-out assault. Feng was quiet as he listened to Dotzel's analysis. It was not just the Skywing clan that had been relegated to a passive position this time around, even Feng had gotten clear orders from above not to intervene in this round of conflict. He simply could not make sense just what the reason might be for some major figures to let Skywing come under siege like this. That was when Busey spoke. There's still Super Law Overlord Gilai and Law Emperor Xia Fei staying in the Wind Garden. Even Xia Zonghai, who was usually stationed back at home, got transferred over to Xia City. It's rumored that Xia Fei has the potential to become a godwing. He's the future hope of the Skywing clan, so Xia Baiyun must be afraid of Xia Fei being harmed, so he had him sit this one out. Given how there have been so many attacks and general disturbance in Xia City, it's fairly dangerous. They can't continue like this. I wonder if the Law Enforcement Board has any sort of plan to resolve this conflict quickly, Busey said heavily. Qiuzhen Feng shook his head. That's impossible. The Law Enforcement Board also received strict orders from above like us, forbidding them from interfering. Everyone's expression changed. It was obvious that, though the Skywing clan was powerful, their enemy was even stronger this time. Could the god race be intending to let its demon-sealing cursed blade fend for itself? If that was truly the case, the only conclusion that could be drawn would be that the Lore Realm was truly a cruel and heartless place and that the past accomplishments of the Skywing clan meant nothing. Even if they did not have any accomplishment, they had at least worked hard for the sake of the god race. Salem, someone who usually did not speak much, suddenly let out a mirthless laugh. Since those upstairs don't want us to butt in, then there's no point for those of us in the Dragon Ascension Martial Hall to worry about this matter. We have no proof on whether the Moonward clan has had a hand in this matter. As for the Old God cult, they're determined to be mixed into this. The Old God cult is a favored religious organization by the Shas, and so this isn't just a conflict between two major clans but that between humans and the Shas. It's a fight between two sapient species. I heard that the people upstairs have already argued over this to the point of fraction, with 3 factions of humans forming. One supported the Skywings, another supported the Moonward clan, while the rest sat the matter out. Meanwhile, the Shas were all completely in support of the Old God cult. Don't think that the old monster of the Skywings is the only one who can summon the wind and call the rain. The Old God cult also has an old monster of its own, and he isn't someone easy to get along with. The atmosphere in the room became even more suffocating. What Salem had said was right, the forces at work behind this conflict was truly far too encompassing, and with the Old God cult joining in on this fight between the two human clans, it had escalated into an altercation between two species. It was as if the Moonward clan had already done their calculations and wanted to widen the scope of the war. There was no way to imagine in the past that the distinguished Skywing clan would be beleaguered by others. There was actually a day when the sharpest fiendish blade of the Lore Realm would be suppressed. Qiuzhen Feng heaved a long sigh and looked outside the window. It was already deep into the night, and the wind was blowing colder. Chapter 806, Level 4 Law of Primal Chaos. Suppressed. Utterly suppressed. Xia Fei felt that his entire person was about to explode. The anger raging in his chest like a growing inferno, which could not find an outlet, had been burning intensely this entire time. No one had expected that the distinguished Skywing clan would actually be so utterly suppressed by the Old God cult and Moonward clan. Xia City was in a state of alarm, while the topic of everyone's conversation in White Horse Constellation was the Skywings. There were rumors that the Skywings had been abandoned by the god race and were doomed to eradication this time. Defense. An endless defense. From time to time, they had to guard against the enemy's ambushes. Not just Xia Fei, all 40 Skywing Law Emperors were all tethering on insanity. How could defense be something that the members of the Skywing clan would partake in? According to their personality, they would rather die standing than live kneeling. Who dared to take a stab at Skywing would see a retaliation of 100 stabs. 1,000, even. Unfortunately, Patriarch Xia Baiyun and General Xia Tian ignored the wolves of Skywing's burgeoning intent to fight. Instead, they insisted on having most of their men stationed in Xia City, forcing all these raging souls and their inner demons to have ashen faces, almost going crazy from this passivity. Biding their time to strike created this immense pressure, which Xia Fei opted to direct into his cultivation. He hoped to sweat out the belly full of flames blazing strongly inside him. Otherwise, Xia Fei himself had no idea what he could do in their current predicament. This was a very strange state. Xia Fei's anger also made him feel very aggrieved, but at the same time, it gave him an explosive push in speed as he madly cultivated. These last 2 days, Xia Fei could very evidently feel that his law of speed and law of primal chaos were both on the brink of breakthroughs. Last night, Xia Fei had even managed to clock a speed of 200,080 meters per second. Unfortunately, he was still a sliver away from crossing the threshold that he could just not cross, causing the already very suffocating fire inside him to reach extreme heights of furiosity. Xia Zonghai would return to Wind Garden and stay for several hours every day, instructing him on the law of speed while also bringing him the latest news about the clan and Xia City. On the 5th day of the Skywings' defensive war, Xia Zonghai arrived timely. The moment he stepped into the training room, Xia Zonghai first let out a long exhalation. Skywing clan had already been going without sleep for 5 days and 5 nights. Their nerves were already wound tightly from having to defend from the enemy's sneak attacks that could come at any time. Xia Fei noticed that Xia Zonghai's complexion was darker and that he looked like he had gotten one waist size smaller. The number of wrinkles on his face was beginning to match his actual age, too, and anyone who saw this would feel worried seeing just how burdened he looked. Xia Fei approached Xia Zonghai with a sullen look, and when Xia Zonghai glanced at him, he simply waved his hand brusquely. Just keep cultivating on your own. I'm not in the mood to instruct you with anything today. You've got great potential, and you've already grasped the general idea behind it. All you need to do now is keep cultivating, and it'll only be a matter of time before you make a breakthrough. Xia Fei understood very well how Xia Zonghai was feeling right now. Was he not also so glum that he felt like he had been driven to the brink of madness? How's Xia City holding up? Xia Fei lit a cigarette and asked. Sigh. Yet another sigh as Xia Zonghai replied gravely, terrible. Just yesterday, there were 43 sneak raids in Xia City, and on average, that makes one every half an hour, day and night. Everyone in the clan who could help fight had already returned. Honestly, that's the first time I've seen so many people gather together, given how we, the Skywings, live our lives freely all across the known universe. I'm even bumping into those old faces whom I have seldom seen all these years. Xia Zonghai grimaced before he continued speaking. Still, what use is there even though everyone's back? Aren't we still being harassed to the point of vexation by the enemies? All of those people attack from great range, and there's simply no way for us to defend against them. You'll know if you head over to Xia City and look. It's in ruins now. Most of our clansmen have been huddled in the disaster shelters for 5 days and 5 nights, not once seeing a bit of sun. As for the warriors, we haven't closed our eyes even once in the past 120 hours, and due to all the frustration and anxiety we're feeling, a lot of our emotions are all over the place. I simply don't understand just what our patriarch is waiting for. If you ask me, who cares how powerful the other side is? Let's just fight it out first and sort the fallout later. How is this the style of us, Skywings, if we carry on like this? Xia Zonghai voiced his pent-up frustrations, while Xia Fei silently listened. He knew very well that Xia Zonghai needed to vent a little right now. The grueling defensive war they were engaging in had gone on for 5 days and 5 nights, and everyone had been suffering from being constantly put on the edge with already frayed nerves. This was a huge challenge for everybody. Perhaps the patriarch has his own ideas. Xia Fei consoled Xia Zonghai. I sure hope so. Xia Zonghai shrugged helplessly. Do you know? The enemies have 100 law emperors. Xia Fei was shocked as he asked, 100 law emperors? How come they have so many? The last time we went to war, the Moonward clan only had about 40 or so law emperors. As far as I know, the old god cult also only has 34 law emperors on their side. Where did they get the rest of the 20 or so law emperors from? Did they fall from the sky, or was there a third major force aside from the old god cult and Moonward clan? If the situation was truly as Xia Zonghai said, then they were in serious trouble. The Skywing clan merely had a total of 40 law emperors and 3 law overlords, and the highest cultivation belonged to the super law overlord Xia Wei, who had been strictly forbidden by the god race to take even a step out of the Wind Garden. If their enemies had gathered 100 law emperors, then who knew just how many law overlords they had on their side? Just from those that they knew from the Moonward clan would be the super law overlord Galson Ward and law overlord Ulsan Ward. From the old god cult, it would be super law overlord Su Kong and law overlord Su Jin and Su Xiang. That would make a total of 5 law overlords. The strength of their enemy was already twice that of the Skywings. At the moment, the Skywing clan was still defending, so even if they really launched a counterattack, it would definitely be a very demanding counterattack. This difficulty would far outstrip the war with Moonward clan the first time. Xia Zonghai shook his head. My fellow clansmen and I reckoned that if they didn't have such numbers, there'd be no way they could have kept the pressure with the constant attacks, all 24 hours. The two became silent for a good while. Things were not looking good, and it was as if a heavy stone was weighing down on the hearts of everyone. What people could not figure out was the attitude of Patriarch Xia Baiun. Solely defending like what they were currently doing would only exacerbate the situation as time passed by, while going all out might at least give them a chance at succeeding. There was no reason why he would not understand this point. Why did Xia Baiun insist that the wolves of Skywings just continued passively defending Xia City then? Xia Zonghai left after sharing a few words. Seeing that back of his look older with each passing day, Xia Fei clenched his fists in indignation. Oro, who had been silent this entire time, suddenly spoke. The situation may not be as dire as you imagined. The fact remains that you Skywings aren't the sort that only knows how to throw yourselves to death desperately, even resorting to crafty schemes and sinister plans many times. Xia Baiun has already proven this the last time. I think that the reason why he had the wolves of the Skywings hold down the fort in Xia City, not budging at all, is to formulate an even more decisive counterattack. Xia Fei's eyes shone. What the old demon lord had said was not too far-fetched. The pressure the warriors of the Skywing clan had been under these last few days was great, and such a pressure could depress someone, but it could also cause them to erupt. Forget others, if Xia Fei were to step outside right now, he would surely transform into a savage demon that killed every single being he saw. That was because he was already on the verge of exploding from the oppression. Currently, he was in urgent need to vent out the anger inside his chest. Could Xia Baiun be doing this on purpose, or could this be an order from the Grand Ancestor above? Xia Fei contemplated. Forget it. No matter what, I need to cultivate. I need to become stronger. Xia Fei's eyes glowed as he muttered to himself. On the sixth day, the harassment continued, and the oppression they felt practically did not let up. Xia Fei was sweating a storm in the training room, basically spending every waking moment of his time cultivating. Kaboom! A cloud of dust sprang as everything was turned upside down. Even Xia Fei had imagined that the first to break through would not be the law of speed but the law of primal chaos, instead. He had successfully attained level 4 law of primal chaos. A black fog hung around Xia Fei. When it dissipated, he opened his eyes, his irises glowing in excitement. Aside from the 6 great laws, the other laws all had 9 levels, and below level 4 was considered the primary rank, while the levels below 7 were considered intermediate ranks. Though his law of primal chaos had only increased by 1 level, the fact he had attained level 4 meant that he had seen a substantial improvement from primary rank to intermediate rank. At this point, Xia Fei had attained an intermediate mastery of the law of primal chaos, possessing an incomparable strength from before. Furball looked at Xia Fei in shock. As a holy beast that had keen perception, he could very distinctly sense how greatly Xia Fei had improved. The law of primal chaos was a superpower that had no equal, and every level difference was significant, not to mention the immense improvement from primary rank to intermediate rank. Furball was very crafty. When he realized that Xia Fei was even stronger than before, the first thing he did was make his way over and fawn on his master. He used his little pink tongue to lick the back of Xia Fei's hand. He knew that Xia Fei was in a decent mood right now. If it were 2 days ago, when Xia Fei had been feeling completely gloomy, Furball would hide far, far away from him. Patting Furball's small head a few times, Xia Fei tossed a grade 5 origin crystal to him, and the beast lay in his bosom and ate it with gusto, looking absolutely precocious as he ate. Finally reached level 4. This feeling isn't bad, Xia Fei muttered to himself, the corners of his lips cracking to form a slight smile. However, he soon turned solemn. That moment of happiness was fleeting. Given that the Skywing clan was in a state of crisis right now and that the entire clan was stuck in a quagmire difficult to get out of, Xia Fei felt not much joy in having successfully advanced. This was when he saw Xia Wei open the door to the training room and stride in. It was very strange, for Wei would usually not bother Xia Fei while he was cultivating, yet today, he had directly entered without so much as a word of warning. Meanwhile, his complexion looked to be much better than yesterday, acting all suspicious that caused Xia Fei's heart to tighten. The Patriarch wants you to take a trip over to Xia City at once, Wei stated firmly. Xia Fei was surprised as he hurriedly asked, head to Xia City? Is it to join everyone else, or are we perhaps mounting a counterattack? Xia Wei shook his head and mysteriously answered, I'm not too sure. You'll know once you arrive in the city. Xia Fei leaped to his feet and dashed out of the training room at his top speed. He activated the spatial gate and arrived in Xia City in the blink of an eye. He looked around him and saw that Xia City was in ruins, having been destroyed to such an extent of cruel devastation. Smoke billowed everywhere, a far cry from the bustling city that it had once been. Xia Fei's eyes went cold as he quickly made his way to the city center with clenched fists. He arrived, only to find 40 law emperors and 2 law overlords of Skywing already there. They watched Xia Fei arrive, and everyone gave him a slight nod, though not a single one said a word. The atmosphere was very abnormal, and Xia Fei could very clearly feel the demonic aura filling the surroundings. Xia Baiyun's expression was stern as he looked at the time. It was as if he was waiting for a certain moment to arrive. Chapter 807, The Fiendish Blade Unsheathed and the Lone Wolf. The wolves congregated, the elites of the Skywing clan all silently waiting. Meanwhile, Patriarch Xia Baiyun kept checking the time, almost as if he was waiting for a certain moment to arrive. Xia Fei realized that there was no longer any of the normal members of the clan in Xia City. Those who remained were warriors. Warriors with bloodshot eyes. Having evacuated all the normal members beforehand, he had no doubt in mind that this was definitely the clarion call to their counterattack. After being suppressed for 6 days and 6 nights, the Skywings, the demon-sealing fiendish blade of the Law Realm, was finally ready to unsheath itself once more. It was just a little after noon when the corners of Xia Baiyun's eyebrows suddenly twitched. His eyes then narrowed sharply. Zing! A spatial door had opened just beyond the crowd at this time. Law Overlord Xia Tian had used a sort of short-ranged, high-capacity spatial compass, which was to say that this door could allow plenty of people to pass through at once, and it was only limited in the distance traveled. Zing! Another spatial door opened on the other side, and Xia Baiyun gestured for everyone to split up. The warriors possessing Law Emperor cultivation and above passed through the one on the left, while the rest took the other. Xia Fei followed the wolves of Skywing through the door and found himself in a lush grass field. This planet was in the middle of summer, and many pretty little yellow flowers were in full bloom in this verdant field. It was too bad that none of the Skywing clan elites was in the mood to appreciate this beautiful scenery. They were nearly going crazy from the suppression. At this very moment, what they wanted the most was to vent a thorough venting. One that needed fresh blood in order to offset the unhappiness that they were feeling inside. Xia Fei looked around and noticed that everything was quiet on this planet. There was not a single foe around. He was puzzled, uncertain on why Xia Baiyun would bring them out here. Xia Baiyun cleared his throat and let out a loud bellow, an act that demonstrated his majesty as the alpha figure. No one spoke a word. Everyone merely readied themselves to pay attention to this holy. They saw him wave one arm as he swept his cold gaze across the crowd of law emperors that had gathered before him. He then addressed them in a deep yet slightly hoarse voice. I know that everyone has been through some great hardships recently. We, the Skywings, are now up against unprecedented and powerful foe. They're repeatedly doing sneak raids in Xia City, trying to tire us out through this war of attrition in order to drag us down. Unfortunately, they've forgotten something, and that's the Law Realm calls us the demon-sealing cursed blade for a reason. The word demon is even in it. Everyone believes that we, the Skywings, will suffer defeat this time, losing to those insignificant scoundrels. What a joke! Demonic aura surged to the sky. Xia Baiyun's words were practically what everyone had been thinking, and these wolves of Skywing had been on the verge of insanity from having to endure this despondency. They had been waiting for their patriarch to give such a speech. The elites of the Skywing clan could all feel intense fighting spirit permeating from each of them. Everyone held their heads high as they stared forward sternly. At this very moment, as long as Xia Baiyun gave the order, these Skywing law emperors would most definitely let loose fearsome war cries and charge into battle. It did not matter who their enemies were. They would all be torn into shreds. You all should have already guessed by now, this is the moment that we, the Skywings, will launch our counterattack. Xia Baiyun held an icy gaze as he solemnly announced. In these last 6 days, we've been enduring an unprecedented suppression, but everyone, all the hardships we've experienced this time haven't been for naught. We've already found out that, aside from the old god cult and Moonward clan, there's a third, unknown force included in those oppressing us, and it's none other than the other religious group of the Shas, the primordial sect. I'm sure everyone understands we haven't retaliated not because we couldn't do so but because we couldn't just blindly execute our counterattack. We must first lure out the enemies hiding in the shadows before eradicating them altogether. We won't be letting even a single one of them off. Xia Fei was stunned. The Skywings had never been an all-bronze and no-brains clan. Though they were crazy, it did not mean that they did not understand forbearance. This was actually the true goal for why they had been enduring everything these last 6 days. The Skywings were high-speed machines that kept wildly spinning in the Law Realm, searching for the ones manipulating all these happenings from behind the scenes and also those hidden conspirators. Now that everything about their enemies had been uncovered by the Skywings, all that was left to do would be to destroy them all, not letting even a single one off. Normally, religious groups were mutually exclusive to one another, but the old god cult and primordial sect were different, for these two major groups worshipped the same goddess of creation, with the primordial sect deemed the orthodox and the old god cult considered denomination. The existence of the primordial sect was somewhat a secret. Its numbers were few and lived lives of penance. Meanwhile, the old god cult gathered followers widely, which was why many knew about the latter, not knowing that it was an offshoot of the secretive primordial sect. This was akin to the relationship between father and son. Now that the son had been beaten up by the Skywings, the father, of course, had to step out and stand up for the son. Adding to the fact that the Moonward clan was the one pulling the strings from behind the scenes, the two religious groups had joined with it to go against the Skywing clan. No wonder the enemies were arrogant enough to surround and lay siege on Xia City. It turned out that there were three major forces mobilized against them. Roar! The wolves of the Skywing clan unleashed their inner demons, and the grass field they were in became filled with their frightening cries of outrage. Kill them all! Who cares what religion they belong to? Since they dared to provoke us Skywings, then they must be overthrown. Let's not tarry any more. Let us charge over and slay them all. I want to bring death to them. Make them breathe their last. Xia Ziwan's body of thick muscles and fat wobbled intensely as he barked this indignantly. The veins on his wrist became visible, making a horizontal motion across his throat. They had already done a thorough investigation of their enemies, so the next step would be to smash the two religious groups and that one clan. The wolves of Skywing clan were ravenous. Their desire to kill was at the peak. Completely unbridled. Xia Baiun looked at how these elite warriors from his clan reacted with great satisfaction as he shouted, "You're all wrong. We won't simply be killing them, we'll be killing them to the point of extinction. In 3 minutes' time, our grand ancestor from the god race will be joining us in this operation. The old man will begin a slaughter up there in the god race, so we mustn't falter, either. The plan for today is as follows: eradicate the Moonward clan. Eliminate the old god cult. Exterminate the primordial sect. Wipe out everyone from those two religious groups and that one clan for me. From today onward, not even a single blade of grass shall grow on their territory. That is our goal." Aura! What crazy and enjoyable targets! The law emperors of the Skywing clan seemed to have gone insane as well. They were all cheering loudly. Xia Fei was thunderstruck. It turned out that the 6 days of preparation was not just for them to know fully the identities of their foes but also to plan such a massive and explosive war of extermination. Even their grand ancestor, who was living with the god race, would be moving. The Skywing clan had pretty much dug deeply this time. Oro gulped as he exclaimed in astonishment, "Oh, my! That old maniac of your clan is rebelling against the Lore Realm." Xia Fei frowned. "Why do you say that? Think about it, those religious groups and Moonward clan should have ties to the god race, or else they wouldn't be able to protect their subordinates like this. The Skywings now plan to completely obliterate the people from those two religious groups and clan. It will most definitely be a bombshell from top to bottom. If anyone should be blamed, I'm afraid that it will be the Skywings, and you may no longer find a place in the Lore Realm after this," Oro said with a pale look on his face. He had been utterly shaken by the Skywing clan's decision. Not only would they eliminate all their enemies in the Lore Realm, even the grand ancestors of those three forces in the god race would also not be spared. This was extinction. An operation to surgically exterminate an entire species. This was when Patriarch Xia Baiun gestured for everyone to settle down before he loudly said, "The grand ancestor has spoken, we need to act quickly this time. That moment we departed from Xia City, the enemies have surely been thrown into a temporary panic, searching all over for our fellow clansmen. That's an opportunity. They'll soon see the wolves of the Skywing clan suddenly appearing behind their backs, stabbing them viciously with our daggers. The skies are vast and huge, but the rules of Skywing are the greatest. Our grand ancestor has instructed me repeatedly to do this, regardless of the cost. Forget about the consequences. Even if there are any, he won't care about it, either." This was what indifference meant. Xia Fei nearly started clapping upon hearing this. To repay grudge and kindness accordingly meant getting an eye for an eye. This was the real Skywing style. Their forbearance before was only to let them launch a more comprehensive retaliation. Nobody would have thought that the Skywing clan could throw such a thorough counterattack. To be so resolute. They wanted to wipe out the two religious groups and the clan from existence completely, not even letting a single blade of grass or a single tile off. These madmen of the Skywing clan simply did not care even if they were to end up being thrown out of the Law realm. The only thing they cared about was their own clan. The name of the Skywings was an honor, but it was even more so a great responsibility. Xia Fei suddenly realized that the word Skywing bore great weight. For their family and the benefit of the clan, the Skywings would be willing to take any and every risk. They had no qualms on finishing anyone who would threaten what they held dear. If God or Buddha stood in their way, they would fall all the same. Awesome! I've almost gone mad waiting for those words. Xia Zonghai's eyes were already red as he shouted this at the top of his lungs. Exterminate their entire clan! Exterminate their entire clan! The suppression they had experienced before brought forth an undeniable outburst. The demon-sealing cursed blade of the Law realm had really gone mad this time. Xia Fei balled up his fists until his knuckles turned white, and his demonic aura exploded, too. There was no need to hide anything at this point in time. Xia Fei hid things deeper than anyone else when it was time to do so, and when it was time to go crazy, Xia Fei would surely explode with his inner demon without any restraints. He would fight to the death. The bespectacled Law Overlord Xia Tian swiftly arrived at Xia Fei's side. It was unknown when he had taken off his spectacles, but he was now revealing those blood-red eyes of his that no one dared to meet straight on. I'd like to talk to you about the wolf pack formation, Xia Tian rumbled. Xia Fei had witnessed the wolf pack formation before. During the last war with the Moonward clan, the wolf pack formation was what had made it possible to take the life of Law Overlord Wit Yued. That insane speed and sharpness was practically unparalleled. Xia Fei was hugely impacted by it after witnessing that scene. Xia Fei chuckled bitterly as he said, trying to integrate me into the wolf pack formation only at this juncture might be a little too late, I'm afraid that I won't be able to do it. In truth, Xia Fei admired the Skywings wolf pack formation greatly. That speed and coordination they displayed was practically flawless. He very much wished to fight side by side with his fellow clansmen, too. Unfortunately, they were preparing to start the war in just a minute's time. For Xia Tian to mention the formation now, even if Xia Fei was a man of outstanding talent, there was no way he could learn and master it in such a short time. After all, strong tacit understanding and coordination among the members of the clan was required for the formation to work. Xia Fei had just familiarized himself with the faces of the 40 Skywing Law Emperors, so coordination was far from achievable. What are you even thinking about? The wolf pack formation is something that needs to be taught from young, so of course it will be too late for you to start now, Xia Tian said. That's why you must be the lone wolf of our wolf pack formation. Lone wolf? Xia Fei asked in mild surprise. That's right. Lone wolf. You'll be roaming outside the formation, acting arbitrarily, shattering the enemy's defenses in order to create opportunities for the other members of the clans. I know that this is very tough, but I believe that you'll make a good lone wolf. That's something you're more than capable of doing. Xia Tian's eyes sparkled with conviction. Honestly, the wolf pack formation of the Skywing clan has never once had a designation for a lone wolf, so you'll be the first. Chapter 808, Extermination. Honestly, the wolf pack formation of the Skywing clan has never once had a designation for a lone wolf, so you'll be the first. Xia Tian said firmly. After all, Xia Fei had joined the Skywing clan a bit late. He was truly unfamiliar with the wolf pack formation. Furthermore, he had the ability to act solo, so Xia Baiyun and Xia Tian had decided to just let Xia Fei run freely as the lone wolf. Perhaps he would be able to achieve some inconceivable effect on their war efforts. The Skywings knew a bit about the various treasures that Xia Fei wielded. Be it Furball or Peacock Blue, either could be considered to be exceptional, not to mention that his blood crystal was a wicked dagger that would make people shudder when they saw it in action. Xia Fei could not be more compatible with this role, which allowed him to be the guerrilla attacker separate from the main body. Besides, Xia Fei was quick-witted, his observational, analytical, and decision-making abilities were all top-notch, too. All these were very crucial traits that a guerrilla attacker needed. Xia Fei nodded to Xia Tian. Don't worry. I'll give it my all. Whoosh. The agreed-upon time had finally arrived, and the spatial doors opened, suddenly and loudly. The wolves of the Skywing clan were on the move. There was a large warship drifting in the dark and murky backdrop of space beyond the Law realm. This sort of warship was common in the Law realm, as practically any large clan would have at least one, with the only difference merely being their tiers. This warship was as big as a planet, its flat and rounded hull akin to a huge flying disc sailing through the stars. A transparent energy protective barrier contained the air within while warding off comets and meteors from crashing into the ship. Within the protective barrier were deserts, grasslands, rivers and oceans, as well as the many cities dotting the landscape. The warship was equipped with an extremely advanced system that could create moisture, air, and soil, everything necessary for sapient life forms to survive and flourish. If someone was not standing out in space, they would definitely be convinced that this was a living and breathing planet, for the environments within mimicked the real thing too closely. There was even a sun and a moon to create a day and night cycle. This warship was the present residence of the Moonward clan. Because they had been driven out of White Horse constellation, the members of the clan had no choice but to leave their native home and temporarily live on board this enormous warship. In the warship's control deck, Ward stood with a pleased smile on his face. He was the commander of the warship, and as someone in the know, knew very well that their clan elites had all been sent out in force to deal with the most fiendish blade in the Lore realm. At the moment, what Ent had to do was ensure the safety of the people in the clan during this critical moment and avoid unnecessary losses. Toward this end, Ent was not too concerned. He believed that, since the formidable Moonwards had combined its strength with the two major religions of the Shas, there would be no way for the Skywings to deal with them and that his clan would surely emerge victorious from this war. These previous 6 days had proven his speculation, too. The Skywing clan had been utterly suppressed in Xia City, barely having the strength to retaliate. Who knows what their patriarch is even doing? Consecutively besieging Xia City for the last 6 days, I'm sure even the patriarch and the others are feeling quite tired, his deputy, Ward, mused. Ent chuckled breezily as he replied darkly, I have no idea about their patriarch and whatnot, but I do know that the Skywings must already be too busy to the point of exhaustion at this point. Never in their wildest dreams did they imagine that it's not 1 or 2 clans besieging them but 3 major forces, instead. In no time, the Skywings will descend into terrified panic due to the mixture of exhaustion and anxiety, and the moment this sets in, they'll begin to make mistakes, and that's the moment we've been waiting for. Ha 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 ha. Ent and Jiz burst into raucous laughter, sounding very arrogant. It seemed to them that the elimination of the Skywing clan was all but certain. Change our position in 10 minutes' time, Ent said. Jiz furrowed his brows. Is there a need? The Skywings are presently under severe suppression, where will they even get the time or energy to care about us? Besides, the people of the Skywing clan are considered righteous, they shouldn't be attacking us since we're just commoners. Ent shook his head lightly. It's our patriarch's orders to change the position hourly. If I were him, I wouldn't even give the Skywings an ounce of concern. They're just a bunch of fools, we're clearly at war, yet they still uphold righteousness. They'll surely let the members of our clan off, while we have no problems flattening Xia City. Ha 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 ha. Yet another burst of sinister laughter. The Moonward clan's upper hand in battle was making them become more brazen, completely rejecting the idea that the Skywings had the ability to launch a counterattack under the suppression from 3 forces. Suddenly, just as these 2 men were laughing, the stars had abruptly turned unstable. A rippling wave began to undulate right above the Moonward clan's warship. It was as if something was trying to break out of the very universe, breaking out of the sea of stars. Crap! There's a warship! There's a warship heading right in this direction. It'll collide with our ship if they continue on the same path, barked the radar operations officer on the control deck in alarm, his eyes nearly falling out of their sockets in his disbelief. This was completely unconventional. The direction of this warship was dashing through the stars toward their present coordinates, and it did not appear to be taking any evasive maneuver. It seemed like it was intentionally planning to collide with them. Ward was stunned as he yelled, "Don't panic! We are on board a B-tier composite warship of the Lore realm. Our defensive rating is extremely high that no normal warship can pose a threat to us. Even if we do collide with that incoming ship, they'll just end up killing themselves." At this time, they could already see half the head of this warship appearing. All they saw was a gigantic black warship's hull taking an axe-shaped form. A pair of dark cannon barrels, which seemed like a pair of evil eyes, poked out from the bow of the warship, staring deathly down on the Moonward warship. This super-tier warship that the Moonward clan was proud of, able to harbor a capacity in the millions for the entire clan, was nothing compared to this gigantic warship. Not only did they lose to this newcomer in terms of size, even its shape was not as threatening as the other. This black warship was like a sharpened axe head, dashing straight ahead for collision. After exiting its wormhole and without even a second to spare, it began charging right to the round-shaped Moonward warship. Ent's face went pale. Smacking his 2 hands audibly on the thick viewing glass, he yelled, "That's the Mountain Breaker Diabolist. The elite A-tier warship of the Skywing clan. Hasn't it been scrapped?" Sweat the size of soybeans kept flowing from his forehead. Given what he was seeing before him now, it was apparent that the retaliation of the Skywings was already in full swing without any fanfare. Righteousness was only something that the Skywings talked about when it was time to do so. They would transform to become the most unreasonable lunatics in the lower realm when they had no wish to talk about it. Who cared that they were just the commoners of the clan? At the moment, each and everyone was now seen as an enemy by the Skywings. They must be exterminated, and not one would be spared. Kaboom! It was as if a huge axe had come cleaving down on them. Mountain Breaker Diabolist used its sharp and sturdy bow to ram straight into the hull of the moonward warship. A conflagration erupted in the darkness of space, and it illuminated everything in the surroundings. This was a confrontation between a warship and another warship, and it was not in the slightest bit fair. The Moonward clan had their B-tier clan fortress, but the Skywing clan was using an A-tier universal warship. The two had an entire tier of difference. Even their uses differed from each other. The clan fortress was a composite warship used to carry people, while the Mountain Breaker Diabolist was a true universal warship. It had no other function aside from combat and war. Why would anyone scrap such a gigantic universal warship like the Mountain Breaker Diabolist? That was impossible. It had merely been a farce, so as to entice their enemies who were lying in wait. Warships had constantly been suppressed ever since the spatial traversal technique was discovered, and it had been a very long time since the Mountain Breaker Diabolist was mobilized. However, the very first flight it took after all these years of inactivity had directly taken millions of moonward lives. It used its most cruel method to crush the enemies without firing a single shot. The precision that the Skywing clan demonstrated could definitely be described as surgical. Just as the gigantic universal warship Mountain Breaker Diabolist came speeding out from its wormhole, 40 Law Emperors, as well as 2 Law Overlords, of the clan formed a wolf pack and charged to the Xia territory at the very same second. Skywing's business, the uninvolved can FCK off. Facing the Xia civilians, who had no idea what was going on, the Skywings yelled their signature cry in unison, to an explosive effect. Skywings! Skywings! Did I hear correctly? Why are the humans demon-sealing fiendish blade here in the Xia territory? There were few who stuck around and wondered. Most already began scrambling to flee after hearing the word Skywing. Though this was Xia territory, just like the humans, hearing the word Skywing had an effect like lightning to the ears. This truly worked everywhere. Xia Baiun pointed to the huge castle in the center of the city as he shouted, "That's the primordial sect's lair. I want everyone inside dead. Leave nothing untouched and no one alive." Unruly to the point of unreasonableness. The Skywing clan completely did not care that the two major religious groups of the Xias had only fallen victims to Moonward's scheme. Anyone who fought with the Skywings was an enemy. There was nothing to understand, nor was there any need for a reason. They would just decimate their ranks and call it a day. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Black figures charged into that ancient city one after another. A capable man could find success living in the wilds, but an extraordinary man thrived living in the city. Xia Fei never could have imagined that the nest of the primordial sect would actually be situated in a bustling city. However, that did not matter, for even if it was located at the end of the world, the result would still be all the same. The wolves of the Skywing clan were not vegetarians, so now that their inner demons had completely been released, what they yearned for was fresh blood from this cult. All the elites of the primordial sect had joined the troops that were besieging Xia City, and so there were hardly any experts stationed inside. The wolves of the Skywing clan directly charged into that old castle and began their mad slaughter. As a group of speedsters, how much time did the Skywings need to eradicate all 7,000 followers of the primordial sect? The answer was 5 seconds. In just 5 seconds, not a single being remained breathing in the castle of the primordial sect. The law of speed was simply that fierce. Each and every figure shuttled through like a bolt of lightning, leaving corpses in their wake. Their kills' collective blood flowed to form rivers. It was too fast. Simply too quick. The Skywings were like killing machines running at high speed, and the moment they made their move, it took them just 5 seconds to wash the primordial sect in blood. Zib. These ghost-like figures completed their task in the blink of an eye and returned to their patriarch's side. Meanwhile, Xia Baiun and Xia Tian had not even made their move yet. Just 7,000 people were not enough for the 40 Law Emperors to consider as warm-up. Only people who had faced the craziness of high-speed warriors could understand just how terrifying this clan of speedsters was. Such a level of slaughter was hardly even worth mentioning. Wipe them all out. Leave none alive. The wolves of the Skywing clan yelled at the top of their lungs. Xia Baiun slightly nodded his head and suddenly raised his two hands, conjuring a large hand that was even larger than the primordial sex castle. This was the power of the law of space. The Skywing clan was not only famous for its law of speed but also its cultivation of the law of space. The giant hand was like a cannon that immediately came slamming down once raised. Boom! The compressed force of the law of space instantly turned the ancient castle into ruins. The law force exerted from this attack dug into the ground, several kilometers deep. The location of the primordial sex castle was now just a sinkhole. Not a tile or a pebble remained. Remember, I don't just want them eradicated, I want not a single tile to remain intact. Xia Baiun said with a solemn expression on his face. The wolves of the Skywing clan were stunned. Their eyes glowed intensely with vigor. Understood. Not a single tile will remain. A bellow rang through the sky as their demonic aura broke through. Xia Fei gritted his teeth. 2 religious groups and 1 clan were being exterminated in the time it took to blink. Next would be the fight against the over 100 law emperors and stronger elites. 40 law emperors versus 100 law emperors. The real battle began from here on out. Chapter 809, The Skywing's Blatant Stratagem. God Race, in a dimly lit hall. Only a spot near the entrance was being illuminated by a beam of sunlight, while the rest of the space was shrouded in darkness. 2 rows of people were seated on the left and right. Old Sai happened to sit at the lowest part of the sunlight. The dozen or so men could only see themselves and no one else. Xia Fei had witnessed Old Sai's prowess himself. Not only was he able to cover the sky with one hand, even the old demon lord hidden in his spatial ring could not avoid detection from his keen eyes. Furthermore, he was quite well acquainted with Oro, who was the emperor of the Lionhearts and the demon race's black-armored war god. Thus, Sai's status and cultivation was definitely significant. However, among this gathering of unfathomable yet significant people, he was actually ranked last. It was simply hard to imagine just what shocking levels of cultivation the others attained to have reached the impossible heights that they were currently in. Cough cough. Someone coughed twice in the darkness before speaking in a brooding voice. We need to suppress the Skywings this time, that fiendish blade has been too unruly. Too unreasonable. We should occasionally nick their sharpness so that they will better serve our uses, or else if we allow them to continue developing in this way, perhaps even those old wretches will have trouble keeping them in check. Another voice followed closely after. There's logic in your statement. The Skywings have always been incisive, they're a powerful weapon of the god race and, even more so, the pride of us humans, but they sometimes don't differentiate between friend and foe, nor do they understand the meaning of sacrifice. We're all warlords of the god race, so why is it that my clansmen can be sacrificed, but we can't touch any of the Skywings at all? Old Sai frowned. He spoke with slight dissatisfaction. You can't phrase it like that. It's not as if that old monster of the Skywing clan is untouchable, it's more like no one dares to touch him, since everyone who has touched him are all dead now. Occasionally, those who didn't dead got crippled, instead, just like what happened to the Moonward clan. The people were silent for a good while. Sai's words were right on the money. Everyone was well aware of the demon-sealing fiendish blade's prowess. There were some who complained, but few actually dared to make a move against them. Humph. In any case, in this conflict between the Skywings, Moonwards, and Old God Cult as well as Primordial Sect this time, we won't be siding with anyone. Isn't the Skywing clan really powerful? That the demon-sealing fiendish blade's sharpness is unmatched? Then let those undying old coots deal with them. This voice was even deeper, laced with a discernible discontent. This isn't just me. It appears to be those old wretches' intention, too. At the moment, there's a strict order to both the Law Enforcement Board and Dragon Ascension Marshal Hall, disallowing them from interfering with this matter. I really want to see just how the Skywing clan will clean up this mess. Yet another bout of silence. Sai pursed his lips. He actually favored the old monster of the Skywing clan, but since there were strict orders from the top, he could not just interfere, either. All of a sudden. Whiz! A figure appeared outside the Great Hall, who then immediately dropped to his one knee and bowed without another word. They've begun fighting. They've begun fighting, said this person in a measure of panic, an obvious trembling in his voice. Speak clearly, who has begun fighting with whom?" asked that brooding voice. "The Skywings are fighting with the Moonwards, old god cult, and primordial sect." Everyone was astonished before someone hurriedly asked, "Give us the details. Just who has the Skywings started fighting against?" "All of them." "What? You're telling me that the Skywings have attacked the Moonward clan, old god cult, and the primordial sect all at the same time?" "That's right. The Grand Ancestor of the Skywing clan sprang an undeclared war and directly led his people to go on a killing spree. There's ample evidence that the old man isn't just picking anyone but wants to eliminate the Moonwards, old god cultists, and primordial altogether. He's insane. That old lunatic has really gone insane. 1 against 3, and at the same time. Isn't that a bit too much?" The hall erupted into chatter. This news was undoubtedly earth-shattering, but this was also the Skywing clan they were talking about. It was something no one present would dare to do if they were in their shoes. For a moment, everyone felt vexed, uncertain on what they should do. The Skywings had exploded so swiftly and with such intensity that went beyond anyone's expectations. Before this, even the Madyuan clan had not imagined that the Skywings would really engage in a war of 1 against 3. Unfortunately, this was only the beginning. Whoosh 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 whoosh. 4 figures arrived outside the Great Hall, almost at the same time, kneeling in unison. From their attires, it was easy to tell that they were the scouts in charge of bringing in reports. 4 mouths opened at the same time, and what they said nearly caused all these elders to vomit blood. "Report: the Skywing clan mobilized its ancient warship, the Mountain Breaker Diabolist, and directly engaged the Moonward clan's ancient-era composite warship, Longstar, turning the Longstar into slag. All 13,600,000 men of the Moonward clan have been annihilated. Report: the 40 Skywing Law Emperors, including Patriarch Xia Baiun and Pack Leader Xia Tian, have barged into the Sha territory, reducing the residents of the primordial sect in Enlightenment City into a sinkhole. The followers who were in the primordial sect at that time, all 7,105, all died. Report: the Skywing's Grand Ancestor took less than 15 seconds to level the main shrine found in the God Race territory. The head of the old god cult Su Ling was unable to react in time and died. The old god cult is done for. Report: the Skywings have gone straight for the primordial sect's main shrine after dealing with the old god cult and have begun fighting by this time. Shock. A chill ran down their spines and filled their hearts. The Skywings sure lived up to their name as the super-speed clan that could traverse the 9 heavens and Milky Way with a beat of their wings. Even their enemies did not have the chance to retaliate at all the moment they acted. Before anyone could even react to this shocking news and realize what was going on with the first one, the old monster of the Skywing clan had already finished off the old god sect and was now making a beeline for the home of their second enemy, the primordial sect. In the lower realm, the wolves of the Skywing clan were not being courteous as well. They had simultaneously annihilated the Moonward clan, old god cult, and primordial sect, forcing the 2 religious groups and 1 clan's 100 law emperors to form a coalition army. Everything that had happened occurred in just 1 minute. It was an incomprehensible demonstration of speed. Never mind not actually daring to, even if others did, they could not have accomplished this series of feats of the Skywings. Whoosh! A 5th scout came running over, kneeling before crying, "Report: we've already completed our investigation. The remaining forces of the Moonward, Old God, Primordial, all 2 religious groups and 1 clan, are just the coalition army of the 107 Law Emperor and 6 Law Overlords. Everyone else has died. Those followers and clansmen, who are scattered in various locations, are also in the process of being hunted down by a team of Skywing warriors below Law Emperor cultivation. Presently, the Skywings have already blocked off the coalition army in the Floating Star Valley, and a pitched battle has already begun." It was yet another bout of awkward silence that left everyone speechless. With how things had transpired, perhaps even if a god were to descend, there would be no stopping of what was happening now. Their goal was to slaughter all their enemies. The Skywings were determined to ensure the extinction of all foe. The Skywing clan is simply acting too recklessly. If those old wretches look into the matter, even though they are the Skywings, there's no way for them to withstand the rage of those old coots. That's right. This matter involves the Sha's 2 major religious groups. It may even cause a war between us, humans, and the Shas. In the ensuing clamor after hearing the news, someone condemned the Skywings' actions. Everyone present knew just how unruly the Skywing clan could be, but it was just that they refrained from saying a word out of respect for that clan's old monster. It's no use. An elder sitting in the innermost part of the hall finally spoke. His voice rung deep like the evening bell, a voice betraying the age of the man. Everyone stopped talking the moment he spoke. They listened intently, seemingly not one daring to show displeasure to him. As long as the Skywings can finish off the Moonward clan, Old God cult, and the primordial sect in the shortest time span, I dare to gamble with my head that no one will bother investigating this matter. Everyone gasped in shock once more as they asked, just what reason is that? Are saying that those millions of lives lost mean nothing? No way. Didn't those old wretches wish to pressure the Skywings a little? The elder chuckled softly before continuing to speak. You're right. Those old wretches want us to pressure the Skywings a little, but why would they ever give up their sharpest fiendish blade? You guys think that the Skywings are being outrageous, usually acting all arrogant, not something smart people will conduct themselves. But... The elder intentionally placed emphasis on the word. You're all wrong. Out of all the humans, the Skywings are the smartest and most cunning. Many among those gathered wrinkled their brows, seemingly not agreeing with this statement, not believing that the Skywings were very smart. The elder got up, sweeping his gaze across them all before sighing. All of you, think carefully. No matter how fiendish the Skywings can be, they're still a powerful force in the God race, having contributed plenty to our war efforts. The moment these two religious groups and one clan get utterly wiped out, how will those old wretches be willing to dull this fiendish blade of theirs? That's right. If they can wipe out three forces at once, those old wretches will be doing nothing more than self-inflicting even greater harm to themselves by punishing the Skywings afterward. They'll basically lose four major forces at one go. As such, they'll at most give a verbal warning to the Skywings, not going to the extent of touching them. After all, everyone knows just how hard-headed that clan can be, nothing is off the cards once they're driven into a corner. The elder lightly nodded. That's an astute observation. Since they're all going to be eliminated, anyway, with no one left to grieve over them, will any outsider really go out on a limb just to cry injustice for them? Besides, this fiendish blade has just proven how sharp it is. Who would dare to provoke them after this display of might? Today's war shall allow the Skywing clan to completely cement its position as an unshakable force for the next hundreds of years. Not only are the Skywings weeding out all potential enemies from the roots, they're also displaying majesty in this one war. Eliminating their enemies, consolidating their position, killing countless people, and retreating without incurring losses. Even those undying old coots won't want to make things difficult for them. Sure enough, the Skywings have pulled a fast one over us and even those old wretches. They're truly clever and sinister, another voice exclaimed. Sweat flowed freely down everyone's back after hearing all these. They suddenly realized that the Skywings did not dabble in secret schemes but blatant stratagems, instead. The Skywing clan was forcibly devouring the two religious groups in one clan, and they would even cull everyone into obediently shutting up after successfully pulling it off. They had evidently calculated everything right down to the littlest detail. They had practically taken advantage of everyone, top down. It was a meal where they did not even spit the bones out. Don't think too much. The Skywings are able to pull off such a blatant stratagem, but we can't do the same. Let's just allow them to do whatever they please, and we'll just watch from the sidelines, said the elder solemnly with a heavy sigh. Why can't we learn it? Are you saying that we're all weaker than the Skywings? Someone asked, unreconciled with the fact. The elder chuckled softly and pointed right at that man's nose. Even if you do the same tactic as the Skywings, will you have the guts to go against three all by yourself? Do you dare to defy the very will of the heavens? Do you dare to risk incurring the wrath of the entire God race? Everyone present sweated profusely after hearing those words, not daring to interject any longer. After a pause, the elder continued to speak. I remember that undying old coot of the Skywing clan once saying, we, the Skywings, are staying with the God race, not selling our lives to them. Chapter 810, A Fatal Mistake. In Floating Star Valley, the Skywing wolves surrounded the temporary camp formed by the two religions and one clan. They projected two giant screens, upon which the destruction of the Moonward clan and the primordial sect was broadcasted. The bright star. Heavens! The bright star has been obliterated. Son! My son! You died a terrible death. I swear to eliminate the Skywings or die. I must avenge my family. The scenes being played were so realistic and gruesome that all the Moonward elites felt like they were being struck by lightning. After a momentary daze, they all went insane. No one had expected the Skywing clan's counterattack to be so cruel. They had completely ignored the Law Realm's rule not to harm ordinary clan members. With overwhelming power, they had snatched away the lives of more than 10 million moonwards. The entire process had taken a little more than 10 seconds. Nonetheless, the Moonward clan had brought all this on themselves. They had attacked the Skywing clan's Xia city first. Thus, if the Skywings did not repay it 100-fold, they would not be called the Skywings. Rules? When had the Skywings ever cared about such things? They were forced to watch the space be littered with corpses and debris, as their clan's supersized warship was destroyed. The Moonward clan Law Emperors bellowed in fury and sorrow, their faces twisting and contorting. This was exactly what the Skywing clan wanted. When the gods wanted death, they would first drive one to madness. The Skywings were no gods, but they were also capable of driving their foes into panic and madness. Superior Law Overlord Galson Ward paled. He knew very well that this was a plot by the Skywings. Before battle, they first applied enormous psychological pressure, mentally breaking the Moonward clan. The Moonward Law Emperors around him were crazily howling, cursing the cruelty of the Skywings. It seemed like the video had provoked their will to fight. This was exactly what made the Skywings so smart. Two factions fighting was different from two warriors dueling. Just the lack of fear for death was not enough to win. When it came to a fight between two groups of comparable strength, what mattered was formations and tactics, and in this, the Skywings were undoubtedly specialists. The wolf pack formation possessed incredible power, capable of both attacking and defending. When paired with the incomparable advantage in speed that the Skywing wolf pack possessed, there was no beating them unless one had several times their strength. "Brothers, fight to the death with the Skywings," someone shouted. The Moonward elites, who were already overcome with extreme grief and anger, madly howled, blindly charging out of their camp and into the distant Skywing clan formation. They were walking right into the Skywings' trap. This small group wanted to charge into the Skywing wolf pack formation? This was seeking destruction. "Everyone, stop right now!" Galson Ward bellowed. Alas, the vast majority of the Moonward warriors had already gone mad and were no longer listening to the orders from their patriarch. Some of them followed Galson Ward's order and stopped, but the others heedlessly tried to fight to the death with the Skywings. The situation was even better than the Skywings had anticipated. If all of them had charged, they might have posed a little threat, but only a dozen or so of them blindly charging in was no threat at all. Xia Baiun looked grimly at the handful of Moonward Law Emperors charging at them. He waved his hand, and with a whoosh, the Skywings wolves vanished. When they appeared next, the wolf pack formation had been formed. There were only a little more than a dozen Law Emperors. It was not even worth worrying about for the 40 Skywing Law Emperors. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. They approached like ghosts, killing anyone that got close. As a lone wolf, Xia Fei did not join the formation. Instead, he wandered around the perimeter, observing and analyzing the battle, seeking suitable points of entry or isolated enemies. "Strange. The old god cult and Moonward clan are both here, but I don't see anyone from the primordial sect." Xia Fei noted in surprise. He muttered, "Where are they?" The White Horse constellation, the Wind Garden. The Skywing wolf pack was gone, leaving behind Xia Wei, also known as Superior Law Overlord Gu Li, to guard it. Xia Wei imposingly stood in the front yard. There was a teapot in his hand, which he occasionally took a sip from. When one man stood at the pass, 10,000 men would never be able to get through. This was the sort of aura Xia Wei exuded. It was as if he were holding a nuclear bomb, not a teapot, in his hand, one that could explode at any moment. Wei dropped his head to look at the time. Half a minute had passed since the Skywings made their counterattack. As one of the few clans in the Law Realm renowned for speed, the Skywings measured their attack time in seconds rather than in minutes or hours. With their super speed, the Skywings could create massive shockwaves on the battlefield with every passing second. This sort of frantic pace and the swift and mechanical precision was the thing that no other clan could ever imagine. The Skywing clan was like a race car that could travel at light speed. Once it was activated, a savage metallic behemoth would crush all enemies in its path. Xia Wei was very familiar with the high-speed crushing offensive of the Skywing wolf pack. He only needed to hold out in the Wind Garden for about 15 minutes. By which time, the battle would be over. Suddenly, there was unexpected development. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The surrounding roofs had suddenly become packed with people, 33 in total. These were believers of the primordial sect. 32 Law Emperors and 1 Law Overlord. It was quite the coincidence. The moment the Skywings had withdrawn from Xia City, they had split into 3 groups, aiming to crush the 2 religions and 1 clan. At the same time, there had been a split of opinions in the coalition camp. The Moonwards and Old God Cult had felt that holding their base was the best option, waiting until they got more news to make their plan. As for the Primordial Sect, they felt that this was an excellent opportunity to make an attack on the Wind Garden. After all, Xia City was connected to the Wind Garden via a spatial gate. Since the Skywing Wolf Pack had left Xia City but had not returned to the Wind Garden, this meant that the most efficient path to the Wind Garden had been severed. If they attacked the Wind Garden at this time, they could definitely catch the Skywings off guard. The key was speed. There could be no delay. The Primordial Sect's leader, Modo, was an extremely reckless person. He had never before met or interacted with the Skywings before, so he had no idea of their power. In his eyes, the only guard of the Wind Garden was Superior Law Overlord Guli, while his coalition had 2 Superior Law Overlords. Any random force could flatten the Wind Garden. Alas, both the Moonwards and Old God cultists had suffered at the hands of the Skywings before, so they felt that sticking together gave them more of an advantage. They disagreed with Modo's rash plan and refused to send troops to assault the Wind Garden. Primordial Sect leader Modo left in a huff, taking his 32 Law Emperors to the White Horse constellation. Unfortunately, right after he left, the Skywing Wolf Pack assaulted Floating Star Valley. Xia Fei was startled. It was easy to see from their appearances that these people were not human. Thus, they were either from the Old God Cult or the Primordial Sect. They could have come here for only one thing: attack the Wind Garden. Level 4 Law Overlord Modo was black, and his head was completely bald. Many years of cultivation and monotonous worship to his god had left him a man of few words, his face like a cast of black iron. As he stood on the roof, he showed no emotion on his face. His eyes suddenly chilled and then he raised his hand to order the attack. Suddenly, the spatial compass in his bosom beeped, the intense vibration clearly communicating that this was an emergency signal. Modo quickly took out his spatial compass and glanced at it. He saw that Galson Ward had sent a message, saying that the Skywing Wolf Pack had attacked right after he left. He needed to come back with his men immediately. That was quick. Modo scowled. As someone who had never interacted with the Skywings before, he was unfamiliar with their frenzied speed. Modo thought that he was already moving very fast, unaware that the Skywings were even faster. In less than a minute and a half, the Skywings had already finished exterminating the Moonward clan and the Old God Cult. The next step was to exterminate their coalition army. At this time, Modo had chosen to leave with his troops, essentially creating an opportunity for the Skywings, committing a fatal mistake. Although Modo was rather rash, he understood what was more important. He knew that the coalition army only had a chance if it was united. Only then could it hold out against the vicious counterattack of the Skywings. He needed to give up on his plan to attack the Wind Garden and return immediately to Floating Star Valley. If the Moonwards and Old God cultists were wiped out, he would find it impossible to hold out by himself. Hurry! Return to the Floating Star Valley, Modo said, his face pale. He did not care that he was still standing on the roof of the Wind Garden as he bellowed. Go back! Leader, we just got to the Wind Garden. We should kill this old man and flatten the Wind Garden first. That's right. It won't take long at all. The Primordial Sect had no idea that the situation was so dire. They all pleaded with Modo, wanting to kill Xia Fei and flatten the Wind Garden. Modo got so angry his face started changing color as he urgently said, the Skywings are already attacking the coalition camp. It's all over if we don't go back. The Primordial Sect believers were stunned. They had not imagined that the Skywings would move this quickly. Suddenly, the silent Xia Fei had gone crazy. Boom! Violent killing energy spilled out. All of the White Horse constellation shook. Wei was keenly aware that the Skywing Wolf Pack had to confront 107 Law Emperors and 6 Law Overlords. The enemy was far stronger than the Skywings, and the battle in Floating Star Valley was certain to be difficult. He was currently anxious because he could not step out of the Wind Garden to fight for the clan, but now that the reckless Primordial Sect had delivered itself to his doorstep, was this not exactly what Wei wanted? If he could hold these people in the Wind Garden, the pressure on the Skywing Wolf Pack would be greatly reduced. Once he realized what was going on, Xia Fei spread out his arms and began to gather violent law force within. Even if I die, I'll keep them here. Xia Fei resolved himself. Butcher Guli, who had killed people without blinking, had once more emerged. Xia Wei's eyes turned blood red, his insane aura causing the primordial sect law emperors to get goosebumps. Was this the same hunchbacked old man who had been quietly sipping tea a few moments ago? It was obvious that this was a killing god. Army shaking fury. Xia Wei roared. His first attack was a wide AoE attack. Rumble. Two sky curtains, 200 meters wide, converged like two invisible hands. Xia Wei's strategy was very simple: do everything possible to hold these people down. Even 1 extra second is fine. Don't fight with him. Hurry and return to Floating Star Valley, bellowed Moto, the veins on his neck bulging. You wanna leave? You stepped on the roof tiles of my Skywing clan, so you had better leave behind your legs as compensation. Xia Wei roared back in his elderly voice. Chapter 811, The Lone Wolf Going Wild. You stepped on the roof tiles of my Skywing clan, so you had better leave behind your legs as compensation. Xia Wei roared back in his elderly voice. Rumble. Wei swung out his arms, and two powerful forces surged toward the retreating Law Emperors. Whoosh! Moto made a nimble turn and dodged Wei's sweeping attack. He was a level 4 Law Overlord, so avoiding Wei's attack was not hard. Unfortunately, his subordinates did not have this ability. Bang! Xia Wei's attack was like a hurricane stirring up leaves, instantly sweeping 17 Law Emperors into the Wind Garden. Xia Wei had spent decades in the Wind Garden, so he was familiar with every inch of it. Entering the Wind Garden was equivalent to entering the cage Wei had set up. Xia Wei became like a savage beast, his bloody maw opening as he lunged at his prey. Screams filled the air. Ugh! Let's go! Moto yelped as he slapped his bald head and endured the pain. He was truly in no mood to save his subordinates. Xia Wei was a superior Law Overlord and knew the area. Meanwhile, his own emotional state was completely in shambles. His impulsive move to leave their camp might have possibly led to the ruin of the coalition army. He was frantic to leave. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Spatial gates opened as Law Overlord Moto led his men back to Floating Star Valley. They had arrived with 32 Law Emperors and left with only 15. The battle had not even started, but this vicious wolf Xia Wei had taken a large bite out of the primordial sect. The battle situation was deeply worrying. The Skywings had used the wolf pack formation, at times as solid as rock, advancing step by step, and at times as ephemeral as ghosts, rushing left and right and catching their enemies off guard. The high speed of the Skywings allowed their formation to change as swiftly as lightning. Anyone who was alone or slightly away from the main group would immediately be set upon by the Skywing wolves, the entire pack attacking and instantly tearing them apart. The moment the battle started, 12 Law Emperors of the Moonward clan, overcome by rage and sorrow at the extermination of their clan, had charged at the Skywings and had been instantly obliterated. Xia Fei had taken the opportunity to kill 2 of them, absorbing a significant amount of origin energy. At present, the coalition army had 63 Law Emperors and 5 Law Overlords, while the Skywings had 40 Law Emperors and 2 Law Overlords. Law Emperors were of little threat to the Skywings wolf pack formation, but the team of 5 Law Overlords Galson Ward, Su Kong, Ulsan Ward, Su Xiang, and Su Lu placed immense pressure on the Skywings. The gap was like a chasm. No matter how strong the Skywing Law Emperors were, there was no way that they could individually take on a Law Overlord. With their peerless speed, the Skywing wolves were just barely holding on, killing those enemies on the fringes and shrinking the gap in strength between them and the coalition army. Brother, this can't continue further. If we 5 Law Overlords work together, we naturally have nothing to fear from the Skywing wolf pack formation, but our men aren't the same. We've already lost 6 more great Law Emperors to the Skywings, the gap in strength just keeps shrinking. Ulsan Ward urgently said, his back to Galson Ward. Galson Ward felt rather helpless. Their original plan had accounted for the 2 religions and 1 clan, being all united for an astonishing force of 107 Law Emperors and 6 Law Overlords. With such a force, even if they had fought the Skywing wolves head-on, they still would not have been at a disadvantage. Alas, Law Overlord Moto had gone off on his own with the men of the primordial sect to White Horse Constellation with a mind to flattening the Wind Garden. This had greatly cut down on the strength of the coalition army, and what should have been an overwhelming advantage was now an even match. He could only hope that Moto returned soon. Only with their additional men and an additional Law Overlord could they battle it out with the Skywing wolves. Hold! The Skywings can move too quickly. Trying to pursue them is only falling for their trap. Our only option is to stick together and wait for Modo to return so that we can launch a counterattack. Galson Ward yelled. As he spoke, he saw spatial gates open in the distance. Primordial Sect Law Overlord Modo had thrown away 17 of his men to return from the White Horse constellation. Hurrah! The coalition army was invigorated. Although Xia Fei had made the Primordial Sect lose more than half its forces, 15 Law Emperors still lived, and there was a level 4 Law Overlord among them. Once the two sides joined together, they would have a force of 88 Law Emperors and 6 Law Overlords, more than double the Skywing forces. This would still be an overwhelming advantage. Ha! Modo is back. We have the power of 6 Law Overlords, and we also have many Law Emperors supporting us. No matter how formidable the Skywing's wolf pack formation is, it's no match for us, the superior Law Overlord of the old god cult, Su Kong, shouted in excitement. A black silhouette suddenly charged into Modo's group. There was not even 1 second of hesitation. It was Xia Fei, the lone wolf of the Skywing wolf pack. Modo's group was on one side of the valley, several dozen kilometers away from the coalition army. It was clear that Xia Fei wanted to keep Modo and his men outside of the battlefield, but with just him alone. What truly left people shocked was the resolve Xia Fei showed. He had used only 0.1 second to think and make this incredibly difficult decision. It must be understood that this was a group of 15 Law Emperors led by a level 4 Law Overlords. It was a powerful group that Xia Fei alone could not possibly deal with. Still, Xia Fei knew that the Skywing wolf pack was already having a hard time dealing with the coalition army led by 5 Law Overlords. If this extra force joined in, the Skywings might very well lose. This was not a multiple-choice question. Xia Fei had no other options. Defeat could appear anywhere else, but it would never appear in the dictionary of the Skywing clan. Look! It's Xia Fei! Ulsan Ward's eyes erupted with sharp light. Everyone in the Moonward clan hated Xia Fei to the bones. Ulsan Ward had been deceived by Xia Fei and had gone insane, and he had only been saved when their grand ancestor paid a high price to request the help of an apothecary from the god race, which had caused Ulsan Ward's condition to improve finally. Unfortunately, he had only 60% of his strength left, and on rainy and overcast days, his entire body would seize in pain. Life for Ulsan Ward had become a sort of torment, and it was only in his desire to take Xia Fei's life that he had been enduring it to this day. His eyes turned red with bloodlust upon seeing his enemy. His complexion turned pale. Galson Ward snorted, sinisterly saying, "Let him go. Xia Fei doesn't know how powerful Modo is. He's going to put on a fine show this time." Ulsan Ward resentfully nodded. "Humph. It's just too bad that I can't kill him myself." On the other side, Xia Fei's crazed action had also shocked Xia Tian and Patriarch Xia Baiun. "Patriarch, Xia Fei is going alone to stop the Primordial Sect," Xia Tian said in a slightly panicked voice. Without his glasses on, he was an exceptionally imposing force in the wolf pack. His fiendish aura could sunder the heavens. "Let him go," Xia Baiun sternly said. Xia Tian was stunned, not expecting his patriarch to be so decisive. "He is the lone wolf. Impeding the enemy is his duty," Xia Baiun said as he fought. "Moreover, he is our clan's godwing. If he can't even do this, then he doesn't deserve the title of godwing." Whoosh! Fast as lightning, Xia Fei thrust into the force led by Primordial Sect leader Modo like a javelin. "Are you crazy? There are 16 of them. Even the weakest is still a Law Emperor," Oro exclaimed. There was an abnormal resolve in Xia Fei's eyes as he coldly declared, "This is my duty." Yes, the lone wolf of the wolf pack formation was their scout, ranger, and also their marksman. When the wolf pack attacked, Xia Fei protected the flanks of the formation by going to the aid of whichever side was having a tough time, and when the wolf pack retreated, he covered the rear to prevent the enemy from overcoming the main force. If Xia Fei found an isolated enemy, he needed to strike and kill them. Every time he could kill an enemy, Xia Fei needed to come forth and deal the blow. Now, when enemy reinforcements arrived, Xia Fei naturally needed to hold them off even at the cost of his life. Xia Fei did not have a position in the formation, but he needed to appear at whichever position was in danger. A roamer, the ranger, the lone wolf. All these nice-sounding titles carried immense responsibility and risk. There was no taking this job without outstanding courage and grit. Since Xia Fei was the Skywing clan's lone wolf, he needed to show the might of the lone wolf. There was no need for a reason. The lone wolf only needed to appear at the right time and the right place to carry out their duty. This difficult position could only be held by the most cunning and most insane warrior of the clan. In the Skywing clan, this person was Xia Fei. Fiendish energy surged into the heavens. Xia Fei held nothing back as he charged, unleashing all of his inner demon. The narrow valley and the vast wasteland instantly became dark and cold. The temperature plunged and the sky became overcast. This was the most fiendish fiend of the Skywing clan, the result of the unleashing of his inner demon. Whoosh! Several dozen kilometers were instantly crossed. Quite a few of the primordial sect law emperors cultivated the law of space. They had been preparing to use instantaneous movement techniques to arrive on the battlefield and join the rest of their forces. Alas, Xia Fei did not even give them the chance to do so. Peacock Blue! Xia Fei roared, an immemorial mystical armament Peacock Blue erupted from his right arm. 5 giant blades of grass like 5 demonic blades were pulled along by Xia Fei's super speed. Break for me! Rumble! Space tore apart with a great rumble as Peacock Blue tore through it. What seemed like a planet-engulfing sandstorm began to stir up, innumerable explosives hidden within the storm. Then they exploded. Flowers of death, bloom! Whoosh! The crystalline white flowers on Peacock Blue's massive body began to grow rapidly. These were flowers made of the purest energy. In their moment of dazzling glory, they overflowed with the aura of death. Rumble! Rumble! A shocking sight. Instant movement was a skill of the law of space. It could open temporary spatial tunnels that could allow one to travel as far as several dozen kilometers or even as far away as 1,000 kilometers. The weakness of this technique was that it required several deciseconds to activate. To ordinary warriors, a few deciseconds was nothing, but to super-speed warriors like Xia Fei, it was enough time to act. Under Xia Fei's control, Peacock Blue swept over the area like a gigantic tentacle. It pulled out those warriors who were about to step through the spatial tunnels that they had just opened. Thud thud! Peacock Blue violently dragged out the Law Emperors from their spatial tunnels. This was an absurdly unreasonable course of action. It must be understood that spatial tunnels had severing properties. For this feat, Peacock Blue had allowed itself to be cut into several hundred pieces. Ho-a-a-a! Beautiful shreds of blue grass flew out. This was a move that left both sides badly injured. To stop the 16 experts of the primordial sect, Xia Fei did not even mind badly damaging Peacock Blue. His inner demon burst forth. Xia Fei stood atop a small hill, glaring at the 15 law emperors and 1 law overlord as he pointed at them and harshly said, "None of you will be leaving here today." Chapter 812, A Stunning Blow. None of you will be leaving here today. Xia Fei viciously declared from atop the small hill. This was a shocking sight. Xia Fei was alone, but he was holding off a force consisting of 15 law emperors and 1 law overlord. Oh, my! Oh, my! Those primordial sect warriors that Peacock Blue had blasted out of the spatial tunnels were in extremely bad shape. It was not just because of the impact of being dragged but because of the explosion from the destruction of space. They had failed to return to the main force and had even been injured. Several dozen kilometers away, Xia Tian and Xia Baiyun simultaneously expressed their approval of Xia Fei's abilities. This was the power of the lone wolf. When facing the enemy, they not only needed to charge up but also to be capable of impeding them, which Xia Fei had undoubtedly achieved. Peacock Blue grew with unrestrained ferocity. The universe's most tenacious weed would not stop fighting because of an injury. Its vitality was so formidable that it almost instantly healed its wounds and came back, brimming with energy. There was also Furball, standing on Xia Fei's shoulder like a hungry tiger. Meanwhile, the blood crystal's inconspicuous appearance held a boundless killing intent, a madness that sought to consume all its foe. Law Overlord Modo frowned. Xia Fei's frenzied strike just now had been brimming with power, but he did not believe that one person alone could stop him. Kill him! With this shouted order, the primordial sect's law emperors divided into 2 groups. One made to surround Xia Fei, while the other group used this chance to head back to the main battlefield. Modo did not join in the encirclement of Xia Fei. He felt like his men were enough to kill Xia Fei and that there was no need for him to intervene personally. Alas, he was wrong. Absurdly wrong. Xia Fei was only a level 6 law emperor in terms of cultivation, but his fighting power was at the law overlord level. He was the 4th strongest expert of the Skywing clan. A law overlord that was not a law overlord. I already said, none of you will be leaving. Jumping off the ground, Xia Fei charged at the side. Peacock Blue went crazy, beginning to madly sweep across the entire area. Spatial tunnels that had just been opened were obliterated. Those fellows who were trying instant movement fell for the same move and were swept out of the tunnels by Peacock Blue. One Law Emperor saw that instant movement was not going to work and decided to use his legs to return to the battlefield. At this level, even warriors who had not studied the speed of law could still move rather fast. Of course, this was only compared to ordinary people. It was not even worth mentioning in front of Xia Fei and his ability to move 240,000 meters per second. Bang! One of Peacock Blue's long blades of grass suddenly emerged from the earth and curled up around that running warrior. It held him high in the air. Crush him! Xia Fei howled. Peacock Blue exerted all of its strength. The sound of shattering metal and breaking bones rang out. This Law Emperor warrior was instantly turned into meat paste. His flesh and armor were crunched together, making them impossible to tell apart. Bang! Extreme compression had made this warrior explode. Blood mixed with flesh showered the area like a bomb had been detonated. At the same time, Furbal's attack began to take effect. Holy Beast Shatterstar's fourth form. Endless chain explosion. Rumble. Flying bomb Furbal was like a dive bomber, blasting the perimeter of this valley until it looked like the surface of the moon. Smoke was everywhere. Numerous giant craters appeared, something that not even an asteroid shower could achieve. He was going all out. Furbal and Peacock Blue's intense offense had completely ruined Moto's plan. As countless explosions burst out, Peacock Blue was constantly swept the area. Trying to use instant movement in such a chaotic environment was seeking death. Even trying to run to the main battlefield was impossible. Peacock Blue was using 4 blades of grass to sweep the area, but the last one was hidden underground, ready to erupt from it and take the life of an enemy. Xia Fei was alone, but he had trapped this squad of 16 elites. Chaos was the enemy's nightmare, but it was Xia Fei's opportunity. His 240,000 meters per second speed, paired with his extremely agile crafty approach, made Xia Fei into the most fearsome ghost. Plush! Plush! Blood Crystal swiftly attacked. It simply needed a chance to plunge deep into an enemy and drain them of essence blood, turning them into skeletons. In the blink of an eye, Xia Fei had taken the lives of 3 Law Emperors in the chaos. Whether it was the warriors caught in this trap or those who were watching in the distance, all of them were stunned. None of them had been able to imagine that Xia Fei alone was able to cause such large-scale chaos. This was truly the lone wolf of the Skywings. It did not matter if it was 1 enemy or 10,000. The lone wolf needed to rush in without hesitation. Xia Fei's tactics had unquestionably succeeded, but one could not underestimate the intelligence of the primordial sect warriors. After a brief panic, they gradually began to move away from each other. After all, Peacock Blue and Furbal had limited ranges. As long as they could escape this chaos, Xia Fei would find it very difficult to catch them all one by one on this vast wasteland. This was because Law Overlord Moto would be hot on his heels. Xia Fei, his inner demon fully unleashed, was a wicked and heedless devil. In the distance, the Skywing wolf pack was under immense pressure. The enemy far outnumbered them, and the coalition army had 5 Law Overlords. 5 Law Overlords working together was an indescribable power. Though it was a battle between people, the sound and power unleashed was like that of a planetary war. The Skywings Wolfpack formation was barely holding because of their super speed. In this situation, the entry of even one more enemy might affect the battle. Tip the scales and the delicate balance will break. Xia Fei could not allow anyone else to enter the battlefield. No matter what sort of method he had to use, he must keep the primordial sect elites here. They were not allowed to get even one step closer. This was his duty as the lone wolf of the Skywings. Tactics were wondrous because they constantly changed. In Xia Fei's eyes, there was no such thing as the best tactic, only the most effective and craziest tactic. His eyes chilled as he stroked his spatial ring. The Dragon Scale Hecto-Slasher, the Ode of 100 Spirits, and October Flying Snow, these weapons that Xia Fei barely used anymore, all flew out. Whoosh! The Dragon Scale Hecto-Slasher and Ode of 100 Spirits came apart. Xia Fei had several hundred weapons floating around him, even the small knife he used for cutting meat among them. Moto gasped in surprise. He did not know what Xia Fei was up to. It was not hard to notice that, besides speed, Xia Fei also had the ability to control objects, but even with his control ability, it was impossible for him to control so many weapons at once, let alone defeat his enemies with them. Was Xia Fei just trying to show off all the nice weapons he had? No, absolutely not. If there was something to show off, there was only one thing Xia Fei had that was worth boasting about, his madness that was willing to go to any lengths that cared not for the consequences. Boom! The energy in his seventh brain region began to erupt. Xia Fei had killed several Law Emperors just now, taking away their energy, and the rainbow ball of energy in his seventh brain region was full. Xia Fei had released all his weapons and had also ignited that ball of energy in his brain. His body was the gun barrel. Energy erupted out of every pore on his body. In the ring, Oro softly sighed and used a hand to cover his eyes. He knew what Xia Fei was going to do next, and given how insane Xia Fei was, he was capable of doing it. It was just that Oro could not predict the results. Rumble! In an alarming sight, when that boundless energy erupted out of Xia Fei's body, it triggered something akin to a nuclear explosion. The earth quaked and mountains shuddered. A terrifying explosion, unrestrained and without target, radiated outward from Xia Fei. Even worse was that the various weapons around Xia Fei were launched outward by this explosion. They frantically shot outward. Normally, to raise the combat efficacy of a grenade, one would usually pack its surroundings with tough metal objects, so that when the explosion happened, these hard objects would be shot out very far, increasing the chances of wounding and killing enemies. Xia Fei was doing this, but what was different was that he was using his body as the explosive, creating an unstoppable, stunning, and terrifying explosion. This was absolute madness. Only the most insane person in the universe would dare to do such a thing. Also, only the person with the most cunning mind in the universe would think up of such a stunning attack. Taking the unconventional path. Using everything to the utmost. This was Xia Fei's style. Boom boom. What was being burned here was the essence gathered by several Law Emperors over their lives. Not just one, two, but 3 Law Emperors self-detonating. Self-detonation was a warrior's final resort, the final attack. The goal here was to bring the enemy down with them. Xia Fei had detonated with the force equivalent to 3 great Law Emperors self-detonating, so it was easy to imagine that it awesome power. This explosion also contained all of Xia Fei's weapons, magnifying its power. Furbal's explosions, Peacock Blue's sweeping attacks, and Xia Fei's crazed detonation, and his inner demon rising from his body had all mixed together to create an indescribably stunning attack. Flames rocketed into the air, threatening to tear apart the heavens. The explosion began very quickly and ended very quickly. A giant round crater 10 kilometers in radius had appeared, with a depth of no less than 1,000 meters. All of the primordial sect Law Emperors were heavily injured. Even Law Overlord Modo had been sliced across the belly by October flying snow, blood flowing out. Modo spat out some dirt in his mouth as he stared with wide eyes at the distant Xia Fei. This was truly an unbelievable move. He truly wanted to slice open Xia Fei's head and see what exactly the brain of the Skywing clan's lone wolf looked like. He could even think of a sort of suicidal move like this. Did he want to survive or not? In truth, the answer was very easy to find. Survive? When Xia Fei became crazy, he thought nothing about survival. This was how he was different from ordinary people. As a believer in price theory, Xia Fei had never been picky about the ways in which he reached his goal, not even caring if he had to hurt himself. Xia Fei's stunning blow had also caused the fighting on the main battlefield to stop momentarily. Everyone was flabbergasted by Xia Fei's insanity and his absurd way of fighting. There was no doubt that Xia Fei had given everyone a lesson here. He had used his actions to demonstrate that military strategy depended on the person using it. Using the strategy with the maximum effectiveness required both resolve and courage, but it also required a quick-witted brain. Oh! The Skywing wolves roared, their eyes turning red, their faces contorting with savagery. They believed that Xia Fei had used self-detonation to stop the enemy reinforcements, ending his life in an explosive fashion. There was no more suppressing the flames of rage, and they exploded with insanity. Kill them! Kill them! The wolves howled in fury. Their sharp fangs flashed with sinister white light, after which, the wolves went on an even crueler and more ferocious assault. The Skywings had gone crazy. All of them had gone crazy. In the distance, as the flames died away, a foot stepped out of the ashes, like a phoenix reborn from the flames. Chapter 813, Forbidden Law Power, Vestigial Blood Devouring. Xia Fei's attack was both crazy and effective, but detonating the energy ball in his brain region had also increased the burden on his body. If not for Xia Fei's impressive ability to control energy, he probably would have been torn apart by the massive explosion. Every inch of skin was in immense pain. Xia Fei's body was red and hissing with steam, his body temperature having soared sky high. By having energy surge out of his pores and blood vessels, Xia Fei had almost burned himself up. The primordial sect warriors, who had been heavily injured, collapsed to the ground in pain. Energy explosions were damaging enough without even considering the countless weapons mixed in. These weapons had been moving with incredible speed and momentum, and since they made contact, the results were catastrophic. "Look over there! Xia Fei isn't dead!" Xia Zonghai loudly called. The Skywing wolves were elated. To trigger a tremendous explosion like this and survive, what was Xia Fei if not a fiend? As one side's morale rose, the other side's morale fell. The Skywing wolf pack was energized by Xia Fei's ability to hold off the primordial sect experts alone. Meanwhile, the hearts of those in the alliance camp sank as they saw Law Overlord Modo nearby but were unable to help. Though the enemy was stronger, the Skywings had been inspired by Xia Fei's performance, and their eyes turned red as they howled. Xia Fei was a newcomer to the Skywings, and the youngest of the wolf pack, Xia Ziobo, had more seniority than Xia Fei. However, fighting power had never had anything to do with seniority. The newcomer had proven that he deserved the Skywing moniker without a doubt, that he lived up fully to his duty as the lone wolf of the clan. Seizing one's weakness to take their life. Though his body was in immense pain, Xia Fei had no time to rest. Taking out the blood crystal, he charged out with Furball and Peacock Blue. That crazy explosion had just been a prelude to the massacre. Now was the time for the earth to be washed in blood. The primordial sect experts were still moaning in pain. Yes, they had a reason to moan, for Xia Fei's attacks had been too vicious and caused them immense pain. However, they had forgotten that Xia Fei, who had unleashed this explosion, was suffering from far greater pain. When facing this immense pain, Xia Fei had chosen to forget about it entirely and complete this final massacre, instead. This was the inner demon in full display, to act without common sense and have a crazy personality that could abandon everything else in the middle of battle. He did not even care about his life, so why would Xia Fei care about some pain? 240,000 meters per second. The blood crystal was like the scythe of a devil, reaping the lives of his foes. 3 seconds after the explosion, all 15 Law Emperors of the primordial sect had been slain. Whoosh! The blood crystal pierced through the last Law Emperor, energy flowing through the hilt into Xia Fei's brain. That dried-up rainbow ball of energy once more released dazzling light. Xia Fei's pain-racked body was once more brimming with energy. Such was the sharpness of the demonic blood crystal. It could absorb the essence blood of others to nourish its master, making what belonged to others its own. Xia Fei highly appreciated this kind of theft. Xia Fei had put away the 15 spatial rings, to which Oro helplessly frowned. Even in the middle of battle, Xia Fei did not forget to loot. He had 17 spatial rings in his bosom right now, another small fortune. Suddenly, Law Overlord Modo let out a heart-rending howl. The sight of his disciples and grand disciples cut down had ignited this level 4 Law Overlord's will to fight. "I'm taking you down," Modo declared, his eyes red. Xia Fei cautiously circled around him, as he needed to recover his strength. Although the energy he had absorbed did lessen his pain somewhat, he was still very far from full recovery. Last time, when Xia Fei had detonated his energy ball on Snake Isle, it had taken him ages to recover. After all, this combat method was just too crazy and extreme, dealing immense damage to the body. If Xia Fei was not this sort of unconventional and crazy warrior, he would have never dared to do this. Though Xia Fei had the ability to fight on the Law Overlord level, when dealing with an actual Law Overlord, he needed to devote a considerable amount of energy. He currently had only 50% of his fighting power, so he needed to be cautious. Modo, who had suffered much less damage than his disciples and grand disciples, still represented a major threat to Xia Fei. "Don't try and force it. You just need to control him. Don't let him get close to the main battlefield, and the Skywings will soon solidify their advantage. Trust me. Their morale is on the rise, so they'll definitely be able to hold out against the rotating offensive of the 5 overlords," Oro said. Oro could clearly tell that Xia Fei's condition was terrible. This was the price that had to be paid for defeating all his enemies. On the other end, the situation was still fraught. The Skywings were clearly disadvantaged in numbers and had been relying on their law of speed and the wolf pack formation to hold down the enemy barely. They were like stubborn cockroaches, seizing every opportunity to lunge at their enemies and take a few bites. All they needed was time. As long as Xia Fei could delay Modo long enough, the Skywings could gain the upper hand in the battle. Xia Fei glanced at the distant battlefield and firmly nodded. He took out a grade 5 origin crystal from his spatial ring and used the white jade swimming dragon ring's ability to disperse energy to heal his damaged body. Furball was also very exhausted, while Peacock Blue had suffered severe damage. After all, to deal with these Law Emperors, Furball, Peacock Blue, and Xia Fei had put in their maximum effort. Law Overlord Modo's eyes were red. He was already insensibly furious. The power of the law of matter was fully unleashed. Modo began his frenzied assault on Xia Fei. Alas, Xia Fei's speed and crafty approach made him a slippery loach, and Modo's attacks found it difficult to hit him. In fact, Furball even managed to crash into him sneakily, but unfortunately, Furball's strength was not what it was, and Modo's law of matter defenses easily fended him off. Awoo! Modo saw that he could not catch the extremely fast Xia Fei, so he howled and hacked at his left arm with his right hand, cutting open his wrist and letting out blood. Xia Fei was startled. What was he doing? What came next was truly maddening. Modo let the blood drench his dark face, and then he brought his wrist to his mouth and began to drink. He was drinking his own blood. Oh, no! Oro paled. A warrior's blood contains too much energy, and Modo belongs to a heretical faith. He might be planning to use some forbidden art, some sort of combat law that has been banned in the Law realm. Xia Fei raised an eyebrow. After a few moments of thought, he charged at Modo. Abnormal actions meant that evil was afoot. No matter what Modo was thinking, Xia Fei had no plans of letting him succeed. Rumble. Another string of massive explosions, but it was Modo making them this time. After drinking his own blood, Modo had turned scarlet. It must be understood that he was black. His skin was so dark that it seemed to be iron. What sort of transformation had happened to his body? It had caused his energy to soar and his body to turn scarlet. A flash of golden light. Those bloody seals that Modo had drawn on his body began to radiate golden light, making the level 4 Law Overlord appear even more bizarre. Furball howled, seizing this chance to lunge at Modo, trying to use his energy to break Modo's defenses and give his master a chance to kill. His little body moved like a lightning bolt as light gathered in his mouth for a powerful attack. Whoosh! Law Overlord Modo charged straight at him to meet the attack. He stretched out his arms, his fingers curling like the talons of a hawk. Boom! 2 beams of dark red energy shot out from his palms, and the flying Furball could not dodge in time. As Modo's bizarre light engulfed him, Furball's cute little eyes began to show fear. Something that could make even Holy Beast Shatterstar uneasy. This was the first time Xia Fei had seen such a thing. Furball had never feared anything except Xia Fei. Modo snatched with his 2 outstretched hands, dragging out a brilliant white light from Furball's body, like a wicked devil devouring someone's soul. Xia Fei was aghast. This was because as that white light was dragged out, Furball's body began to sink. It was as if he was exhausted and weak. Not good. Xia Fei immediately rushed off in Furball's direction. Meanwhile, Modo had already sent the white light he had taken from Furball into his own belly. He licked his lips in satisfaction and then took aim at Xia Fei. Crafty approach. Xia Fei accelerated and suddenly changed locations, shifting his body in ways that did not make sense. This was barely enough to avoid Modo's attack, but even so, one of the red beams of light still managed to brush his lower leg. Xia Fei instantly felt like he had been completely drained, his legs becoming so unsteady that he almost fell. Endure. With his formidable perseverance, Xia Fei clenched his teeth and resisted this bizarre sensation. At the same time, he emptied out the grade 5 origin crystal in his hand, restoring the energy that had just been lost. The white jade swimming dragon ring's ability to distribute energy activated just when it was needed the most. If it had not instantly provided energy to Xia Fei really might have collapsed to the ground from a lack of energy. Whoosh! Xia Fei jumped high into the air, grabbed Furball and then took out a grade 5 origin crystal and put it in Furball's mouth. The pitiful fellow ate energy for sustenance, but in that instant, Modo had seized too much energy from him, almost making him faint. After doing all this, Modo madly laughed, but there was a hint of surprise in his eyes when Xia Fei had managed to resist collapsing after having his energy extracted. He had failed to notice that Xia Fei had already switched out the origin crystal in his hand, the previous one having been completely emptied. Humph! Coldly snorting, Modo strode toward the main battlefield, arrogantly shouting, "Who dares to stop me? Who dares to stop me?" That blatant arrogance caused Xia Fei to feel an irrepressible rage. I know now. This is the forbidden law power, the vestigial blood devouring. Oro grimaced as he urgently said. He can absorb the energy of others, and very quickly at that. Warriors need a constant source of energy to keep their body working. Once they're attacked by this kind of law force, their energy supply is temporarily cut off. They will immediately feel dizzy, their bodies paralyzed. A law that could absorb energy and temporarily cut the afflicted from their energy source. Xia Fei's gaze darkened. Though being struck by the law of vestigial blood devouring would only result in a few seconds of dizziness, this was in the middle of battle. Any mistake was fatal. Modo had already cast aside everything else and was rushing toward the main battlefield. Xia Fei did not have much time. Modo and his forbidden law appearing on the battlefield would be a fatal blow to the Skywing Wolf Pack. Anyone who stops me dies. Law Overlord Modo savagely snarled. He seemed to be challenging Xia Fei intentionally. Chapter 814, Coda and Sudden Development. Xia Fei had not imagined that Law Overlord Modo would have the rare ability to cut off laws. The law of vestigial blood devouring was wondrous, not only because it could absorb the energy of others but also because it could instantly sever their connection with that energy. The law realm was established upon energy, and a law warrior without energy would be unable to move their body, even walking would become a strenuous activity. No matter how great their abilities, they would be unable to use them. The situation was grim. Modo suddenly accelerated, charging toward the main battlefield. The moment he joined the battle and used this sinister law force on the Skywing Wolf Pack, the Skywings would fall apart. Xia Fei had to stop him no matter the cost. This was his duty as the lone wolf of the Skywings. Whoosh! Xia Fei strode forward, making a beautiful arc as he pushed his speed to the limit, his per second speed nearing 260,000 meters. Bang! Moving like a flash of lightning, Xia Fei held the blood crystal and shot out. Extraordinary enemies naturally required extraordinary methods. This was the first time Xia Fei had encountered such a bizarre law power. It was somewhat like his blood crystal, able to devour and destroy opponents. Xia Fei had no confidence in dealing with such a foe, but his unconventional mindset and nimble thinking had instantly allowed him to come up with an idea. He did not know if it would be effective, but he was willing to try. He would throw himself right at him. Using his lightning-fast speed, he would turn his body into a weapon and charge straight into Modo. Whoosh! Xia Fei really started flying like a cannonball. His left hand held out the blood crystal in front of him, while Peacock Blue wildly flailed on his right arm like a frenzied octopus. It was a horrifying sight at an alarming speed. Modo frowned. Forming his hands in a cross, he made a strange seal in front of his chest. Law of Matter. 1000 aggregate. Rumble. Sturdy stone pillars suddenly rose out of the ground, containing Modo in the center like a large-scale formation. Rumble. Xia Fei made no attempt to dodge, gritting his teeth and using his own body to batter through the stone pillars. Boom boom boom. Debris exploded in the air. Law of vestigial blood devouring. Whoosh. A red beam of light engulfed Xia Fei, but Xia Fei made no attempt to dodge, charging straight through. There was no going back. The wolf pack formation made up of his brothers depended on him. If Modo and his overpowered abilities were allowed to get close, disaster would descend. He once more felt his body being emptied of energy, and the white jade swimming dragon ring once more revealed its worth. Energy distribution could be compared to a person eating. Food eaten whole was not easy to digest, so people needed to chew the food before eating it. The white jade swimming dragon performed exactly this function, dividing up origin energy before sending it into Xia Fei's body. This allowed him to obtain the maximum amount of origin energy from a crystal. This function was only one of the white jade swimming dragon's capabilities. For instance, when Xia Fei was having this enormous amount of energy being seized from him and needed this energy replenished as quickly as possible, the white jade swimming dragon could increase the rate at which energy could be extracted. It could empty out the energy of a grade 5 origin crystal and send it all into Xia Fei's body. The feeling of exhaustion lasted for only the briefest of moment. The white jade swimming dragon working at maximum speed was able to once more empower Xia Fei. Bang bang bang! As he busted through several dozen stone pillars, Xia Fei got closer and closer to Modo. Modo was astonished. He had never encountered a warrior who was able to keep going after having their energy depleted. Xia Fei's resistance had him utterly dumbfounded. Modo straightened up, his body becoming as tough as steel. Matter law users were unable to just modify their surroundings. They could also change the properties of their body. Modo was now incredibly tough. Rumble. Xia Fei and Modo crashed into each other, and then they both bounced away in the opposite direction. Thump thump thump. Modo flew backward, bashing through several dozen stone pillars and flying 1,000 meters before he came to a stop, and the same was true for Xia Fei. Xia Fei had used the law of speed to accelerate, his body becoming like a bullet. Even if Modo drained him of energy halfway, his attack would not stop. Thus, no matter what Modo did, he would have had to take Xia Fei's attack. Unfortunately, Modo was a law of matter user, so he had excellent defenses. As Xia Fei had been drained of energy midway and had to push through the stone pillars, his speed and impact had decreased, leading the blood crystal to have much less of a penetrating power. It had failed to break through Modo's defenses and stab into his body. Equally matched. Xia Fei immediately got up and once more shot off, accelerating again. In truth, he had already succeeded. Xia Fei's attack had forced Modo back by a whole kilometer. As long as he could not get close to the main battlefield, Xia Fei had completed his mission. Rumble. The same attack happened, the two of them smashing into each like metal hammers, colliding and bouncing away again and again, neither side backing down. Bite. Bite and never let go. Alpha Wolf Xia Baiyun snarled. Everyone could see Xia Fei's efforts. It was clear that Xia Fei was doing everything in his power, and so what the Skywing Wolves needed to do was bite the enemies to death with their inferior numbers. They could not let even one of the 5 law overlords on the main battlefield escape. Xia Fei was already having a hard time against Modo. If another law overlord joined the fray, he would be in mortal danger. The balance needed to be maintained. Not only could Xia Fei never allow law overlord Modo to go, the Skywing Wolf Pack could never let anyone from the main battlefield go free, too. They needed to be split up. This was the only path to victory. Pa! Another valuable grade 5 origin crystal was emptied, and Xia Fei tossed it to the ground. He did not even know how many he had already used up today. Every time he attacked, he needed to use 1 crystal to recharge, and such attacks happened at least 30 times a minute. Modo panted for breath, the veins on his neck bulging. It seemed that absorbing Xia Fei's energy was not easy, and his strength was dwindling rather than increasing. Ha! This fellow is reaching his breaking point. Energy that's not one's own is very difficult to control. Modo doesn't have your heaven-defying control ability, so the more he absorbs, the greater the burden on his body, cried Oro. He had not expected for Xia Fei to be able to fight evenly for so long against such a formidable opponent. Truly, a good job needed sharp tools. If Xia Fei did not have the white jade swimming dragon, this rare ring with the ability to distribute energy, he would have never been able to last this long. It was a pity that Xia Fei still was unable to use his ultimate trump card. Losing and recovering energy was not a simple process, and Xia Fei found it very difficult to gather his energy at the moment of impact and use the law of primal chaos. After all, while the law of primal chaos was extremely powerful, it required a lot of energy. Modo creased his brows. He saw Xia Fei throwing aside an empty origin crystal and taking 3 more out of his ring to hold in his hand tightly. He had always taken out only 1 before, but this time was different. A crafty smirk flashed across Xia Fei's face. Oro's words had given him an idea. He did not sprint forward or try to accelerate in at an angle. He seemingly became a different person, striding toward Modo, his inner demon emitting from his body. His gaze turning savage and wicked. Modo was startled. He could not understand what Xia Fei was trying to do. His strategy just now had succeeded in stopping Modo, so why had he changed things? Seeking death. Modo roared. He stretched out his arms and made a grabbing motion, red light once more flashing. There was no dodging this. Xia Fei made no attempt to fend off Modo's attack, allowing the law of vestigial blood devouring to strike him. Xia Fei staggered, but he quickly raised his head and continued approaching Modo, his eyes red with savagery. There was no blocking out his inner demon. Energy madly flowed out. Xia Fei's hands moved very quickly, constantly changing out origin crystals, at the same time releasing energy from the rainbow ball in his 7th brain region. The two of them had formed an equilibrium. No matter how miraculous Modo's vestigial blood-devouring law was, it could not absorb the vast sea of energy in Xia Fei's body. Gradually, blood began to flow out of Modo's nose, eyes, ears, and mouth. This was truly strange. The person having his energy absorbed was unharmed, but the one doing the absorbing was on the verge of collapse. Xia Fei smiled and continued releasing energy. Modo started to tremble. He was not Xia Fei and did not possess an absurd ability to control energy. Absorbed energy was a gourmet feast for Xia Fei, but it was suffering for Modo. At the start, Xia Fei really had been afraid of the sensation of being completely emptied out, but Oro's words had reminded him that Modo was absorbing an energy that was not his. While Modo was absorbing all this energy, he was actually in great pain. Xia Fei had almost instantly realized that, since absorbing energy was painful for Modo, he could just add on to the pain. The rainbow ball of energy in his seventh brain region contained many kinds of energy and would undoubtedly be able to put Modo in excruciating pain. As Xia Fei mindlessly released this energy, the side effects of greed began to emerge. In a flash, Xia Fei was at Modo's side. Modo's mind was completely empty, almost unconscious. There was too much energy restlessly moving around his body and destroying his organs. He was about to explode. Plush! The blood crystal was thrust between Modo's eyes. Hoaaa! Not just the energy Modo had absorbed, even Modo's own energy was now being devoured by Xia Fei. What's mine is mine. What you take, you must give back. Xia Fei sternly said. The balance of victory had now irreversibly tipped. After Xia Fei single-handedly killed the Law Overlord and 15 Law Emperors of the Primordial Sect, he immediately returned to the wolf pack formation to continue his role as the lone wolf. Good news! Our grand ancestor has already finished the slaughter. The ones in front of us are our last enemies. Kill them! Kill them all, Xia Baiun called. Bzzz. Galson Ward and Ulsan Ward immediately felt their heads swell. They had had no idea that the Skywing clan was making its counterattack in both the God race and the Lore realm. It was not just them who had to die, their clan members and even their grand ancestor had to die, too. Kill them! Kill them! The wolves howled and picked up the pace of their offensive. The Alliance's morale was already at an all-time low, so there was no way it could hold out against the frenzied attack of the Skywings. The Skywing wolves were very patient, picking away at the enemies bit by bit, killing those who did not have their hearts in the battle. The forces in the valley were soon surrounded by the wolves. Even the 5 Law Overlords led by Galson Ward were surrounded and just barely hanging on. His face grim, Xia Baiun raised a hand high in the air and prepared to issue the order for the general assault to wipe out the Alliance's 5 Law Overlords. However, at this point, there was a new and sudden development. The dazzling river of stars had dimmed without warning. Chapter 815, The Dark Knight's Descent. A new development. The dazzling river of stars suddenly dimmed. This was a rare sight. As if the light and heat of the stars above had been instantly drained away, it turned them into cold and desolate existences. Everyone forgot about the battle as they looked up in the sky disbelievingly. What is that? Good God! A dark silhouette had appeared in everyone's vision. It was moving at an absurdly fast speed, but as it was too far away, no one could tell what it was. Every person felt an inexplicable sense of disappointment, like the sorrow that came right before death. Ocular cognition. Xia Fei quietly used his Beast Spirit Codex's vision skill, and his eyes instantly flashed. With just one glance, Xia Fei was utterly stunned. This was because the dark silhouette, which had appeared, very much resembled a legendary devil, and even more bizarre was that thing chasing it. Like gods that had descended to the mortal plane, 6 golden armored war gods rushed up. In just a single exchange, they pulverized that fearsomely dark silhouette. Zing! Once this was done, the golden armored war gods vanished into the darkness of the universe. Less than 2 seconds had passed since their appearance. Sweat drenched his back. Even with the full power of ocular cognition, Xia Fei still had been unable to make out all the details, but his sharp senses told him that if he fought those people, he would be unable to block even half a strike. Xia Fei could already fight on the level of a Law Overlord, but he could not block even half a strike. These 6 golden armored war gods had to possess an absolutely terrifying cultivation. What confused Xia Fei even more was the dark silhouette that had appeared out of nowhere. It did not appear to be any sapient life form or exotic beast. This was because the Beast Spirit Codex could not see any beast spirit fire, and any exotic beast would have a small flame within its body. Since that dark silhouette did not have one, it meant that it was not a beast. Xia Fei was shocked and confused. It was Xia Baiun's shout that pulled him out from his thoughts and back into reality. The Skywing Wolves had already surrounded the 5 Law Overlords of the Coalition Army. The next stop was to take their lives. Ha 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 ha! Galson Ward suddenly began to laugh madly, his laughter so sinister that it caused shivers. The Dark Knight's Descent! The Dark Knight's Descent! Galson Ward savagely said. Even if you Skywings kill us today, you won't live for very long. The dark night will penetrate into every inch of your skin. Your deaths will be 1,000 times 10,000 times more painful than ours. These were seemingly Galson Ward's last words. His voice was scratchy as he shouted at the top of his lungs. Xia Baiyun raised his head and held up his arm, sternly saying, "Be at ease. We will live very carefree lives, for the dark night is only a rumor. Such a thing does not exist." Whoosh! He brought down his arm, and the Skywings made the final assault. Crush them! No survivors! Rumble! The Skywing wolves rushed out. The battle came to an end. At this moment, the old god cult, primordial sect, and Moonward clan had all been utterly extinguished. "What did you see just now?" Oro questioned. "You know ocular cognition, so your vision is many times better than an ordinary person. You should have been able to see it. What was that ugly-looking silhouette earlier, and why was it pursued by several golden lights? Why was that dark silhouette torn apart when those golden lights flashed?" Xia Fei shook his head and grimly replied, "I'm unsure what that was, but when I saw it, I felt a helpless chill, as if there's darkness around me." Oro was stunned. Xia Fei's description was very vague and made him feel very curious. Hurrah! After killing their foes, the Skywings began to celebrate from top to bottom. Everyone was excited, and it seemed like that strange incident in the stars had not affected their mood. Through this battle, the Skywings had confirmed their status in the lore realm. No one would dare to challenge the demon-sealing fiendish blade for at least the next 100 years. Xia Fei was in a sour mood. Galson Ward's last words and that bizarre sight in the stars had drawn his attention. For some reason, he felt like some unknown secret was hidden there. Cheers and laughter resounded in the wind garden. Xia Fei shared a few cups of wine with everyone and then quietly went back to his room. Just now, Xia Fei opened up the largest communication channel he had with Oro. After some thought, he said, "Just now, I seem to have seen a devil." "You're talking about that blurry dark silhouette?" Oro urgently asked. Could it have been someone from another species or an exotic beast?" "No. I can recognize exotic beasts, and it's far too different from any sapient life forms. Take your Lionheart clan as an example. You have large bodies covered in golden fur, but it's not an appearance that's difficult to accept. In essence, the sapient life forms that live in this universe are all rather similar. But that dark silhouette, it was different. Its appearance was too bizarre, and it exuded this indescribable aura. Did you know? The moment I saw it, my back was instantly drenched in cold sweat. That's the first time I've ever felt such an intense danger." Xia Fei lit a cigarette and slowly took a puff from it. Oro froze, then he asked, "So did you actually see anything or not?" "No, it was just too far. Even with my ocular cognition, I couldn't see anything clearly," Xia Fei said with a shake of his head. "Appearance is often deceiving, but I trust more in my intuition. It can never go wrong. That's no sapient life form, at least not any that we know of." Xia Fei rarely judged books by their cover, for sapient life forms had complicated minds. A person could have many faces, showing kindness, greed, evil, and various other aspects. However, intuition was different. It was a pure sensory ability. Oro knew about Xia Fei's sensory ability and that it was very strong. If Xia Fei felt that there was something wrong with that dark silhouette, then there must be something wrong with it. "What about those 3 golden lights that appeared behind it?" Oro asked. "There weren't 3, there were 6, Xia Fei corrected Oro. With his ocular cognition, Xia Fei could see much better than Oro. There were seemingly 6 war gods wearing golden armor. They had the aura of sapient life forms. Golden armor. Oro's eyes flew open. He then urgently asked, "Was it really golden armor? Did the helmet have 2 horns? Like those of a bull?" "I couldn't tell." Oro seemed to be very disappointed, but there was great shock in his eyes. After an entire minute, Oro said in a raspy voice, "Those golden armored war gods might have been guardians, and that dark silhouette might have been the cosmic gates." "The cosmic gate?" Xia Fei blurted out in shock. "Hurry up and tell me, what about the cosmic gate?" Oro swallowed, his face turning ghastly pale. That dark silhouette might have come from beyond the cosmic gate. The cosmic gate was an ancient and enigmatic legend. Legends stated that there was a gate somewhere in the lore realm, and inside this gate was this universe that Xia Fei dwelled in, but nobody could say what was on the other side of this gate. Today, Oro had suddenly brought up the cosmic gate and said that the dark silhouette was an intruder from beyond the cosmic gate. Xia Fei was stunned. This shouldn't be possible. The guardians have no reason to appear in the lore realm, and it's been eons since the inverse has appeared. Oro seemed to have gone crazy, constantly pulling on his golden hair as he muttered to himself. Xia Fei frowned, asking, "What is going on? Who are the guardians, and what are the inverse?" "That's a very long tale," said Oro with a sigh. "First, you have to understand why the lore realm has the god and demon races." Xia Fei replied, "I've heard people talking about this before. If I'm not wrong, it's because ability users discovered that abilities could be cultivated into law powers, they became much stronger than ordinary people. Thus, the strong banded together and established the lore realm for these formidable people. After a long time, the lore realm experienced another schism, where a new class of super powerful law warriors emerging. Thus, elite forces were established within their respective foundations, the god race and the demon race, thereby forming this three-tiered class pyramid we have today. The two peak races are the tip of the pyramid, followed by the lore realm, and finally, the ordinary masses of the universe. Although these three realms are all in the same universe, they don't interfere with one another." Oro bitterly chuckled. "History has ruined the people. You can give a simple version of the lore realm's history, but that won't help you truly understand the lore realm." Xia Fei pursed his lips. "History was written by people. Right or wrong, straight or crooked, everything was determined by their pen. What they wanted to write as black was black, and what they wanted to write as white was white. Once enough time passed, it became hard to differentiate truth from fiction. Let me tell you. The inverse are powerful and wicked creatures that live beyond the cosmic gate, possessing unimaginable power. They act bizarrely, and if they're willing, they can tear apart this entire universe. The initial reason the strong set up the lore realm wasn't to avoid the common masses, but rather to protect the cosmic gate." Oro firmly said. A land of wicked creatures existed beyond the cosmic gate. Xia Fei was stunned. He thought back to the cold fear that had gone straight to his bones and how his back had become instantly drenched in cold sweat the moment he saw that dark silhouette. He had never felt such a sensation before. "Then what about those guardians?" Xia Fei asked. "They are experts who wear golden armor and protect the cosmic gate. They're very stubborn and prevent anyone from getting close to the cosmic gate, let alone anyone from opening it. Even the two peaks races can't approach. So there's a third faction above the god race and demon race." Xia Fei said in shock. He had only known about the cosmic gate before, never knowing that there was a group of super experts who protected that gate in the deepest depths of the universe. Oro shook his head. "It's not just them. The Guardians are the conservative faction, refusing to interact with anything besides the cosmic gate. There are also the rebels, who are the progressive faction. They believe that they should directly confront whatever is outside the cosmic gate. Locking down the gate is no solution, so even though there are inverse beyond the gate, they should try and think of a way to kill the inverse. Besides, the inverse have already become legends, having not appeared for eons. One faction wants to guard the cosmic gate, while the other wants to open the cosmic gate," Xia Fei muttered. It turned out that the lore realm still had many more factions and secrets that he did not know about. This was the first time he was hearing about the Guardians and the rebels. Then there are the inverse, those wicked creatures that hadn't appeared in eons appeared again today. Xia Fei took a deep breath. He then asked, "If that's true, what does it mean?" Oro turned grim as he repeated Galson Ward's final words, "The Dark Knight's Descent." End of Book 6, The Lore Realm. Chapter 816, 480,000 meters per second. Oro turned grim as he repeated Galson Ward's final words, "The Dark Knight's Descent." The Dark Knight's Descent. Xia Fei was startled. He started muttering, "It's been eons since an inverse last appeared. Will this tremendously impact the entire lore realm?" "No," Oro shook his head and gravely said, "it's not just the lore realm. This will be a disaster for the entire universe. Alas, even you're unable to confirm if it truly was an inverse, so we can only speculate. In short, all this might be a sign that the universe is about to experience a revolution." Xia Fei suddenly felt he was having difficulties breathing. The closer he got to the depths of the universe, the more vast and mysterious it felt. He had originally believed that the two peak races were the strongest existences of the universe, but now he had discovered that there were two extremist factions called the Guardians and the Rebels. This was not even mentioning the unknown symbolized by the cosmic gate. There was only one way to get closer to the truth: join the God race as quickly as possible and get closer to the legendary cosmic gate. When exactly do you plan on killing me? Oro suddenly asked. Oro's heart was brimming with a sense of danger. Although he and Xia Fei found it impossible to confirm if that scene just then was the reappearance of the inverse, as the patriarch of the Lionheart clan and its protector, Oro was not just worried about himself but also the hundreds of millions of members of his family. If all his speculations were true, it meant that the universe was about to enter a long period of darkness. Oro needed to go back to the Lionheart clan and find out the truth so that he could lead his people in amply preparing themselves. To do all this, he needed Xia Fei to kill him. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and solemnly replied, "The day I enter the God race is the day of your rebirth. Regardless, the 3-year period isn't even up." To tell the truth, Xia Fei was very unwilling to let go of Oro. This old monster he had inadvertently picked up was a treasure trove of experience and had a very profound cultivation. He had helped him quite a lot, so Xia Fei preferred if he could keep Oro around for a bit longer. Oro was taken aback, and then he nodded. "All right, it's a deal then." The laughter in the wind garden rang endlessly. The Skywing Wolves were all excited after cementing the unshakable status of their clan in the Lore Realm and exterminating the 2 religions and 1 clan. Amid all this merriment, Xia Fei entered the training room alone. Meals needed to be eaten bite by bite. While Xia Fei wanted nothing more than to rush to the cosmic gate and see what was going on, he knew that he was still very far from the terminus of the universe. The rainbow ball in his 7th brain region was dazzlingly bright. After absorbing the essence of 1 law overlord and 10 some law emperors, this miraculous ball of energy had rapidly swelled. As Xia Fei's level rose and he used this ball more, Xia Fei discovered that it grew stronger and stronger, capable of holding an absurd amount of energy. It must be understood that this ball had been very weak at the start. Just 1 law emperor's energy would have it getting restless, but now, it could contain the energy of more than a dozen law emperors at once. This was naturally great news to Xia Fei, for it was as if he was carrying a supersized origin crystal with him at all times. Even in the most difficult of battles, this energy ball could sustain him for a very long time. This was not even mentioning the assistance it provided Xia Fei in charging through thresholds and its ability to produce unstoppable explosions at times of crisis. Of course, all of this was because Xia Fei had an abnormal ability to control energy. An ordinary warrior would probably kill themselves if they could not control this dangerous ball of energy. Whoosh! Xia Fei shot forward like a streak of light. Advancement in the law of speed was right in front of him. Earlier, during the battle, Xia Fei had sensed that breakthrough into level 2 was near, and he had been forced to suppress it. Advancing in the middle of battle was a dangerous thing, for the body would temporarily weaken, and time was needed after advancing to solidify the foundations. Now that the battle was over, Xia Fei's first order of business was to break through and advance into level 2 law of speed practitioner. In the early morning, as the first ray of sunlight appeared, Xia Fei had already spent 10 hours cultivating non-stop in the training room. Bang! As if the air had suddenly been ignited, Xia Fei's speed began to soar absurdly. 28. 30. 35. An indescribable sense of lightness began to seep through Xia Fei's body. It was as if there had been a giant stone on his chest before this, which made it hard for him to breathe, but after advancing, this comfortable sensation spread throughout his body, and his footsteps became lighter and lighter. There was simply no stopping his acceleration. The level 2 of the law of speed had been broken. Xia Fei's speed doubled, reaching 480,000 meters per second. This was an absurd speed. Even among the speed geniuses of the Skywings, this would rank near the top. Pa 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 pa. Applause resounded through the training room. The one clapping was none other than Patriarch Xia Baiun. He had noticed that Xia Fei was training and had been observing him since then, a joyous look in his eyes as he quietly stood in place. Xia Fei breathed out and slowed himself down as he went over to Xia Baiun. A godwing is a godwing. I really have nothing else to say. What else can your speed of advancement do except leave me astonished, said Xia Baiun with a shrug. Top-class talent, incredible tenacity, and a sharp mind. Oro had once believed that Xia Fei's cultivation speed would slow down once he hit the Law Emperor cultivation until it was eventually no different from ordinary warriors, but reality had already shown that Oro was terribly mistaken. The energy distribution ring white jade swimming dragon, the blood-sucking blood crystal, that mysterious energy ball in the 7th brain region, and Xia Fei's monstrous ability to control energy had allowed him to advance faster and faster. Not only was he not slowing down, he was even accelerating. Xia Fei was very humble, saying, "Patriarch flatters me. I'm simply doing everything I can." Xia Baiyun nodded in approval. Xia Fei understood how to keep himself inconspicuous. Though he was clearly a rare genius in the law realm, he normally maintained a low profile. It was an attitude that Xia Baiyun admired greatly, for it was also safer this way. Geniuses were often brought down by their aloofness and pride. While Xia Fei's madness in the middle of danger transcended the realm of arrogance, he was normally no different from an ordinary person. This personality undoubtedly helped him travel much farther. "I'm about to leave, so I came to say goodbye. You played a major role in our complete victory over the two religions and one clan. Even the Grand Ancestor is effusive with praise for you. With you as the lone wolf of the Skywing Wolf Pack formation, our might is doubled. However, you seem to be troubled by something. While everyone else in the clan was wildly celebrating yesterday, you didn't really participate." Xia Fei chuckled. "Patriarch, you didn't participate, either. Can I presume that the Grand Ancestor has issued another order?" Xia Baiyun nodded. "You're as observant as ever." "Correct. I spent last night speaking with our Grand Ancestor for a long while. We found the incident to be rather strange." Xia Fei was startled, hastily asking, "Strange?" Xia Baiyun replied, "Yes. The primordial sect, old god cult, and Moonward clan all have some strength up there. Despite the fact that we defied the orders from the god race and exterminated them, those above didn't assign much blame to the Grand Ancestor. They simply chatted with him for dozen or so minutes. Even our Grand Ancestor didn't believe the matter would be dropped this easily. It was far too simple." Xia Fei creased his brows. "It's really rather strange. Even if they didn't investigate, they should at least do something for their subordinates to see so that the other clans wouldn't lose heart." Xia Baiyun replied, "The Grand Ancestor felt the same. Such light treatment may be because the relationship between the two peak races has been rather tense lately. There are rumors going around, saying that the two races are actually at war already, so they can't shuffle their elites as much as they want. There's no other explanation that will make sense aside from that." Xia Fei froze for a moment. If that dark silhouette was really an inverse that had come in through the cosmic gate, should the two peak races not both start preparing their defenses? Rekindling the sparks of war at this time was just asking for trouble, was it not? If the two races killed off each other's elites by fighting in an all-out war, what would they use to fight back against that wicked power beyond the cosmic gate? Xia Fei gravely asked, "Patriarch, there's something I don't understand." At the last moment of the battle that day, the stars suddenly dimmed. "Do you know why that was?" Xia Fei did not directly say anything, instead approaching the matter by asking Xia Baiyun a question. Xia Baiyun shook his head. "I told this to the Grand Ancestor, but his venerable self said that I needn't worry about it and just have to do my job. I truly can't answer your question." Xia Fei said nothing in return. After all, the inverse's reappearance after eons was a matter of grave importance, so the god race might have wanted to keep it under wraps. Xia Baiyun patted Xia Fei on the shoulder. "Our Skywing clan will once more be falling into silence. You should use this opportunity to advance. Xia Tian, Xia Lishi and Xia Changkan will continue with your curriculum. In addition, when you have the time, you should go and report to Dragon Ascension Martial Hall. I've already notified the Feng family." Xia Fei frowned and asked, "I need to go to Dragon Ascension as well? My cultivation schedule is so packed that I hardly have any time for myself. Besides, our clan's cultivation methods are different. Dragon Ascension may not be very helpful to me." Xia Baiyun answered, "You're not going to do anything. You just need the token from Dragon Ascension. There are two ways to advance to the God race, the first is through the clan's selection, and the second is through Dragon Ascension Martial Hall. Believe me when I say that this will be very beneficial to you." Xia Fei was speechless and could only nod. Once Xia Baiyun had been sent off, Oro said, "It seems that your Grand Ancestor wants to see you as soon as possible." Xia Fei asked in surprise, "Why is that?" Oro explained, "To enter the two peak races, you generally need to have Law Overlord cultivation. You've just become a great Law Emperor, and your Skywings have made too much of a ruckus lately, so your Grand Ancestor has no means of directly summoning you. Using Dragon Ascension Conclave is achieving the goal through a different path. After all, Dragon Ascension serves the God race and has the right to promote someone ahead of time without any objections." Xia Fei spent a few days adjusting his condition and solidifying his hard-fought gains. He saw that the celestial zero hammer was probably done now, so he went off to see Huo Yatong. Now that I've advanced in the law of primal chaos, the armament forged should be pretty good, right? Xia Fei thought to himself. Chapter 817, Zero Hammer, Activate. Xia Fei made his way along the mountain path to Huo Yatong's residence and saw the artificer already waiting in the courtyard. He had brewed some tea and was drinking it all by himself. Xia Fei walked up and sat across from Huo Yatong. The latter glanced at him and sighed. So vicious. I didn't think that your Skywings would actually wipe out 2 whole religions and 1 entire clan. You didn't even leave dregs behind. Even more unbelievable is that those above pretended not to see. Just like that, more than 10 million people disappeared. Really, what sort of eye medicine did your Skywings use on those old monsters? Couldn't they even do anything to you? Xia Fei was momentarily speechless and then he chuckled. How should I know what goes on up above? Still, those people brought it upon themselves this time, inexplicably attacking Xia City. It would be far stranger if we let them live. Huo Yatong pursed his lips and said nothing in response. The Skywings driving out the Moonward clan last time had already given the Lore realm a big shock. This time, they had unleashed a massive earthquake. After all, those were more than 10 million people. The Skywings had exterminated them all at the drop of a hat, not even sparing the grass around their homes. The Skywings were undoubtedly as the foremost implementers of the principle of cutting the grass and pulling out the roots. They were professionals in this matter, always ensuring that nothing was left behind. Standing up, Huo Yatong said, "The celestial zero hammer is done. Follow me." Xia Fei bowed. "Thank you for your service, Master Artificer." Huo Yatong rolled his eyes. Xia Fei had evidence that could get Huo Yatong the death penalty, yet he was still acting so polite, leaving Huo Yatong very uncomfortable. The two of them followed the mountain path to that very ordinary cave. Huo Yatong pointed at the seal outside. This is the first protective mechanism. Once it is activated, you can only work it from the inside. I also added 2 more layers of seals, both inside. These should be able to ensure safety during the activation of the zero hammer. Xia Fei frowned. Is there a need to go so far as to set up 3 seals? Huo Yatong glanced at Xia Fei. Of course there's a need. If I wasn't lacking time, I would have put 3 more layers. That solid gold flying cicada pupa you found was crooked. No one can tell what can result from it being used as a catalyst. Besides, I've sealed the activation area tightly not for your sake, but for mine. If there really is some accident, it'll ruin the little home I've resided in for several decades. Once he was inside the cave, Xia Fei could see that the intricate celestial zero hammer system was complete. It majestically stood in that hidden space, awaiting Xia Fei's inspection. Huo Yatong was clearly proud of his work, and he chattered on and on about the various secrets of this celestial zero hammer. Xia Fei had used a celestial zero hammer before, so he understood how this mystical armament forging system operated, but he did not understand its principles, so he listened eagerly. In any case, he still needed to study artificing from Xialashi, so he would not lose anything from listening to a little from Huo Yatong first. Huo Yatong was even more elated to see Xia Fei so earnestly listening. He had gone through enormous effort to set up this system, so he naturally would not miss out on an opportunity to boast about it. Remember, the infusion item this time is the Heavenly Beast Spirit Pearl. This isn't some ordinary law power, so it requires extraordinary power. The most dangerous phase is when the celestial zero hammer's accumulated energy melts down the Heavenly Beast Spirit Pearl into a formless state. You have to keep a close watch on this indicator. Once this needle goes over the red line, you're in danger and need to leave this space. Even if you can get through this phase and once the infusion begins, you can't get careless. That's because the catalyst is a long and crooked solid gold flying cicada pupa. Keep a close watch on these 2 meters. If you discover that something is going wrong, start praying. To tell the truth, this celestial zero hammer activation has many unstable factors, so I really can't make any promises about what will come out of it, Huo Yatong worriedly said. Xia Fei smiled. In fact, these were not the only unstable factors present. Xia Fei was still hiding the most important one, the law of primal chaos. In Xia Fei's view, this sort of uncertainty was the best. If everything went according to plan, the item created would not be very different from ordinary goods, so how could he ever be pleasantly surprised? A good job often required the best tools. Xia Fei did not like ordinary things. If he needed something, he wanted the best or the most bizarre. Everything else was considered inferior. Alright, what do you plan to make? Huo Yatong asked. Xia Fei replied, didn't I already send it over 2 days ago? It's the armor I had you repair. The monohorn ogre. Huo Yatong's eyes flew open. He urgently asked, you're going to use the monohorn ogre as the base. Is that not good? The monohorn ogre is at the law overlord level, the highest level among my current possessions, Xia Fei replied. Huo Yatong fell silent. He took out the repaired suit of armor from his ring and handed it over to Xia Fei, a strange look in his eyes. He softly muttered, mad. The Skywings are all madmen. Xia Fei frowned as he looked at Huo Yatong. He seemed to be implying something else with his words. Huo Yatong waved his hands and began to walk out. You're free to make whatever you want, but let me warn you, with so many unstable factors, if you insist on activating the Zero Hammer, you must bear the consequences. Xia Fei did not understand what Huo Yatong meant. He asked Oro, do you think that there's a problem? Oro shook his head. What problem could there be? The monohorn ogre is just a high-class suit of armor made by the Fig Corporation. I think that this is the right choice. Whether it's October Flying Snow, the Dragon Scale Hecto Slasher, or the Darkness Metal Weapon Ode of 100 Spirits, none of them can match the level of this suit of armor. You already have immemorial mystical armament Peacock Blue, and it's been strengthened after 3 fusions. With that fiendish blood crystal, you have 2 mystical armaments, both of which are incredibly rare. Thus, you don't lack for good weapons and have a greater need for defensive items. Moreover, your psychokinetic ability has been at a standstill this whole time because you've already cultivated your speed ability to the maximum, leaving no space for your support abilities. As time goes on, you'll eventually have to abandon your psychokinetic ability, so there's no point in forging the Dragon Scale Hecto Slasher or Ode of 100 Spirits. Huo Yatong walked out of the cave and looked up at the sun. That relaxed smile on his face suddenly became rather strange. You chose this, naturally, you have to bear the consequences. If you die, no one will have any evidence to incriminate me, so do you really think I will tell you that the monohorn ogre is some spirit armor? Huo Yatong sinisterly asked. Forging a spirit armor? Absolute madness. Shaking his head, Huo Yatong walked down the mountain. He went to his little wooden hut and packed his things, after which, he took out a spatial compass and began to set the coordinates. I have to go up, anyway, so I might as well go a few days early. Farewell forever, my dear little hut. Huo Yatong activated the spatial compass and left. He left Xia Fei alone in the mountain with that extremely unstable celestial Zero Hammer. It's fine, Oro said. Huo Yatong didn't play any sort of tricks with this system. Rather than playing any tricks, I have to say that this is some excellent craftsmanship. In the hidden space, the first thing Xia Fei did after Huo Yatong left was to have Oro inspect the entire celestial Zero Hammer system. With care, even a boat that was 10,000 years old could set sail. To tell the truth, there were few people in this universe whom Xia Fei could 100% trust, and Huo Yatong definitely was not one of them. Thus, Xia Fei had the experienced Oro take a look at the system first to see if Huo Yatong had played any tricks. Xia Fei trusted Oro's words. He was second only to Avril in not wanting to see Xia Fei die, for if he died, Oro would be unable to die, and Oro thought so much about dying that he was almost going insane. He would never want anything to happen to Xia Fei. Pa! Xia Fei slapped the celestial Zero Hammer's sturdy mechanical arm and sternly said, good. Let's complete this infusion of the monohorn ogre then. This system had been somewhat simplified compared to the one Xia Fei used before, saving time and energy for construction, but the specific steps were the same, and Xia Fei proficiently went through the motions. Placing the needed crystals for activation in the energy system, Xia Fei went into the control room, which was also the safety room. It could ensure that Xia Fei was unharmed during the intense impact of the Zero Hammer. The procedures would also be carried out in the safety room. It was called a safety room, but it was incredibly cramped. It was a round pillar about 3 meters tall, and its insides were stuffed with various meters and indicators. Looking up, Xia Fei saw that the giant 4-edged Zero Hammer was placed high in the sky. The heavenly beast spirit pearl being infused was already installed in place, and the monohorn ogre had already been laid out on the forging platform. There was a small hole on the platform, where the solid gold flying cicada pupa was placed. Once he confirmed that everything was ready, Xia Fei let out a long breath and placed his hand on the activation platform. He only needed to insert his law force to start the process. Let's begin, Oro said. Xia Fei nodded, his face solemn. Zing! The law of space force erupted. The massive hammer in the air began to move slowly. It rapidly moved in the sky, higher and higher. It was not long until it was an almost indistinguishable black dot up there. Bang! The moment it reached its apex point, the zero hammer began to accelerate downward, getting faster and faster until the howling whines around it seemed like the roars of a monster one that was tearing desperately at the air. Rumble! The zero hammer smashed down on the monohorn ogre armor placed upon the platform. There was no need to worry about the celestial zero hammer destroying this suit of armor. This was a wondrous property of this ultimate law infusion tool. It could recognize the item being forged. If a suit of armor was put in, a suit of armor would come out, but because it had been infused with law force, it would be somewhat modified. Whoosh! The second the zero hammer impacted with the monohorn ogre, Xia Fei shook his wrist and changed the law of space into the law of primal chaos. The law of space was merely to activate the zero hammer. What Xia Fei really wanted to infuse was the heavenly beast spirit pearl, the law of primal chaos. Oro's eyes brightened. He was shocked every time Xia Fei used the law of primal chaos, even though this was far from the first time he had seen this disruptive power. Rumble! Intense sparks erupted from the forging platform, blindingly bright. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the middle of that solid gold flying cicada pupa. Golden light erupted from the pupa, as if a cicada was about to emerge. Meanwhile, black smoke began to emerge from inside the monohorn ogre, curling around like a venomous snake. Usually, the solid gold flying cicada pupa would go into the armor to catalyze the law infusion, but for some reason, the monohorn ogre seemed to be refusing the catalyzing of the solid gold flying cicada pupa. What's going on? Xia Fei urgently hollered. As the operator, Xia Fei could clearly sense a power within the armor rejecting the power of the solid gold flying cicada pupa and the heavenly beast spirit pearl. It refused to integrate with them. Oh, no. The monohorn ogre might be some spirit armor. A bead of sweat silently slid down Oro's face. Chapter 818, The Deformed Fiend Armor Emerges. Oh, God! The monohorn ogre might be some spirit armor. Oro urgently said. Spirit armor. Xia Fei was flabbergasted. He had no time for hesitation. The monohorn ogre, the solid gold flying cicada pupa, the heavenly beast spirit pearl, and the impact of the celestial zero hammer had all mixed together. Coupled with Xia Fei's law of primal chaos, what should have been a rather simple mystical armament forging had become a clash of 5 apex powers. Pa! 2 swords at once. Xia Fei placed both his hands on the infusion platform, forming his law of primal chaos into 2 pressuring forces. Roar! A frightening scene played out on the forging platform. The black mist restlessly shifted while letting out an unnerving howl. The heavenly beast spirit pearl contained the essence of a mythical beast accumulated throughout its life, so it had intelligence of its own, and the long and crooked solid gold flying cicada pupa achieved a similar effect through different means. Through their combined power, they had drawn out something hiding inside the monohorn ogre. This thing seemingly had some attributes of life, but it did not have a physical body, so it materialized itself as a cloud of violent black mist. What is a spirit armor? Xia Fei yelled, his hair blowing around as the howling whines made it hard for him to stand. It was as if one person was trying to challenge a Category 12 hurricane. Even worse was that these several powerful energies had come together to create a formidable repulsive force. Xia Fei's law of primal chaos was able to suppress them, but it could not make them integrate. Spirit armor is an armor with a spirit in it. That there is some immortal soul within means that this suit of armor has a mind of its own, but as you and the armor's soul are on different frequencies, you're unable to sense its existence. Oro urgently said. Xia Fei was utterly stunned. An immortal soul? Phantom was an immortal soul. It was clear that souls existed in this universe, but they were difficult for other people to notice. Take Phantom as an example, he was on the same frequency as Xia Fei and Sentinel Goddess Sophie, so the only people who knew about him in this universe were Xia Fei and Sophie. Anyone else was incapable of communicating with him. Meanwhile, there was also some unknown soul within the monohorn ogre, perhaps the former master of the armor or perhaps some soul that had been drifting through the universe and clung onto the armor at some point. In any case, this soul was different from Phantom. It did not communicate with Xia Fei and it contained great hostility. The celestial zero hammer was intending to modify the soul's carrier, the monohorn ogre, which was putting the soul's survival at risk and triggered its intense counterattack. Moreover, the heavenly beast spirit pearl and the solid gold flying cicada pupa were both two unstable factors, ultimately resulting in a combined resistance against Xia Fei, the controller of the Zero Hammer. If Xia Fei wanted to complete the celestial Zero Hammer process, he needed to subdue this unknown soul. His mind raced rapidly. Suddenly, Xia Fei thought of something. A soul merging with a physical object was not a simple task. Phantom was in the middle of researching this subject with Sophie, in hopes of getting himself a new body. Alas, it was an extremely difficult topic and the two of them had yet to succeed. However, this soul was tightly integrated with the metal. It must be understood that this was real alloy, not the small piece of morphite that Phantom was attached to. Morphite was an ore rich in spirituality and had absorbed some of the essence of the universe when it was formed, but alloy was artificial. Integrating with it was several thousand times more difficult than integrating with morphite. This soul had perfectly integrated with the monohorn ogre and had hidden itself so deeply and skillfully. Was it different from Phantom in some way? Xia Fei frowned. The situation was dire, and Xia Fei did not have much time to waste on thinking. The monohorn ogre was putting up a fierce resistance, and its target was Xia Fei, the wielder of the celestial Zero Hammer. Furball! Xia Fei shouted. Furball, who had been waiting in the wings this whole time, energetically howled. Delusion clone art! Whoosh! Furball suddenly turned into a human, two identical Xia Feis appearing in this hidden space. A second later, Furball began to send vast quantities of energy to Xia Fei. As this energy entered Xia Fei's body, the power of his law of primal chaos swiftly doubled. Roar! The monohorn ogre let out a terrible scream. Even when working together with the solid gold flying cicada pupa and the heavenly beast spirit pearl, it still could not resist the reversal power of the law of primal chaos. Slowly, it weakened and was pushed back into the armor. Still not enough. Xia Fei's face darkened. He once more released the energy reserve in his seventh brain region, and the amount of energy flowing through his body soon reached astronomical levels. The Lower Realm's foundation was energy, and even the celestial Zero Hammer required energy to operate. Xia Fei had a sea of energy stored inside his body, majestic and bottomless. Also, Xia Fei's law of primal chaos had already reached level 4. This mid-level primal chaos energy was far more powerful than before. With all these powers overlapping, Xia Fei gradually began to get the upper hand in this contest. The soul in the monohorn ogre was unwilling to be suppressed and began to engage in round after round of frenzied counterattacks. Alas, it grew weaker and weaker as Xia Fei's law of primal chaos slowly revealed its savagery. This was complete suppression and reversal. Rumble! Booms came from the forging platform, a dazzling light erupting. The earth quaked. The space began to collapse. Several minutes later, Xia Fei sat in a pile of debris, his face rather fatigued. He used a grade 5 origin crystal to replenish his lost energy. Furball was stretched out in his bosom, enjoying his own meal. A black metal box was on the ground. After being modified by the celestial Zero Hammer, the monohorn ogre had regained its original appearance. Xia Fei now only needed to activate it and then put it on, but Xia Fei had no idea what the monohorn ogre would look now. That was close. Thankfully, that strange law was able to keep control, or else there would have been a huge problem, Oro softly said. The thought of those several powerful energies fighting against one another still left his heart thumping in fear. Xia Fei silently lit a cigarette. In truth, he had expected the forging process to be unusual, but such a large turmoil had surpassed his expectations. Huo Yatong's little wooden hut was gone, the cave had collapsed, and the entire mountain had sunken into the ground. An underground river had surged in, too, turning the place into a lake. Of course, none of this was important to Xia Fei. As a believer in price theory, Xia Fei had been ready to take the risk. The key was that the celestial Zero Hammer had succeeded. Xia Fei had obtained his second divine armament. It's more suspicious the more I think about. When you said that you'd use the monohorn ogre to forge a divine armament, Huo Yatong got a strange look in his eyes. He might have realized that the monohorn ogre was some spirit armor when he was repairing it. He wanted to kill you. Oro said as he recalled the scene. Xia Fei looked around and saw that Huo Yatong was nowhere to be found. After this incident, Xia Fei was even more determined to learn all the various skills. Rather than seeking help from others, it was better to seek help from oneself. If Xia Fei had been an artificer, he could have completely avoided this danger. Xia Fei had never been willing to trust others. Fate was something he wanted to control himself, not hand to others. He softly stroked the suit of armor. Xia Fei could not sense any sort of soul within it. It appeared that the violent soul had been forced out of the armor. He felt a little regret. This soul was able to merge so well with alloy, it would have served as an excellent research subject for Phantom and Sophie if he had been able to capture it. Unfortunately, while Xia Fei understood how to capture humans and exotic beasts, he did not know how to capture a soul. He could only allow it to disappear. After consuming several grade 5 origin crystals, Xia Fei and Furball were fully recovered. Xia Fei lightly pressed on the armor's activation button. Whoosh! The monohorn ogre attached to his body. The celestial zero hammer, the heavenly beast spirit pearl, the solid gold flying cicada pupa, and the law of primal chaos had joined together to create an astonishing transformation in the monohorn ogre, transformation that not even Xia Fei had anticipated. Rumble! The thrusters erupted with brilliant flames, carrying Xia Fei several thousand meters above the ground. Clack crack! With a crisp clanging of metal, the energy thrusters on his back suddenly moved to the bottom of his feet. The monohorn ogre could adjust its form. This was a sort of subconscious adjustment. It understood that since Xia Fei was in the air, moving the thrusters to the feet would be far better for Xia Fei's movement than leaving the thrusters at the back. Xia Fei raised an eyebrow, happiness on his face. Pa 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 pa. Xia Fei swiftly began to fly through the air, the powerful energy thrusters letting him move as if he were on the ground. Even though he was in the air, he could still travel at extreme speeds. Rumble! Xia Fei shot through the air. Like a rocket, he hurtled toward a mountain 200 meters tall in the distance. Stop! You're about to crash, cried Oro. Hitting a mountain at a speed of several 100,000 meters per second was no laughing matter. The impact alone would be fatal. Xia Fei ignored him. He was delighted over the monohorn ogre's ability to change its form as he pleased, and now, he wanted to test another crucial element of this armor, its defense. Bang! A mountain-sundering impact. This mountain, which stood 200 meters tall, was instantly pulverized. Bizarrely, just when Xia Fei was about to hit the mountain, the monohorn ogre changed forms. Xia Fei had moved his arms in front of him to reduce the force of the impact. At that moment, the monohorn ogre had moved 80% of its metal parts to the front, where the impact force would be the greatest. It turned itself into a sharp diamond drill. The advantages of this form were obvious. It focused all the power of the impact onto the front, the monohorn ogre taking up the perfect form for a collision that would obliterate everything in its path. Joy! Immense joy! The monohorn ogre was no longer some lifeless armor. It was intelligent and able to change forms at will, becoming a battle companion and a powerful ally to Xia Fei. An elated Xia Fei landed back on the ground. Besides a will to fight and one's skill, another important factor in battle was the ability to adapt. The monohorn ogre had become a smart suit. It could change forms whenever desired, allowing this armor to adapt according to the situation. This was one of those legendary divine armors that had numerous different forms. Its defensive power was also impressive. When Xia Fei obliterated that mountain, he had felt only a slight soreness in his arms, but was otherwise completely uninjured. Boom! Xia Fei blasted apart a giant boulder with a single punch. Joy! Another wonderful surprise. When he punched, his gauntlet suddenly became thick and heavy, spikes growing from it. Xia Fei's offensive power had instantly increased. My god! This armor seems to exist purely for combat. Xia Fei stared at his fist and remarked. The monohorn ogre's ability to change forms whenever wanted left him excited beyond compare. Oro's eyes went wide open as he said in disbelief, this isn't just a suit of armor anymore. It's a suit of fiend armor. Chapter 819, Confusion and Energy Master Cultivation. This isn't just a suit of armor anymore. It's a suit of fiend armor. Oro's eyes turned wide as he said. I've never seen an armor that can change forms before, and it does it on its own depending on the fighting style. The defense is also much greater than the base. I will wager that this suit of armor can even hold out against the attack of a Law Sage. A Law Sage? Xia Fei was stunned. The rankings went from Law Adept to Law Sovereign to Law Emperor to Law Overlord, and finally, it was Law Sage. A transcendent realm. This monohorn ogre's defenses were so good that it could last him all the way to Law Sage. This also meant that even though Xia Fei had only just reached the level of Great Law Emperor, he already had Law Saint combat armor. This jump in rank was just too impressive. That was not even considering its unique functions. It fully deserved being called fiend armor. You have the demonic dagger blood crystal, and now you have the fiendish monohorn ogre. You won't find this pairing of fiendish weapon and armor anywhere else in the universe. You're armed to the teeth. There's probably no warrior in the White Horse constellation who's better equipped than you are. Even Xia Baiyun isn't as well equipped, Oro added. Xia Fei smiled. It was true. There were many times where cultivation was not everything. A true warrior needed to improve themselves in all aspects. From as great as the power of laws to as small as a pair of shoes and socks, none of it could be ignored. Even the smallest advantage, once accumulated, could overcome an opponent of the same level. Xia Fei's equipment was truly rather excessive, such that even the experienced veteran Oro was a little envious. Xia Fei could definitely be considered one of those warriors who sought perfection. However, Xia Fei often made surprising choices. He had raised a holy beast with a strange temperament and a cunning personality, and he had also gotten his hands on an obedient immemorial mystical armament. Xia Fei wanted a complete set, for his weapon and armor to also be brimming with fiendishness. To tell the truth, nothing Xia Fei used was normal. There was always something that made them stand out. This was probably due to Xia Fei's personality. After all, the master of these weapons was an unconventional person who hated the rules and always took the path less traveled. It seems that doing everything possible to craft a divine armament was the correct choice, Xia Fei said with some emotion. The modification of the monohorn ogre had cost him a vast sum. Of course, the results were pretty satisfactory. The cold suit of armor had become some fiend armor overflowing with lethality. It was impossible to assign a monetary value to this change. What do you know about immortal souls? Xia Fei asked. Phantom's new body was also something he was concerned about, and if he could help Phantom achieve his long-cherished wish, Xia Fei did not mind doing a good deed. After all, Phantom was Xia Fei's teacher and friend. Oro shrugged. I don't know much, but the record house of my Lionheart royalty should have some information. To be blunt, we should really find a time to go and look them over. I'm very worried about the return of the inverse. Xia Fei was startled. He was also deeply concerned about the cosmic gate and the inverse. He sternly asked, You're confident that you can access the Lionheart clan's record house? Oro shook his head. Not in my current state. Let me think about it some more. Where can we get some first-hand, trustworthy information that won't be too troublesome to access? Your Skywing clan should have their own record storage, so you should go and ask. Yet. Xia Fei firmly nodded. The Wind Garden. The monohorn ogre did not look that different after being modified. Its outer appearance was the same, but its aura had become more restrained, more in line with Xia Fei's inconspicuous nature. Thus, neither Xia Wei nor Xia Zonghai were able to tell the difference. Of course, this was only on the surface. During a battle, the monohorn ogre would be an existence that no enemy would want to deal with. Wei, I have a few questions that I'd like to check the data on. The clan should have a record house, right? Xia Fei asked. Xia Wei frowned. We do have a record house, but to protect the information during the battle, the supervisor took it away. It's still in the middle of reorganization and will be open again in a few days. If you want to look something up, why don't you pay a visit to the Law Enforcement Board? There's a large record house over there. Xia Fei nodded. That's true. Sometimes, I really don't understand why, despite the law realm being so advanced, all the clans like keeping written records. An internet library will be so much more convenient. Wei smiled. The law realm is very conservative. These people don't trust machines and the internet. Besides, truly worthwhile things won't be revealed so easily. This explanation was similar to the ones the Pan-Human Alliance made. It was as if the life forms of this universe had a habit of being conservative, hostile to machines and ace. Xia Fei could not help but think about the king of the mech race, that madman would throw everything into his research. His treatment might be connected to the conservative nature of the law realm. Xia Fei went to the Law Enforcement Board and sought Wolf Shenyi. Brother Jiga Wolf, who knew that Xia Fei needed to go and report to Dragon Ascension Marshal Hall, was elated. A simple question and Xia Fei learned that the other was also registered in Dragon Ascension. Dragon Ascension was only difficult to enter for ordinary clans. Top-class clans like the Skywings and the Cruel Wolves were naturally not part of this group. In fact, Dragon Ascension Marshal Hall wanted the descendants of these clans to enter the Marshal Hall so as to increase its prestige. Xia Fei could only bitterly smile. Class hierarchy was the same wherever he went. Fair? The universe had never been fair. Wolf Shenyi's uncle, Wolf Julan, was the deputy chair of the Law Enforcement Board, and he also happened to be in charge of the records. Even an abnormal fellow like Brother Wolf could be assigned to the registration desk, so getting the key to the record house was a trifling task. Whoosh! As Xia Fei pushed open the door, he was assailed by the thick scent of books. Xia Fei instantly recalled his days working in a library. Although those had been rather monotonous days, they had helped Xia Fei solidify his theoretical basis. He had read so many books that he had lost count. I wonder how old Qin Mang is doing, Xia Fei muttered as he entered the record house. Catch! Wolf Shenyi said as he threw over an old ring of keys. All the keys are there, so you can go wherever you want. I hate reading, so I won't keep you company. Wolf Shenyi swaggered away, leaving Xia Fei alone in the record house. The Law Enforcement Board's record house was not usually accessed, and many places were covered in thick layers of dust. Xia Fei swung the keys around as he said to Oro, I'll have to take Xiaolashi's energy mastery class and artificing class soon. Where am I going to start with all these books? Let's start with the history of the Law Realm's founding, Oro replied. Xia Fei was a speed ability user. He read quickly and had a memory that was even more incredible. Around 2 hours later, Xia Fei closed the heavy wooden doors of the record house and went back to the registration desk. These records are all rather extreme, Xia Fei muttered. Oro pursed his lips and said, You're in the god race. It would be far stranger if they had anything good to say about my demon race. Let me tell you, the god race edited a lot of this history. It's completely different from the records in our demon race. Xia Fei nodded. It was difficult for there to be a conclusive account when it came to history. To understand the Law Realm truly, he needed to study the records of both the god and demon races and then do some comparative analysis. There was little persuasive power in the words of the god race alone. What made him more uneasy was that the records showed clear signs of editing. Many records were cut off in the middle, making them very fragmented. It was as if someone had intentionally deleted information that seemed unremarkable but was very important. Rather than clearing up Xia Fei's confusion, those 2 hours of reading had only deepened it. Take the wars between the god and demon races as an example, the reason for the start of each war was very far-fetched, including the very first one. It was as if some invisible force was pushing the god and demon races to fight each other. However, why exactly had they been fighting? Xia Fei could not fathom. Even before the two races had the schism, massacres and purges were already rampant, with vast swaths of peerless experts being butchered. In the end, the Law Realm had only ever been peaceful when it was first established. Though there were the occasional killings, none of them had been that gruesome. As for Xia Fei's greatest concern, the Cosmic Gate and the world beyond it, they were covered in only a few brief comments and were of little help to Xia Fei. The record house is big, and we only studied a portion of the information available. Let's continue tomorrow. We may discover something else. In addition, I'll think of a way to get you into the Lionheart clan's record house. Perhaps things will clear up when you can compare both sides, Oro said. When it came to the Cosmic Gate, Oro showed worry like never before. Ever since he saw that bizarre scene in the stars, his and Xia Fei's life had been completely overturned. All they could think of was that gate and the unknown beyond it. With a head full of worries, Xia Fei returned to the Wind Garden and found that Xiaolashi had already been waiting for him. They had not separated on happy terms, so their meeting was a little awkward. Dryly coughing, Xiaolashi stepped forward and said, I've been waiting for you for ages. The energy mastery and artificing classes are very difficult, and you need to be very diligent. Still, your talent in energy control is excellent, so you still have some chance at success. Xia Fei was startled. In the past, Xiaolashi would always scowl the moment he saw Xia Fei, but today, he was strangely being very polite. Xia Fei understood the principle of reciprocation. Since Xiaolashi had offered an olive branch, Xia Fei expressed his own sincerity. After all, Xiaolashi was a vital member of the Skywing clan and was about to pass on to him the important skills of energy mastery and artificery. A relationship that was too awkward would not benefit Xia Fei. Grand Policy, I haven't had the chance to apologize to you yet for accidentally consuming your reserves of high-grade crystals. Xia Fei is truly sorry, Xia Fei bowed and sincerely said. Xiaolashi heartily laughed. Your little accident ended up being more than 20,000 grade 5 crystals the whole lot. Just how careless were you being? Forget it. We're all family. I'm a level 4 energy master, and I can make grade 4 crystals and lower on my own. If you had only consumed grade 4 crystals, I wouldn't have said anything, but they had to be grade 5. That's why I was so angry. Still, after some rumination, I felt that there's no need to think that way. You're the clan's only godwing, and everyone saw what you did in the last war. Without you as the lone wolf, our clan would have suffered a big loss in Floating Star Valley. Let's not bring up the past anymore. While I love money, I still understand what's important. Our clan has always been the most important. Since you did everything you could for the clan, I wouldn't haggle with you over a little money anymore, otherwise we would end up becoming a laughingstock to outsiders. Xia Fei felt some gratitude. The Skywings placed great emphasis on unity. As Xia Fei had proven that he was worthy of the Skywing name, Xiaolashi's attitude toward him had undergone a complete reversal. The two of them entered the training room. Xiaolashi questioned Xia Fei a little about the situation and soon had his mind blown. So you've secretly cultivated the law of energy purification before? Xiaolashi anxiously asked, flabbergasted. Chapter 820, Xiaolashi experiences another tragedy. So you were secretly learning the law of energy purification? Xiaolashi anxiously asked, flabbergasted. What level is your cultivation? After some thought, Xia Fei replied, I've already cultivated the law of energy purification up to level 3. This means that I can produce grade 3 origin crystals, but grade 3 origin crystals can hold too little energy and I do not lack that grade of stone, so while I'm at level 3, I've never actually applied those skills. After saying all this, Xia Fei suddenly realized that Xiaolashi's mouth had hung agape and his eyes were almost bulging out. He was panting for breath. Clearly, he was in a state of shock. Say that again. Xiaolashi suddenly jumped up and urgently asked, his old face turning red. I said that I've cultivated up to level 3 in the law of energy purification. Xia Fei repeated himself. Xiaolashi was utterly speechless. Was the law of energy purification difficult? Of course, it was. Extremely difficult. There were 3 main reasons few people cultivated this law. First, it was too difficult. Second, it required incredible talent. Third, besides talent, it required personal instruction, the guidance of a high-ranking energy master. Only then could a talented student step onto the proper path. Even extremely talented students needed a high-ranking energy master to cleanse their energy channels, using law force to painstakingly comb through their body. Also, during cultivation, the energy master needed to stay at their side and assist them in completing the law pattern. In short, when a high-ranking energy master took a disciple, they would need to stay at their disciple's side and consume large amounts of time and energy to guide them onto the path of energy mastery. However, Xia Fei had succeeded without a teacher. It must be understood that even with the guidance of an energy master, a student of average talent would need 3 years to reach level 1 of the law of energy purification, and a highly talented student would need around a year. Xia Fei had silently self-studied his way to level 3 of the law of energy purification, and all the time he had used was undoubtedly the time he had left from cultivation. Saying that this efficiency was shocking was not enough, Xiaolashi felt like Xia Fei was a legend, a monster even. After a long period of shock, Xiaolashi suddenly put a hand on Xia Fei's shoulder and sternly asked, Tell me the truth, are you really a human? At the end of the day, Xiaolashi was still a very experienced teacher of the Skywing clan. He had guided many outstanding students, including Patriarch Xia Baiun, before. After suppressing his shock, he began to comb through Xia Fei's body patiently. He confirmed that Xia Fei really was a level 3 energy master and that his cultivation process had not damaged his body in any way. Only then did he get to work. Since you've already cultivated law of energy purification up to level 3, we might as well raise that level before I teach you how to convert crystals. Once you learn everything, you'll have plenty of time to study artificing. Xiaolashi was inwardly rather depressed. He had never accepted a disciple before, but the moment he did, the disciple turned out to be a monster. Without being taught anything, Xia Fei was already at level 3. This was just too absurd. When he thought about his own climb from level 1 to level 3, Xiaolashi's face turned red in embarrassment. It had taken him 5 whole years. However, going from level 3 to level 4 was not just a 1-level difference, it was what distinguished a primary energy master from an intermediate energy master. No matter how talented Xia Fei was, he could not cross this gap in a single leap. Xiaolashi was so formidable because he was a master of 2 fields. Besides energy, he was a proficient artificer, and the overlapping of these two had made him irreplaceable in the clan. Xia Fei might have been very talented in energy control, but he had never done artificing, so he probably would not soar upward like a rocket as he had with the law of energy purification. This thought made Xiaoshi feel somewhat better. "I will cultivate as you direct," Xia Fei sincerely said. Xiaoshi nodded. He took out the fourth pattern for the law of energy purification and placed it on the ground. The law of energy purification was a minor law and was composed of 9 different patterns. The higher the level, the more complicated the pattern, and the more difficult it was to cultivate. This was the same as the law of primal chaos and the law of speed. Meanwhile, great laws like the law of space and the law of matter were different. There was one pattern for every stage that needed to be formed 9 times in the brain region to reach the next level. From a certain perspective, it was not that great laws were guaranteed to be powerful. A law was like a stage, and only with a large stage could the actors of the law of primal chaos and the law of speed come up and display their skills. The size of the stage was dependent on the openness of the 7th brain region. If the great law was the stage, then the brain region was like the room. A large room was required to set up a large stage, and the larger the stage, the more dazzling the performance. Ordinary law warriors who could reach 80% openness of the 7th brain region were considered incredible geniuses, while Xia Fei's 7th brain region was 100% open. This was no longer a simple room but an enormous opera house, instead. Be it the law of speed, law of primal chaos, law of energy purification, or law of artificing, Xia Fei could have them all act on the stage, act out to their heart's content. Xiaoshi placed his fingers on Xia Fei's temples and sternly said, "You were able to reach level 3 of the law of energy purification on your own, and that's very impressive, but my method will let you cultivate even faster. I will now do everything I can to help you reach level 4 of the law of energy purification." "Don't be too alarmed," Xiaoshi confidently said. Xia Fei nodded. His brain region began to form the pattern for the law of energy purification. At the same time, Xiaoshi acted in unison with Xia Fei. When Xia Fei formed patterns in his brain region, Xiaoshi would do the same, and his speed would be just a little faster than Xia Fei's so that they kept close to each other. This was like being pulled along by a tractor. There was an old saying, "To run as fast as a train, just let the train engine pull you along." Xiaoshi was undoubtedly that engine. He guided those threads of energy in Xia Fei's brain region to form into those complicated and mysterious patterns rapidly. Xia Fei was startled. When cultivating in the past, he normally had to focus all of his energy, but this time, an invisible pair of hands was pushing him along. Whenever he made the slightest mistake, those hands would pull him back onto the right path. No wonder the guidance of an energy master is so important. With someone assisting, cultivation becomes this easy. Xia Fei remarked to himself. Xiaoshi's boosting and guidance made cultivation much easier for Xia Fei, just like fitting 2 engines into a car. Xiaoshi removed much of the burden that he encountered. Whoosh! 3 patterns formed in the blink of an eye, and Xia Fei began to challenge level 4 of the law of energy purification. The instant that pattern began to form, Xia Fei felt the pressure soar. After all, he was only at level 3 before this, and level 4 was a completely new experience to Xia Fei. As going from level 3 to level 4 meant moving from primary to intermediate, the cultivation was difficult. Sweat began to appear on the tip of Xiaoshi's nose, and he appeared even more tired than Xia Fei. What Xia Fei had worried about did not happen. His 7th brain region contained the mysterious law of primal chaos and that rainbow ball of energy that he himself did not know much about. These were Xia Fei's secrets. If Xiaoshi had forcefully attacked Xia Fei's brain region to inspect it, he would have exposed these secrets. Xia Fei's brain region was more expansive than most, so he had sealed off part of his brain region and used an empty area to cultivate the law of energy purification. Although Xiaoshi was astonished at the density of energy in Xia Fei's brain region and was curious about why Xia Fei had sealed off part of his brain region, he trusted Xia Fei and did not ask any question, nor did he try to unseal that region. Secrets were secrets because they could not be known by other people. Not even Avril knew about these things, and Xia Fei certainly was not going to let Xiaoshi know. He had made up his mind. It was naturally great for someone to help him cultivate the law of energy purification, but this person needed to have absolute trust in him. After all, exposing the most important part of a warrior, the 7th brain region, to someone else was far too risky. While Xiaoshi was tired, he was also very excited. As the veins on his head pulsed, that pattern in Xia Fei's brain was 1/3 away from completion. This was level 4, and this was Xia Fei's very first attempt. 1/3 completion at only his first try, Xiaoxi was speechless. This was a heaven-defying advancement speed. Moreover, Xia Fei seemingly had no intention of giving up, the energy threads continuing swiftly to construct the pattern. Halfway through level 4, Xiaoxi finally released his hands and heavily panted for breath. His body did not allow him to go on any further. Xia Fei frowned. Xiaoxi's sudden withdrawal had made things more difficult for him. Before, he had been rapidly advancing with 2 engines, but now that one engine was gone, Xia Fei had to take on all the pressure. Gritting his teeth, Xia Fei decided to keep going. He would not stop until he reached his own limit. Xiaoxi's eyes widened as the minutes continued to pass. Xia Fei was still cultivating. He could last this long without his assistance. Such astonishing persistence! Xia Fei's face gradually turned grim, and sweat soon drenched his forehead. It was clear that he was enduring immense pain while cultivating, but this did not stop Xia Fei. Persistence was all about completing missions impossible to complete, using resolve that ordinary people could not comprehend to hold on. Pursing his lips, Xiaoxi muttered, "No wonder Xia Fei could accomplish so much on his own. This sort of tenacity truly puts others to shame." Xiaoxi had already planned everything out. Once he personally instructed Xia Fei and displayed his formidable professional training, Xia Fei was certain to admire him wholeheartedly. Alas, reality was vastly different from what he imagined, for it was Xiaoxi who simply could not keep up with Xia Fei's tempo. Instead, before Xia Fei even started to get tired, Xiaoxi was already on his last legs, his entire body so weak that he wanted nothing more than to get to bed. What else was there to say? Xiaoxi even felt like he was slowing Xia Fei down. This was a master of both energy and artificing an existence revered by countless people. The psychological disparity was just too great. Xia Fei's persistence in particular had deeply moved Xiaoxi. Yes, Xia Fei was extremely talented, one of the rare protean geniuses in the lore realm, but behind this talent was a tenacity that few people could imagine. Everything had its price, and behind Xia Fei's ability to look down on his peers proudly was double the effort. How was it? Xiaoxi dropped his eyes and asked. For the sake of his dignity, he could only hold on. After all, he was a master of 2 fields, and he could not permit Xia Fei to have a low opinion of him. Just a little lacking. "I'd like to try a few more times," Xia Fei earnestly said. A few more times. Xiaoxi suddenly felt like he wanted to cry. All he could think about now was resting. Let alone a few more times, he could not endure even a single attempt. Chapter 821, Intermediate Energy Master. Xiaoxi finally emerged from the training room, an exhausted look on his face. Meanwhile, Xia Fei was still attempting to reach level 4 of the law of the energy purification and appeared to be brimming with enthusiasm. Holding a grade 5 origin crystal in his hand, Xiaoxi slowly recovered his energy and returned to his room. Any elite of the Skywing clan had a residence, large or small, within the Wind Garden, and Xiaoxi was no exception. It was just that he normally did not stay here. As he was a major creditor in the clan, the moment he came to Wind Garden, it would immediately become deserted. Everyone except Xia Wei avoided him. Cultivation had not just exhausted him physically but mentally as well. The origin crystal could restore his physical energy, but it could not clear up the fog in Xiaoxi's mind. He was anxious to get some sleep and refresh his mind. It's truly bizarre. Where does Xia Fei get so much mental energy? Xiaoxi shook his head as he entered his room. Without even taking off his clothes, he dropped onto his bed and fell asleep. By the time he woke up, it was noon of the next day. When cultivating law force, strong people normally did not need to sleep this long, but Xiaoxi had truly been too tired. Xiaoxi stretched and then headed for Xia Fei's personal training room. He saw that Xia Wei was also there and was watching Xia Fei cultivation with a look of contentment. "Wei, has Xia Fei already started cultivating?" Xiaoxi respectfully asked. There were only 2 people in the entire clan who did not owe Xiaoxi money. One was Wei and the other was Xia Fei. Wei chuckled. "Young Master Fei hasn't come out since yesterday. I came over to take a look, worried that he might be too tired." Xiaoxi was stunned. Xia Fei had not left the training room this whole time, meaning that he had been cultivating the law of energy purification for 24 hours straight. The cultivation of the law of energy purification was extremely taxing. Even as a master, Xiaoxi had been unable to endure. However, Xia Fei was able to go for 24 hours in a single session. That was just too astonishing. Xia Wei spotted the grey circles around Xiaolashi's eyes and said, "Young master is one of the rare few in our clan with the potential to be a godwing. Even our grand ancestor highly values him. You do a great service by personally passing on your energy master skills to him." These words immediately made Xiaolashi blush. He actually had not done very much, for Xia Fei was already starting from level 3. Moreover, for most of the time, he had lacked the strength to help Xia Fei cultivate. All of this had been purely accomplished through Xia Fei's own efforts. His face red, Xiaolashi mumbled as he entered the room. Wei tactfully closed the door and went back to the front courtyard. "Xia Fei, going without sleep isn't a solution. Cultivation is about gradual progress, and when the conditions are right, success will follow. You can't rush it," Xiaolashi said as he walked up to Xia Fei. Xia Fei was very excited, hurriedly saying, "I can already feel the threshold. I'm only one step away from condensing the pattern." Xiaolashi almost did not want to believe his ears. Condensing the pattern was the final threshold for advancing to the next level. The moment the pattern condensed was the moment Xia Fei succeeded. "What? You're already at the condensing phase? That's quick." Xiaolashi's mouth dropped, and he started to feel dizzy. Ever since he met Xia Fei, his poor nerves had been stimulated again and again. First, there had been that rocket-like ascension to maxing out his speed ability, and after that was his consumption of 20,000 grade 5 origin crystals. However, none of that could compare to the speed at which Xia Fei cultivated the law of energy purification. It was clear that Xia Fei could cultivate this law extremely fast. "That's right. I've really reached the condensing phase. To tell the truth, I feel like the law of energy purification is very suitable for me. It's much easier to cultivate than before." Xia Fei nodded and said. "Easy?" This word made Xiaolashi wince. If this evaluation got out, countless elites of the Law realm would probably bash their heads against a wall. The law of energy purification, which had brought down countless elites, was being described as easy to cultivate. Xiaolashi suddenly realized that the universe was a very absurd place. While others found the law of energy purification to be unreachable, Xia Fei was advancing 1,000 kilometers a day. This was unfair. Very unfair. Xiaolashi pouted, sighed, and then sat down next to Xia Fei, his belly bursting with envy. "Grandpalashi, I won't hide it from you. While I managed to cultivate all the way to the condensing phase, I'm really having a hard time getting through this threshold. I've thought of an idea that can help you save strength while also helping me cut through my problems and swiftly break through the threshold," Xia Fei earnestly said, his eyes flashing. "What's your idea?" Xiaolashi asked. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and said, "Look here. When you drew out the pattern to help me out, it really did help me move faster at the start, but now, I can get to the condensing phase all on my own. Instead of helping out from the very beginning, you can wait until I finish the pattern and start on the condensing phase before you unleash all your strength." Xiaolashi was startled. He understood what Xia Fei was getting at. This was like fitting a car with two engines. While one engine's output was enough for the car to get around normally, if it was trying to get up some steep slope, two engines working at once would make it much easier to get across. It was the same principle in using good steel only on knives. Xiaolashi was undoubtedly a big help to Xia Fei, and Xia Fei wanted to reserve this help for when it was most needed. That way, he could succeed in a single step. After a moment of hesitation, Xiaolashi nodded. "There will be a problem of synchronizing our frequencies. If I join you midway, it will be somewhat difficult for us to match paces, but we can just try it out first. Let's just do it." Xia Fei was reinvigorated. Perhaps because of his extraordinary ability to control energy, he found it much easier to cultivate the extremely difficult law of energy purification compared to the similarly difficult law of primal chaos and law of speed. With a breakthrough right before his eyes, Xia Fei felt like he was brimming with energy. Of course, the energy reserve in his brain region and the white jade dragon ring's energy distribution were also key factors in his rapid progress. Whoosh! The pattern in the 7th brain region began to form. Xiaolashi carefully observed and found that Xia Fei's ability to control energy was truly outstanding. He did not make even the smallest error in the formation of the pattern. It was not long before Xia Fei reached the end phase of the condensation of the 4th pattern. Xiaolashi promptly joined in on Xia Fei's cultivation, giving him a powerful push. Alas, this intervention was too abrupt, and it was not at the same speed as Xia Fei's cultivation speed. Xiaoxi was moving too slowly. Oh, no. Xiaoxi froze as he mentally groaned. The speed at which a cultivator formed a pattern would be different every day. After all, the consumption of energy and the increasing familiarity with the pattern would lead to minor differences in speed. This sort of situation was actually very dangerous, for the law was being condensed in the vital seventh brain region. If the brain region was even slightly damaged, it would cause unbearable consequences. Energy masters were rare partially because of the required talent and difficulty, but another reason was the danger of the cultivation process. However, just when Xiaoxi thought that he would fail, Xia Fei suddenly changed his speed. He adjusted his pace to match Xiaoxi's. While it was just a minor adjustment, it was a sign of Xia Fei's incredible control. Unimaginable talent and energy. Even Xiaoxi was incapable of this. Rather than the higher-level Xiaoxi adapting to Xia Fei, it was the novice Xia Fei adapting to Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi did not have time to think, for what came next was the sprinting phase. Rumble. Both of them exerted their strength. Xia Fei was able to condense even more of the pattern. A breakthrough was only inches away. How? How did you do it? Xiaoxi released his hands and asked in shock. Xia Fei shrugged and casually replied, I found that your speed was a little slow, so I slowed myself down to match yours. Isn't that very normal? Normal. Xiaoxi paled. This was very abnormal. The formation of a pattern was all about momentum. Once the momentum got going, an ordinary person would have to let the momentum wear out to slow back down, with no means of adjusting it. As for Xia Fei, he was able to adjust his speed during cultivation whenever he wanted. This could only mean that Xia Fei's energy control was not just powerful, it was heaven-defyingly powerful. Moreover, he was not a master yet. The moment Xia Fei reached the level of a master, was there anyone else who could compare to him? Was there anyone who could stop him? Let's try one more time. The effect just now was wonderful. Xia Fei excitedly said. 6 hours later, the threshold of level 4 of the law of energy purification shattered. 30 hours. In just 30 hours, Xia Fei had broken into level 4. The intermediate energy master of the Skywing clan's new generation had been born. Xiaoxi was both excited and dejected. He was excited because of Xia Fei's unreasonable cultivation speed, but he was disappointed because Xia Fei was now the same rank as him as an energy master. After only 30 hours. Shock? Xiaoxi really did not know what to say. There was nothing he could do about Xia Fei's maddening cultivation speed except sigh at the unfairness of the heavens. This is wonderful. Xia Fei jumped up and waved his arms, a fervent light in his eyes. The Law realm used energy as its foundation. Now that he was at level 4, he would no longer have to worry about energy, for he could produce his own origin crystals. After moping for a bit, Xiaoxi took out a few energy ores and placed them on the ground. He then took out an empty crystal. You have the cultivation, so the next step is to put it into practice. Don't celebrate too soon. Performing energy purification isn't simple and requires a bit of technique. Xia Fei nodded and grabbed one of the yellow energy ores. The energy in the energy ore was very restless. Xia Fei needed to use his body as a vessel to purify it into the completed product that could be easily absorbed. Xia Fei had attempted this process before, and with his excellent control over energy, he was able to remove the impurities quickly and pour the energy into the empty crystal. Under Xiaoxi's guidance, Xia Fei finally completed the conversion, creating a bright yellow origin crystal. It was bursting with energy, its glossy luster free of impurities. Xiaoxi was astonished, for energy masters normally needed to use up 3 energy ores to create one crystal, but Xia Fei had only used 2.5. This meant that Xia Fei was 20% more efficient than ordinary energy masters. This 20% could not be underestimated. This was a question of production efficiency. With the same quantity of energy ore, Xia Fei would be able to produce far more than other energy masters. Xiaoxi curiously grabbed the grade 4 origin crystal that Xia Fei had produced and carefully examined it. A full luster and abundant energy, but why do I feel like there's something different about this crystal? Chapter 822, The Powerful Enemy in the Darkness. A full luster and abundant energy, but why do I feel that there's something different about this crystal? Xiaoxi examined that bright yellow grade 4 origin crystal Xia Fei had produced and muttered to himself. He stroked his spatial ring, producing a complicated device. It looked like a scale, but it was much more intricate, all kinds of flashing electronic equipment attached to it. Xiaoshi placed the crystal on the balance and activated the device. A soft beeping could be heard in the training room, and it was not long before a curvy diagram and a row of data was produced. Xiaoshi gasped as he stared at the screen and murmured in shock, "What a sharp energy curve! So rich in energy!" In normal circumstances, an origin crystal would not provide maximum energy from the very start. If steady, the energy rate would gradually curve upward. The smoother this curve, the more easily a warrior could absorb the energy inside, but Xia Fei's crystal had a very strange angled line, which was extremely steep. It's not that this curve is bad, but those warriors with somewhat weaker control over energy will have a difficult time using your origin crystals. After all, this line is too vertical, and the energy will enter their body swiftly and be hard to control. Xiaoshi frowned. As for the quantity of energy, it's superb. If a full score is normally 109 or 108 is the passing score, you will have hit 103, a little higher than the professional standard. If I were to evaluate you myself, while I can't say that you're born for the energy master profession, your talents in this field are formidable. Besides this strange energy curve, the quantity and purity of energy have both reached the highest standard. It was clear that Xia Fei had stupendous talent when it came to energy control. In the lower realm, energy was everything, and a stronger control of energy could help him go further and faster in other aspects. After the end of the energy mastery course, Xiaoshi requested 1 day off. It was not because Xia Fei was particularly tired, rather, it was Xiaoshi who badly needed to rest. Xia Fei bathed, had a short nap, and then returned to the Pan-Human Alliance. At the Half Moon Hill Villa, Xia Fei encountered Seth in a hallway. As the Alliance's strongest member, the safety specialist of Quantum Holdings, and Avril's bodyguard, Seth was extremely busy. Fortunately, Xia Fei had given him an unregistered compass, allowing him to travel between the Half Moon Hill Villa and the Terminus Star region, going wherever he was needed. As the Skywings had been at war with the two religions and one clan a few days ago, Seth had naturally appeared at the Half Moon Hill Villa to protect Avril. After greeting him, Xia Fei had Seth return to Terminus. The war was over and Half Moon Hill had not been attacked by the Moonward clan, so Seth did not need to be a bodyguard anymore. Avril was Xia Fei's sole weakness, her existence was what Xia Fei worried about the most. It now seemed that Avril not going to the White Horse constellation with Xia Fei had been a wise decision. After all, not many people in the lower realm knew about Avril's relationship with him. The low profile was more able to keep Avril safe. Xia Fei had always had a lot of problems on his plate, and there was no telling when he might rile up some powerful foe. It would be terrible if his enemies used Avril to threaten him. This was clearly his most beloved girl, but Xia Fei could not marry her with any great fanfare. Xia Fei felt ashamed over this, so his visits to the Half Moon Hill Villa were becoming frequent, as he was afraid that she might feel abandoned. Avril was a very perceptive person, and she naturally understood Xia Fei's sorrows. Not going to the White Horse constellation and living an inconspicuous life in the Pan-Human Alliance was a decision Avril had reached after much consideration. After all, the lower realm was very dangerous, and the only way Xia Fei would be able not to worry about his rear was by maintaining a proper distance. Avril had never once complained about this. Xia Fei took Avril to her favorite interstellar amusement park and then took her to the seashore to bask in the sun, fully enjoying their short time alone. To tell the truth, Xia Fei rather liked this mild and gentle lifestyle, but the shadowy presence behind the cosmic gate pushed him to advance madly, never to stop, to seize every second, and to live life fully. The Hidden Realm. The assembly zone of the megaweapon, the Titan-class super warship. Dimsky pointed at that planet-sized ship in the distance. Take a look. That's the first Titan in production. Its outer shell is done, and we are in the process of assembling it. Once the assembly is done, we will test it out. It won't be long until it can display its formidable might. Xia Fei nodded. The construction is going very quickly. Thank you for endless days and nights of work. Dimsky smiled. We're mechs, so we've always worked 24 hours a day. Right, I complied with your request and increased the number of docks. You're sure that you want a fleet made entirely of Titans? It's necessary, Xia Fei firmly said. The more I explore the depths of the universe, the more I realize that the universe is a chaotic and dangerous place. There's nothing wrong with planning for a rainy day, and strength is the foundation of survival. These Titans can increase our strength, so the more we have, the better. Dimsky nodded. The Cobalti were once the technology kings in the universe. They felt that their Titans had the power to contend against law power, and there must have been a reason why. Though we haven't yet discovered how the Titans can exactly contend against law power, that doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. After all, we still haven't understood many of its defensive and weapon systems and are simply copying the blueprints. To understand the abilities of the Titan truly, we need to get this first one moving and take it out for a test drive. The Cobalti had been incredibly advanced, and the mech race had only been copying their Titans. As such, there had been many key components that they were only able to produce but could not understand what exactly they were for. The strangest design to date had been the second layer of defense. Normally, warships had only one layer of energy shields, but Titans had a double layer of compound defense. Xia Fei and Dimsky speculated that this second layer was something similar to a law of space seal, creating a law barrier around the warship to fend off enemy law attacks. If this speculation turned out to be true, then the Titan would be capable of defending against both physical and law attacks. This would be paired with the Titan's destructive weapon system, the Doomsday. It was a lethal weapon that was certain to be able to sweep through the universe. Alas, the second defensive layer's composition was too complicated and was still in the research phase. Xia Fei still had no idea whether it could actually produce a law of space barrier or not and what the defensive factor would be. The truth would have to wait until they got to the defense testing phase. Spatial compasses were truly excellent items. In one day, Xia Fei was able to travel across the Sea of Stars. Not only could he visit Avril in Half Moon Hill Villa, he could also see how the mech race's work was proceeding in the Hidden Realm and how Phantom and Sophie were progressing in their research. He could even take a trip to Terminus Star region and see how Charlie was doing as well as how Quantum Holdings' development plan was proceeding. In the past, such efficiency would have been impossible to imagine. Even Avril liked this sort of traveling through space. To go wherever one wanted instantly was something out of a dream. The Wind Garden. Xia Fei returned to his cultivation chamber. Xialashi was not here yet, so Xia Fei lit a cigarette and summarized everything he had seen today. The Pan-Human Alliance was very stable at the moment, whether it was the mech race or Quantum Holdings. Even the relationship between Xia Fei and Avril, after the initial passion, was gradually beginning to smoothen, but there were still many concerns. No one would have imagined that Xia Fei had hidden his greatest trump card near the Pan-Human Alliance, which the Law Realm looked down on, and that he was secretly constructing Titans in the Hidden Realm to resist the Law Realm. Xia Fei's way of thinking was always able to catch people off guard. You're dabbling in more and more fields. I feel like it's actually a good thing that the trail for the Law of Time went cold, Oro commented. How could that be a good thing? That's the strongest law power of the god race, but now that you've mentioned it, there's something I'm confused about. The Moonward clan went to such great lengths to get the Rending Yang Fire and the Wolf Butcher Blaze, but neither of these two immemorial mystical armaments appeared in the war. I wonder where the Moonwards hid them, Xia Fei muttered, blowing out a smoke circle. Oro smiled. You wield the plant-type mystical armaments, so the Rending Yang Fire and Wolf Butcher Blaze are useless in your hands. Besides, the Skywings aren't people to be messed around with. After annihilating the Moonward clan, perhaps they already took possession of those two mystical armaments. It's just that you haven't been informed yet. I must say that you, Skywings, are truly sinister and vicious. I wouldn't find it weird at all if you found several mystical armaments or even something stranger in the clan storehouses. Xia Fei said nothing. He was not the only one who concealed his cards, the Skywings did, too. Would anyone have expected Steward Wei to be superior law overlord Gu Li before the war with the Moonwards? Also, before Xia Fei learned the law of speed, did he know that the Wind Garden was littered with secret passages and hidden training rooms, that it was not as old and cramped as it seemed? In short, Xia Fei had many secrets, and so did the Skywing clan. These secrets had created the powerful force field of the Law Realm's demon-sealing fiendish blade. The top-class clans were not top-class because of their population, number of elites, or their fame. It was about who was more vicious in battle. Who had the most hidden cards to play. Xialashi pushed open the door. After a day and night of rest, his complexion was much improved. Today, your lesson in the law of artificing begins. Xialashi solemnly said. A warship, which was neither too large nor too conspicuous, moved slowly through the eternal night of space. From its appearance, one could tell that it was an old-fashioned cruiser of the Law Realm. It had no clan emblem, seemingly belonging to no faction. Inside the warship was a large and sturdy cultivation chamber. Inside, flames ran rampant. A human was controlling a cold and sinister flame, attempting to have it subdue a bestial and violent flame. If Xia Fei had been present, he would have realized that this cold and sinister flame was none other than the rending yang fire that the Moonward clan had purchased at the auction, the universe's flame of supreme yin. As for this violent flame was none other than the legendary flame, the wolf butcher blaze. This unremarkable-looking warrior had already subdued the rending yang fire and was now planning to merge it with the other immemorial mystical armament, the wolf butcher blaze. It seemed like mystical armament integration was not Xia Fei's specialty. This person was also trying to do what Xia Fei did. It was just that Xia Fei had the plant mystical armaments, while this man had fire. Divine flames scorched the prairie. The training room had been painted to a red and hellish landscape. In the eyes of this warrior, another flame burned, the flames of vengeance. Chapter 823, The Complex Thousand Shapes Painting and Xia Fei's New Mission. Finally, the wolf butcher fire began to weaken. The rending yang fire went on the offensive, and this sort of attack quickly became devouring. The savage nature of the rending yang fire suddenly erupted with a giant tongue of flame that devoured the wolf butcher fire. 1 second later, the rending yang fire began to undergo a bizarre transformation. 2 different colors appeared on that dim ember, one navy blue and the other fiery red. The ember split in the middle, one side remaining cold and sinister while the other side projecting savagery and fierceness. Whoosh! All of the lights in the room lit up at once. This warrior, who had subdued both the wolf butcher fire and the rending yang fire, proudly raised his head. He had a very ugly face, with a scraggly beard and protruding teeth. If one looked carefully, one would find that he shared some of the traits of the Moonward clan. For example, his eyes were sinister and cunning, almost identical to those of the number 1 Moonward expert, Galson Ward. The warrior strode out, quickly making his way to the ship's command deck. As he sat on the wide captain's chair, he grabbed a picture. The person depicted on this picture was none other than Galson Ward. When comparing the two, it turned out that he really did have the exact same eyes as Galson Ward. "Father, I've already did as you ordered and subdued the 2 fire immemorial mystical armaments. Let your son wash away your humiliation," said the warrior gravely, a savage light in his eyes. Xiaolashi's artificing classes had already begun. Artificing first required the law of artificing a force that was a branch of the law of matter. Besides that, it required an understanding of various kinds of metal and various methods of law infusion. Xiaolashi started with basic knowledge first. The books covering the metals of the universe alone took up an entire bookshelf. Unlike other law warriors, Xia Fei liked reading. Be they the annals of history, military affairs, or even just reference books, Xia Fei could read them all. Before the cultivation could begin, Xiaolashi had requested that Xia Fei read through all these books first. Besides that, he also needed to cultivate the law of artificing to level 2. 3 days went by with Xia Fei spending every day cultivating and reading books. When he was free, he would go to the Half Moon Villa to keep Avril company. These were relaxed days, and he felt like he had returned to the Heaven Execution training camp. At night, Xia Fei lay in a bed, a thick and old book in his hand. This book was called A Comprehensive Overview of Metal Extraction, and it concerned how to extract various metals from ore. Frankly speaking, it was a very dry book, but Xia Fei read it with much gusto and was soon immersed into it. Xia Fei had a secret when it came to reading, which was to flip through pages constantly. When he saw a place he did not understand, he would only slightly think about it before moving rather than thinking long and hard over it as if he was researching a difficult problem. When a book was read 100 times, its meaning would become evident. Xia Fei was very confident in the words of the ancients. If twice was not enough, he would read it thrice, all the way until he smoothly understood everything. Thum. Xia Fei closed the book and threw it onto the carpet of his room. There was already a small mountain of books there, all of them part of the homework Xiaolashi had assigned to him. "You're done so quickly?" Oro laughed and asked. Reading books was torture to him. He really did not get how an outstanding warrior like Xia Fei could have such a bad habit as burying his head in books. Xia Fei nodded and sat up on his bed. "It's quite pleasant to just read some books quietly every once in a while. I never knew that there are 6.74 billion known types of metal in the universe, and that more than 20 million are important for the lore realm. It seems that artificing is as complicated of a field as pharmacology. Just the knowledge needed as the foundation is quite impressive. Still, I don't think that this is what's most important for the law of artificing. What matters is the ratio of metals and their integration." Oro felt like his brain would melt, so he hastily interrupted Xia Fei's highly theoretical talk and sternly said, "It's fine. You can just discuss all this with Xiaolashi tomorrow. After all, you've already reached level 2 in the law of artificing, so it's about time you started putting it into practice. Xia Fei smiled. Oro restricted his reading purely to the history of the Law realm, various martial techniques, and the records of his own clan. When it came to artificing and pharmacology, he did not have the slightest interest. However, Oro was still a major figure of the demon race and had an extensive circle of friends, so he knew many secrets about artificing and was able to be of some assistance to Xia Fei. Stroking his spatial ring, Xia Fei took out the Thousand Shapes painting. He unrolled the long scrolls, and a complicated diagram appeared before Xia Fei's eyes. The Thousand Shapes painting was the legacy of the Thousands family's ancestor, a max-level celestial artificer, and contained the essence of his learnings. Xia Fei had counted and found that the Thousand Shapes painting did not actually have 10,000 images. To be more precise, the Thousand Shapes painting had 9,981 images. They were all very abstract drawings, and a normal person would have found it impossible to understand what they meant. Oro sighed. This painting gave him a headache even more than books. This Thousand Shapes painting shouldn't be a scam, right? A legacy of a celestial artificer? It looks more to me like a pile of meaningless lines. I really don't get it. What does this have to do with artificing? Oro grumbled. Xia Fei replied, if it were that easy to solve, it wouldn't be the Thousand Shapes painting. I'm sure that this painting is connected to artificing. It just depends on how it's analyzed and read. Then what's your initial reading? Oro asked, unconvinced. I'm guessing that only a small part of the painting is actually useful, with the rest serving as a disguise. Once the disguise is removed, the truth will become evident, Xia Fei indifferently said. Just like how you found a piece of music in that fractal diagram. Not exactly. The fractal diagram has rules while this painting doesn't seem to have any rhyme or reason. Oro turned over and said no more. He did not want to waste his energy on this headache-inducing Thousand Shapes painting. It was better to use this time to plan out what he would do after Xia Fei killed him. Actually, he had already considered this plan countless times. Alas, Xia Fei was unwilling to deal the blow. Oro had tried provoking Xia Fei into killing him, but Xia Fei was very cunning. To keep the richly experienced Oro at his side, he not only did not get angry but also took out the blood crystal and waved it in front of Oro. This cursed blade could absorb essence blood, and if Xia Fei used it to kill Oro, he would really die. Want to reincarnate? Not a chance. As the hour grew late, Xia Fei continued staring at the Thousand Shapes painting, utterly enchanted. The complicated diagram seemed to take Xia Fei into the endless sea of stars, making one dizzy. Fortunately, Xia Fei had excellent focus, so he was barely able to hold on. Intense curiosity spurred Xia Fei to analyze the composition of the painting, removing the useless parts to try and discover the true painting left by the artist. This was like picking through sand in a desert or searching for a needle in a haystack. It was not long before Xia Fei started feeling dizzy. Furling the scroll, Xia Fei fell asleep. This Thousand Shapes painting really isn't easy to solve, Xia Fei mumbled. Xia Fei went to sleep very late and woke up very early. The morning was still dim and lazy when Xia Fei stretched and went to the back garden. Xia Wei had already finished making breakfast consisting of a few popular snacks from the White Horse constellation and several small dishes. At this level of cultivation, one ate just enough so that one's stomach would not grumble, since such minuscule amounts of energy could not make up for what was lost. Moreover, breakfast was a time for the members of the Skywing clan to run into one another. Xia Fei, Xia Wei, and Xia Zonghai, the three members of the clan who stayed in the Wind Garden, could meet up and state their plans. Xia Ziobo, the 40th Law Emperor of the Skywing clan, had been staying in the Wind Garden for a bit, but he was just as restless as everyone else in the clan. In a moment of impulse, he said that he needed to go for a walk and rushed off to who knew where. There was nothing to be done. The Skywings all had this sort of free and laid-back personality, so there were always few people at home. Wherever there were rare treasures or interesting things, one would definitely be able to find a gaggle of Skywing elites. As the three ate, Xia Wei chuckled and said, "Our investigations showed that the extermination of the two religions and one clan was very clean, but our clan spies report that Galson Ward might have an illegitimate son." An illegitimate son? Xia Fei and Xia Zonghai both became nervous. The extermination of the two religions and one clan could permit no remnant dangers. Last time, when they failed to exterminate the Moonward clan, the Moonwards had colluded with the Old Gods cult and Primordial cult and counterattacked, pushing the Skywings into a passive position. If Galson Ward had an illegitimate son, then he would undoubtedly be an enemy of the Skywings, and an enemy had to die. Correct. Xia Wei nodded. Galson Ward very skillfully hid this illegitimate son. When our spies were investigating Galson Ward's past movements, they found out that he would head to the exiled grounds at certain intervals. At the start, they thought that he's going to the exiled grounds to contact mercenaries. After all, he did hire mercenaries last time to deal with our clan. However, after further investigation, we learned that Galson Ward, besides contacting mercenaries, would also meet someone else. His name is Wu Yuming. This is a picture of him. Xia Wei pulled up a screen, which showed a middle-aged man. Very similar. This Wu Yuming has the same eyes as Galson Ward. It's no wonder you suspected him of being Galson Ward's illegitimate son, Xia Zonghai sternly said, putting down his chopsticks. Xia Fei was rather astonished. He hid it so well, but you still managed to dig it out. Wei smiled. Young Master Fei, there are some things you are unaware of. While the battle is over, our thorough purging of the two religions and one clan has never ended. Our clan spies have been working in the shadows to uncover the remnants of these three groups. Let alone the exiled grounds, even if he's hiding at the very ends of the universe, we still would have found him eventually. Still, the ones left are mostly minor characters, so there's no need to tell you. Xia Fei was taken aback. This was truly a ruthless attitude. The battle had been over for so long, but the purging still continued. This was probably in compliance with the Grand Ancestor's words, don't even leave a blade of grass behind. Wei, since you've found him, hurry up and kill him. Whether or not he has any actual blood relation to Galson Ward, he must be killed. Xia Zonghai said. Wei shook his head. This Wu Yuming is a level 3 Law Emperor, and our clan's spies can't guarantee that they can kill him. You two are the only Law Emperors in the Wind Garden, as everyone else is out, so I must trouble one of you two to go out. After all, reporting this matter to the Patriarch is a bit like making a mountain out of a molehill. Xia Fei and Xia Zonghai glanced at each other, upon which Xia Zonghai hurriedly scarfed down some food. What are you looking at me for? I've already arranged to play chess with Wolf Julin today. There's a lot at stake, too. Xia Fei shrugged, turning to Wei and saying, all right, then once today's class is over, I'll get on it. Chapter 824, The Inconspicuous Illegitimate Son. Whether it was to Xia Fei or Xia Zonghai, a single level 3 Law Emperor was not a problem. The law of speed was so heaven-defying that opponents of the same level who encountered a Skywing elite could do nothing but curse their own bad luck, particularly in one-on-one fights. The lightning-esque speed was a nightmare for all enemies. Be it Xia Fei, Xia Zonghai, or Xia Wei, nobody was worried about Wu Yuming. The moonwards were gone, and a sole illegitimate son, no matter how capable, could not stir up any big waves. After breakfast, Xia Zonghai went to the law enforcement board for his chess match, while Xia Wei slowly began to sweep the wind garden as he usually did. Meanwhile, Xia Fei headed into the training room so that Xialashi could teach him to apply his artificing skills. Just after noon, Xia Fei and Xialashi emerged from the training room. The entire morning spent matching metals had been a little like running an experiment. Using the properties of the metals, they had been trying to smelt them into the most suitable materials for weapons and armor. It seems like you've already memorized all the books I gave you. Very good. Understanding the properties of metals is only the first step toward becoming an artificer. The next step concerns the designs of weapons and armor and the selection of various materials for their production. I'll give you some books to read. At the same time tomorrow, we will begin studying the various kinds of tools, Xialashi said. Xia Fei nodded. He now had several hundred more thick books in his spatial ring. These were reading materials for his next step in artificing. Comparatively, the job of an energy master was simpler, as all that was required were crystals. However, artificers had to concern themselves with hundreds of millions of metals, which was quite the hassle. Once his lesson with Xialashi ended, Xia Fei went straight to courtyard to find Xia Wei. Wei was already waiting with one of the clan's spies. From Wei's introduction, Xia Fei learned that this middle-aged man was the deputy supervisor of the Skywing spy network, Xia Yang. As for the chief supervisor, though Wei had not said directly, Xia Fei could already guess that it was Wei himself. Xia Wei was from outside the family, so the fact that the Grand Ancestor had given him as important a job as managing the intelligence network showed just how much he valued Wei. Xia Yang was a rather cheerful man. He had thick eyebrows, large eyes, and 2 small mustaches trimmed in the Western style, like 2 drooping willow leaves. When he spoke, he exuded a masculine aura, not like those people who usually did intelligence work, usually walked around with glum expressions, and had constantly darting eyes. Xia Fei immediately had a good impression of him. "Young Master Fei, let's go. We have already found the nail. All we need is for you to hammer it," Xia Yang said with a laugh. Xia Fei awkwardly said, "Just call me Xia Fei. We're all family, so there's no need to treat me like a stranger." Xia Yang firmly nodded. "Very well. I'll listen to you. Anyone who has the right to live in the Wind Garden is a supporting pillar of our clan. Whenever there's a problem, all of you are required to take the burden on your shoulders. This respect is all deserved." Xia Fei chuckled. "The intelligent network is just as important. With your efforts, we won't know who our enemies are." Whoosh! With the help of a spatial compass, Xia Yang and Xia Fei arrived at a shabby, mid-sized airport in the exiled grounds. There were several old warships on the tarmac, none of them too large. The largest was comparable to an alliance cruiser. 2 of them had even been disassembled and could not fly. The exiled grounds is impoverished, and advanced tools like spatial compasses and spatial gates are very rare. Most of the time, warships are used to transport people and goods. Such airports are rare to see in the Low Realm, but there are many in the exiled grounds, Xia Yang explained. Xia Fei nodded and asked, "Where is this Wu Yuming guy?" Xia Yang answered, "Our investigations showed that Wu Yuming left half a month ago on an old-fashioned Low Realm cruiser. We don't know where he went, and since all the warships here are unregistered, it's difficult to find his movements, but according to the latest reports, Wu Yuming asked about being resupplied at base yesterday morning and arranged to land at this airport sometime between this afternoon and dusk." Xia Fei was startled. "Half a month ago? That was exactly when the Moonward clan bought the Rending Yang Fire from the Boundless Heaven Trading Association at a high price." For some reason, Xia Fei had a bad feeling that made his heart uneasy. "There's still time. Give me the rundown on this Wu Yuming," Xia Fei asked, his brows creasing. The 2 of them found a peach tree forest on the outer edge of the airport to sit down. Xia Yang began to speak. "Our brothers inadvertently discovered Wu Yuming's existence when they were searching through Galson Ward's spatial compass logs. Every time Galson Ward went to the exiled grounds, other than contacting mercenary groups, he would also pay a visit to Moon Rose, that old and run-down city north of this airport. That actually wasn't enough to find Wu Yuming. After all, Moon Rose City is home to several 100,000 people, and the exiled grounds is rather large, but this clue stirred up my suspicions, so I looked up Galson Ward's secret bank account and found out that he would often make large withdrawals of cash before heading to the exiled grounds. Thus, I had my men head to Moon Rose City and investigate the banks there. Only then did we discover Wu Yuming's existence. At certain intervals, he would suddenly have more money in his bank account, matching exactly the amount that Galson Ward had withdrawn. We also looked at his picture and found that his eyes were the same as Galson Ward's." Xia Fei listened and nodded along. Xia Yang was very meticulous in his leadership of the Skywing Information Department. Wu Yuming had been hidden so well, but the Skywing spies had managed to dig him out, anyway. Wu Yuming is a Law Emperor, so I imagine that he enjoys a very high status in Moon Rose City, yes? Xia Fei asked. Xia Yang shook his head. "The exact opposite. Nobody in Moon Rose City knows him, and he lives in a small apartment on the outskirts of the city, his rent only going by 3 grade 2 crystals a month. He's so inconspicuous that it's almost absurd. Our men went to search the apartment, but it was empty and smelled of mold. It didn't feel like the residence of a Law Emperor at all. Most of the money Galson Ward gave him was used on that warship of his. That warship of his follows a regular pattern, spending most of the month in space and spending only a few days on the ground." Xia Fei frowned. It did not make sense for a Law Emperor to be willing to live in anonymity in the shabby exiled grounds, let alone someone who might be the illegitimate son of Law Overlord Galson Ward. In normal circumstances, even an illegitimate son would not be this inconspicuous. As the saying went, the shade under a big tree was plentiful, and with a tree like Galson Ward, what did it matter if Wu Yuming was an illegitimate son? If he wanted to live in the White Horse constellation, would anyone be able to stop him? What sort of law power is Wu Yuming skilled in? Xia Fei asked. It was Xia Fei's habit to take everything cautiously. Even if his enemy had a lower cultivation, Xia Fei still would not be careless. Whoosh! To his surprise, Xia Yang's face turned red and he awkwardly said, I won't hide it from you. We were unable to find out. Wu Yuming lives his life almost separate from the rest of society, so nobody knows much about him. Stunned, Xia Fei hastily asked, then how did you know that he's a level 3 Law Emperor? Xia Yang replied, according to our sources, last year, Wu Yuming had an argument with the owner of this airport because he had taken an extra 2 days of docking fees. At the time, Wu Yuming was so angry that he almost attacked, his body radiating a thick killing intent, but for some reason, he managed to restrain himself and just paid the bill. This airport belongs to a local mercenary group, the Tigers, and the supervisor is a level 5 law sovereign. He testified that the energy Wu Yuming radiated when he got angry was very powerful, at least that of a level 3 law emperor. It's only then that he learned that that frequent customer of his has such a profound cultivation, so ever since then, he hasn't dared to take even one crystal from Wu Yuming. Wu Yuming also pretends as if the incident has never happened and continues going in and out of this empty airport. Xia Fei shook his head and said nothing. It turned out that Xia Yang was simply estimating Wu Yuming's cultivation and had no solid evidence. Why would such a powerful warrior want to hide his power so much? Xia Fei did not get it. We have too few men, our intelligence department consisting of 50 brothers in total. All of us have barely gotten a wink of sleep in the past month. Normally, we would wait until we had more detailed information to report back to the Wind Garden, but we were worried of some new development if we waited too long, so the moment we tracked down Wu Yuming, we informed Wu Ye, said Xia Yang, feeling ashamed. The Skywings were truly very strong, and if there was a place it suffered in, it would be in the small size of the clan. The entire intelligence department had only 50 people, which was a far cry from those big clans that could easily mobilize 10,000 people. That Xia Yang could still complete his mission with so few people was proof that these brothers had done everything in their power. Xia Fei suddenly felt rather ashamed for overreacting. Xia Yang and his men could not be entirely blamed for failing to find out everything about Wu Yuming. Stroking his spatial ring, Xia Fei took out 100 grade 5 origin crystals and gave them to Xia Yang. I understand the situation. I will take over this Moon Rose job. Take this as a sign of my goodwill and treat everyone to a drink. Xia Yang left with Xia Fei's reward. Rather than staying at the empty airport, Xia Fei headed to Moon Rose City. With the address Xia Yang had provided, Xia Fei easily found Wu Yuming's residence. It was a rundown, 2-story building, and the landlord was even raising pigeons in the loft. It was damp and moist, and the entire place smelled of bird excrement. The lock was a simple spring lock. Xia Fei used his tools to open it and sat himself on the sole sofa in the room. He quietly waited in the darkness, the breath control technique wiping away all traces of his presence. Around dusk, a set of steady footsteps could be heard outside. It was then followed by the sound of a key unlocking the door. At the moment the key was inserted into the lock, Wu Yuming hesitated for a second, but he soon opened the door and entered. The Skywing clan, asked Wu Yuming in a raspy voice, taking off his peaked cap as if nothing had happened and hanging it on a clothing rack behind the door, which happened to be missing a leg. It was all so very natural. Xia Fei smiled, nodding in the darkness. He was rather surprised that Wu Yuming had noticed him. It was clear that he realized someone was inside the room the moment he opened the door. How did you discover me? Xia Fei asked with a chuckle. The keyhole had half a strand of my hair, but now it's gone, replied Wu Yuming in a deep voice. Chapter 825, Hybrid Law Overlord. The keyhole had half a strand of my hair, but now it's gone, replied Wu Yuming in a deep voice. Xia Fei was slightly taken aback by this. Leaving a strand of hair in some inconspicuous place, this method to prevent others from entering was nothing new. It was something Xia Fei often did himself, too, but he evidently had not uncovered it earlier. There was only one reason for this: the comrades from the Skywing Information Department had been far too careless, breaking Wu Yuming's mark. Wu Yuming clearly knew that he was someone from the Skywing clan, yet he remained as composed as ever. This demeanor of his was evidence that he was completely unafraid of Xia Fei. A mere level 3 law emperor demonstrating such great confidence in himself? Everything about this defied logical explanation. At that moment, too many thoughts crossed Xia Fei's mind. Logically speaking, Xia Fei ought to kill him the very instant he came walking in. However, Xia Fei could not do that, for Wu Yuming had walked in with such self-confidence. That moment of hesitation before he opened the door had already revealed the true meaning of his arrival. Xia Fei had no choice but to change his plan, changing from an assassination to an open murder. Wu Yuming appeared to be very disappointed, for Xia Fei had not acted as he initially predicted. That slightest hesitation had caused Xia Fei to change his plan instantly, which was evidence of Xia Fei's astuteness. He was far more astute than he presumed. No one would have thought that the several seconds of hesitation, just in how he had entered this room, would start the first round of engagement between Xia Fei and Wu Yuming. Wu Yuming sighed, a little disappointed. Why have you waited so long and haven't killed me the first instance I stepped inside? Xia Fei replied, unfazed, because that's what you hope I would do. Though I have no clue as to the reason, I'm certain of one thing, never act according to what my enemy envisions. Wu Yuming curiously flicked his gaze over to Xia Fei, who was shrouded in darkness, his eyes shooting forth a glow of light. Xia Fei saw as he suddenly pulled his right hand out from the darkness, and a feeble flame quickly revealed itself. Immemorial mystical armament. That's a fused immemorial mystical armament. Xia Fei loudly shouted to himself. He was very familiar with the aura unique to the immemorial mystical armaments, for he was the owner of Peacock Blue himself. Though Wu Yuming's mystical armament was of the fire type, Xia Fei could recognize it at a single glance due to the wild and violent characteristic the fused immemorial mystical armament exuded. It turned out that he was not the only one in this universe who possessed a fused immemorial mystical armament. Xia Fei was slightly shocked to learn this, and the words that the old demon lord had uttered after nearly ignited him. It's a good thing you didn't charge to him just earlier. Wu Yuming is currently using the law of darkness to hide his immemorial mystical armament, and given his temperament, I am certain that he is a mixed blood child of both the god and demon races. Oro hollered. The truth was revealed. It was no wonder why the illegitimate son of a powerful father lived such a low-profile life. He was an illegitimate son that Galson Ward had with someone from the demon race. He was of mixed blood. The two peak races got along like fire and ice. A mixed blood like him would of course not be able to live in White Horse constellation. In fact, he could not live in the demon race, either. No wonder Galson Ward had him hidden so deeply. This was all due to Wu Yuming's unique parentage. As for why Galson Ward would have a mixed blood son, or why a fused immemorial mystical armament would be in Wu Yuming's hand, none of these was important anymore, for Wu Yuming had already begun a round of frenzied assault. With a wave of his right hand, that ball of feeble flame suddenly turned extremely frenetic, like a tornado made of fire, which proceeded to make its way over to Xia Fei's position. Kaboom! The flames surged high in the sky, directly causing this squat room to collapse to the ground. Whoosh! Xia Fei craftily darted away through an open window, using his speed advantage to escape from the encroaching flames. However, this was not just any flame, it was produced by Wu Yuming's immemorial mystical armament. Nobody would wish to be lighted up by this type of fire, and even Xia Fei could only temporarily escape this intense fire's encirclement. The cramped terrain of this city made it ill-suited for Xia Fei to demonstrate his speed to the fullest potential. Xia Fei pumped his two legs and rapidly drew his distance away, arriving at some wide plains outside the city. Whoosh! An astonishing scene unfolded. Just as Xia Fei came to a stop, a ball of intense flame appeared from out of nowhere. Law of space. Xia Fei was stunned. Wu Yuming had used the law of darkness to hide the immemorial mystical armament earlier, yet he was using the law of space now. In just the span of a short second, Wu Yuming had demonstrated his superior talent. Law of darkness, law of space, and the fused immemorial mystical armament debuted in succession. All these were truly inexplicable. Xia Fei suddenly realized that this ugly, middle-aged man before him was practically a genius. To be capable of directing these two seemingly irrelevant law powers from the two peak races on himself, could this be the power of a mixed blood warrior? Boom! The fused rending yang fire came hurtling in an engulfing manner. The rending yang fire had the cold yin attribute, while the wolf butcher blaze's attribute was that of manic fury. Fusing these two together had resulted in an unparalleled power. Whoosh! Crafty approach. Xia Fei dodged once more. The rending yang fire was truly impressive, covering an area several miles wide. It was different from Peacock Blue. The latter was a plant, and it had its own form, but fire was formless. It ignited along with the presence of oxygen. Xia Fei circled around Wu Yuming at high speeds, but his immemorial mystical armament turned itself into a huge flame wall, which covered an area of several miles, making it impossible for Xia Fei to utilize his speed to get close to his opponent. All of a sudden, Xia Fei noticed a gap in the flame wall, just a cramped crack that was enough for a single individual to slip through. Chance! Abruptly surprised, and Xia Fei went charging toward it with all his might by leveraging his speed of 480,000 meters per second. He moved as quickly as a flash of lightning. Rending Yang Fire's defensive power was frightening. This was Xia Fei's only chance to get anywhere near Wu Yuming so that he could use Blood Crystal and finish the latter off. The moment Xia Fei got near this flame wall, which the rending Yang Fire had constructed, he felt a chill penetrating his very bones, overwhelming him. It was very hard to imagine that the flames of the rending Yang Fire could actually bring with it such hellish and biting coldness. Gritting his teeth, Xia Fei lowered his figure and went forcibly darting right through that gap in the flames like a shuttle. When Xia Fei passed through the flames, he could finally make out a mass of black. It was surrounded by a ring of intense flames. Squelch! The tip of his blade was like a beam of light as it went plunging straight in. Roar! The morphing war armor monohorn ogre mobilized 80% of its structure to provide the strong defenses possible forward, all in an effort to lower the damage Xia Fei would receive from the rending Yang Fire. Unexpectedly, this black figure in the flames did not offer any resistance whatsoever, and Xia Fei managed to get his dagger to slice across its neck. Xia Fei was instantly shocked, for the sensation he felt when his sharp dagger passed through did not give him the feeling that he had stabbed right into muscles. Instead, he felt like he had driven it into a piece of sturdy wooden block. Boom! Xia Fei suddenly noticed the surrounding space collapsing, and it happened at the exact same moment that his blood crystal had stabbed into the black figure. Kaboom! This one cut seemed to have created a chain reaction. Xia Fei saw as a mass of fog billow and rise before his eyes, turning all shadowy as the entire world blurred. It was as if something was intentionally trying to blot out his vision. Whiz! Xia Fei did not dare to dawdle and hurriedly accelerated away from the encirclement of the rending Yang Fire. He did not care about the flames burning his skin as a result, for that stab he had executed then felt too strange. Xia Fei could not help feeling deeply unsettled by it. From the moment he entered that circle of rending Yang Fire and when he attempted to execute that attack on whom he thought was Wu Yuming up to when he fled from the flame wall, only a second of time had passed. However, when Xia Fei was finally able to see everything before him clearly, he was left in a daze. Xia Fei saw an extra wooden puppet doll in his hand, shaped like a human, and already blackened into charcoal. It turned out that what Xia Fei had plunged his dagger into was not Wu Yuming but a doll of him, instead. Law of puppetry. That's an offshoot of the law of darkness. I know now. Wu Yuming's mother must have been a dark puppeteer, the old demon lord exclaimed in surprise. Dark puppeteers are a subsidiary species of the demon race, skilled in the law of puppetry and law of darkness. They bring along wooden carved dolls wherever they go, and those dolls are their puppets, which look exactly the same as themselves. The law of darkness and law of space combined with a fused immemorial mystical armament. These were already shocking enough for Xia Fei, but now that there was another law of puppetry, it was evident that Wu Yuming was definitely a rather troublesome enemy. Whoosh! Rending Yang Fire returned to Wu Yuming, who turned out to be standing some several hundred meters away from Xia Fei, a vicious look in his eyes. You have a law overlord cultivation. Xia Fei knitted his eyebrows and asked. Wu Yuming chuckled. Indeed. You've got quite the keen eyesight, and your combat strength isn't bad, either. If I hadn't made preparations just then and used my puppet, I would have probably died to your strange dagger. The situation was becoming more problematic. This illegitimate son of Galsun Ward before him was really strong. Not only was he a mixed blood child from both the god and demon races, he even had a law overlord cultivation. According to Xia Fei's analysis, he should at least be a level 2 law overlord. To make matters worse, this Wu Yuming in front of him was not even his real body but just a puppet. The real one had already hidden elsewhere under the protection of the rending Yang Fire. Xia Fei was not about to make the same mistake twice. Though his Wu Yuming was a very intricate replication of the real person, right down even to the imposing aura that the rending Yang Fire was giving off, Xia Fei could still see through the lies, all thanks to his ocular cognition. It was a powerful visual enhancement technique. The law of puppetry is really amazing. How can I overcome it? Xia Fei quietly asked. Oro shook his head and answered glumly, the dark puppeteers depend on this law of theirs to make a living, so it isn't something anyone can just easily break. Besides, Wu Yuming has a law overlord cultivation, and he must have cultivated his law of puppetry to a significant degree that he may even be controlling his puppet from another planet. Xia Fei gritted his teeth, and his expression turned severe. All of a sudden, Xia Fei shut his eyes. When he opened them again, his entire face was filled with green vessels. He was now using the Beast Spirit Codex's Stage 6 ocular cognition at maximum power. Though the ocular cognition of the Beast Spirit Codex was designed to be used against exotic beasts, every sentient life form still had energy circulating within them. In fact, through his observation of the energy movements within, Xia Fei had learned that the Wu Yuming in front of him was a puppet. Now, he planned to use the highest stage of ocular cognition in order to locate his real body from this wild expanse. Zib! His two eyes were like lit torches, quickly checking everywhere around him. Xia Fei's visual acuity had instantly been pushed to an extreme limit that no one could reach. This supervision gave Xia Fei the ability to see things from very far away. A single sinister black figure about 1,000 miles away from him drew Xia Fei's attention. There! The moment he discovered this figure, Xia Fei went dashing right over at his top speed. 1,000 miles distance was only a 4-second sprint to Xia Fei. This faraway black figure was startled. He had truly not expected that he would be discovered after hiding himself so far away. He panically switched on his compass and darted right into the spatial door he had opened. The next second, the spatial channel began closing. Won't let you run away. Xia Fei bellowed to himself. Such a terrifying enemy, even though he would have a very tough time dealing with him, a disaster was bound to happen if he let Wu Yuming escape now, as it would give the latter free rein to assault the lower-level Skywing warriors out there. Xia Fei must do everything within his power to kill him no matter what. Xia Fei used his super speed to close in toward the closing channel. At this moment, there was but only a crack left in this spatial door, and Xia Fei pounced right for it. Like a knife, he forcefully thrust himself right into the crack at the last second.